Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen, namaste.
Introduction of bills. The Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 be taken forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 be taken forthwith. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 122.1 to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 43.1, which provides the time limit for speeches.
Honourable members, leave is granted. Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker. Sorry, you have to just get leave for me to
just
proceed.
1 minute, please. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45.1 to allow a maximum of 60 minutes speaking time. Absolutely not. With no extension.
I know we've been brought up to recess, so members may have forgotten the rules. All right? Let's remember, we're here, we proceed by motions, a question is put, and people vote. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, may I start over this motion, please? Madam Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45.1 to allow a maximum of 60 minutes speaking time with no extension to the mover and first responder on the second reading of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that this House suspends Standing Order 45.1 to allow a maximum of 60 minutes speaking time with no extension to the mover and first responder on the second reading of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so Members, a division was called for. The vote is being taken. To ensure that we record everybody's vote correctly, I'll ask that we do so in silence. Clerk.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Dial Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Alwari.
Aye.
Ms. Beckles.
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Kojo.
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. McClashy.
Aye.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Mr. De Nobrega.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Aye.
Mrs. Morris Julian.
Aye.
Mr. Scotland. Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Charles.
Absolutely not.
Ms. Amin.
No.
Mr. Indar Singh.
No.
Mr. Hussain.
No.
Mr. Parry.
No.
Ms. Benjamin.
No.
Dr. Bodo.
No.
Mr. Ram.
No.
Mr. Tanku.
No.
Dr. Sitcharan.
No.
Again, can I ask whoever has that offending device to please go on? Please go outside, turn it off, and for the warning for all members, ensure that your device is on silence. Thank you.
The result of the division is as follows: 18 members voting for, 11 members voting against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 18 members voting for, 11 members voting against, and with no abstentions, the motion is carried. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, before us is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. The objects of this bill are, firstly, to address a drafting error that arose in relation to Section 7(7) of the Act, introduced through Section 5B of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Act 2020, Act number 27 of 2020. Secondly, to validate two exemption orders made by way of legal notices number 164 of 2023 and 206 of 2023 that arise directly from the said error. 3, to modify the method by which orders and regulations are made under Section 7 and 63 of the Act. And fourthly, to introduce a procurement threshold of $1 million for goods and services, which would be exempted from the procurement requirements under the Act, but subject to regulation. This bill contains only 6 clauses, which are not complicated, but it is necessary to spend some time explaining the reasons and the rationale behind the clauses. And this is why I have asked for another 15 minutes, which should not kill anyone on the other side, because the responder would also have the same time as I have. But so it is with our honorable friends opposite. They complain about a 15-minute extension. Now, I think it is necessary to start this debate by addressing the drafting error and the advice I received from the Attorney General and the consequential clause 6 of the bill, which seeks to validate legal notices 164 of 2023 and 206 of 2020. Madam Speaker, I barely begun and they're muttering and mumbling and carrying on. Could I seek your protection, please?
So continue, member, please.
Okay, thanks. Let me start by correcting some misconceptions on procurement, public procurement, that are currently in the public domain. The first misconception is that the
He did that too.
Overruled.
Thank you. The first misconception is the insertion of amendments in the Act and the introduction of a procurement threshold of $1 million for goods and services. There is a view which has been promoted in the public domain by those who know better and those who don't know better, that this will water down or erode the objectives of the Act. However, Madam Speaker, if one looks all over the world, one will discover that exemptions are part and parcel of all modern procurement laws all over the world. I will demonstrate by global reference that the introduction of a procurement threshold of $1 million for goods and services is not unusual, egregious, worrying, abnormal, and does not water down or erode the objectives of the Act. On the contrary, the introduction of a threshold will bring certainty to the vast amount of small and micro enterprises in this country that have been left out of the procurement depository for one reason or another. The second misconception I must address is the myth that by changing the method by which orders and regulations are made, some great travesty or calamity will befall Trinidad and Tobago. The practical reality is that by putting technical legislation, such as the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, into operation for the first time, there would be and are undoubtedly a number of teething issues, a considerable amount of learning, because this is the first time legislation of this type has been implemented in Trinidad and Tobago. So a number of issues must arise and need to be quickly addressed. I will also illustrate the absurd results that result from the current state of the Act, especially in relation to amending regulations under Section 63. With respect to the drafting error, there is no doubt that the current reference to subsection 5 is a drafting error. If one looks at Section 7 of the Act, the only subsection that permits the making of an order is subsection 6. So there's no contention on this point. Where the contention arises is what are the consequences of the error and how one ought to proceed in the circumstances. I will deal with that later on. But there is a presumption of regularity in these matters. And certainly it is appropriate for a minister, such as myself, to rely on the advice of the legal advisor to the cabinet. And the legal advisor to the cabinet relied upon a number of decisions in advising that it was appropriate to sign the two orders in question. In particular, the dicta of the Privy Council and the Attorney General of Belize and others versus Belize Telecom and others, 2009, 2 all ER 1132, which said the court has no power to improve upon the instrument which it is called upon to construe, whether it be a contract, a statute, an article of association. It cannot introduce terms to make it fairer or more reasonable. Similarly, in the decision of Stock versus Frank Jones, Tipton Limited, 1978, 1W-LR 231, the House of Lords expressed its opinion on the limits of judicial interpretation. In that case, Viscount Dilhorn indicating that there should not be a departure from the literal construction, and said, it is now fashionable to talk of a purposive construction of a statute, but it has been recognized since the 17th century that it is the task of the judiciary in interpreting an act to seek to interpret it according to the intent of them that made it. If it were the case that it appeared that an act might have been better drafted, or that amendment to it might be less productive of anomalies, it is not open to the court to remedy the defect. It must be left to the legislature. And this is what we are doing today. We are remedying the defect that arose from the drafting error. And I think that is all that needs to be said about that. The Clause 3A of the bill corrects the drafting error by changing 5 to 6. Clause 6 of the bill contains a validation provision that deems legal notice number 164 of 2023 and 206 of 2023 lawful and valid, together with all acts or contracts done and things purported to be done pursuant to those instruments. The simple takeaway of this clause is that it arises as a result of the drafting error and has been included in this bill for the avoidance of doubt and in order to take all necessary precautions regarding this matter. This is standard practice to correct a drafting error, and there's ample precedent for validation acts of a similar nature in this House, and I do not need to belabor this issue any further. Moving on to the exemption contained in Clause 4 of the bill, and which, as a consequential amendment, is also referenced in Clause 5A.4 of the bill, it is necessary to highlight that the $1 million procurement of goods and services exemption is expressly subject to regulations to be made under the Act. The intent is to provide a simplified procurement framework. Excuse me, gentlemen. The intent is to provide a simplified procurement framework for the procurement of goods and services with a relatively low value. So this would cover goods and services up to $1 million. I wish to make it crystal clear that the intent is not to totally remove the procurement process for procurement of goods and services up to $1 million, but rather to simplify the procurement process in relation to those goods and services. There is a sound basis for this. It was previously expressed in Section 19(1) of the Central Tenders Board Act, where a committee had authority to act for the Central Tenders Board, where the value of articles, works or services did not exceed $1 million. Interestingly, the figure of $1 million evolved over time. It started in 1961 at $10,000. So in 1961, over 60 years ago, accounting officers had the flexibility to award contracts up to $10,000 without having to go through the lengthy and bureaucratic procedures of the Central Tenders Board ordinance as it was at the time. In 1983, this was adjusted to $100,000. In 2004, this was adjusted to $500,000. And in 2010, 13 years ago, this was adjusted to $1 million. So for the last 13 years, until April the 26th this year, accounting officers had the flexibility to award contracts up to $1 million without having to go through the very laborious procedures within the Central Tenders Board Act. There's enormous support for this position throughout the world. I'll start with the WTO Agreement on Government Procurement 2012. And many countries have put into their legislation an agreement to be bound by the decisions of the World Trade Organization as it applies to procurement. The WTO Agreement on Government Procurement of 2012, which is, as we can figure out, 11 years old, says a plurilateral agreement within the framework of the WTO, meaning that not all WTO members are parties. At present, there are 21 parties comprising of the 48. Of these, 11 members are in the process of acceding to the agreement. The fundamental aim of the WTO Agreement on Government Procurement is to mutually open government procurement among its parties. As a result of several rounds of negotiations, the WTO parties have opened procurement activities estimated to be worth more than US $1.7 trillion to international competition. Under this framework, the WTO permits specific exemptions in the respective procurement laws of members. It explicitly exempts the following. Interestingly, the acquisition or rental of land, existing buildings, or other immovable property. That is exempt from the WTO framework on procurement, and many countries have agreed that whatever is agreed to in the WTO framework on procurement would automatically be incorporated into the domestic law. So the acquisition or rental of land or buildings. Non-contractual agreements or assistance that a party provides, including cooperative agreements, grants, loans, guarantees, etc. The procurement or acquisition of fiscal agency, liquidation and management services for financial institutions, services related to the sale, redemption, and distribution of public debt, including loans and government bonds, public employment contracts. So all over the world, Madam Speaker, those countries that have agreed that the WTO framework on procurement be incorporated into domestic law, they exempt public employment contracts. Procurement conducted for the specific purpose of providing international assistance, including developmental aid. So foreign aid is exempt from procurement all over the world. Under the particular procedural condition of an international agreement relating to the stationing of troops or relating to the joint implementation of a project, under the particular procedural condition of an international organization funded by international grants or other assistance. All of this, all over the world, is exempt from the strictures of procurement regulations. In the same WTO general framework on procurement, members can set their own thresholds, same threshold we're talking about here, for central government entities, sub-central government entities, and all other entities that are involved in procurement. So that once the WTO sets these thresholds, all members must abide by the terms. I'll give you some idea of the thresholds that currently exist in respective countries. In Australia, goods up to 256,000 Australian dollars are exempt for central government entities. Sub-central government entities, goods up to 700,000 Australian dollars are exempt. That's about 3 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Construction services, Australian dollars, $9.8 million are exempt for central government, sub-central government, and all other public bodies. That would be over 30 million Trinidad dollars. In Australia, construction services are exempt from their procurement regulations. In Aruba, construction services up to the currency 10 million. In Canada, construction services up to $9.1 million are exempt from their procurement regulations and goods and services up to 651,000 Canadian dollars. That's about 4 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars at the current rates. In the USA, goods up to 183,000 are exempt from federal government. For state governments, goods up to 500,000 US dollars, 3.3 million, are exempt from their procurement regulations. In the EU, Madam Speaker, Article 4 of the European Directive 2014/24, so number 24 of 2014, establishes exemptions based on thresholds and sectors, which is something that we should perhaps look at. The EU has prescribed the following thresholds before their procurement regulations kick in. 5.35 million euros. That's about 40 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. And for minor goods and services, 214,000 euros for regional government contracts and 750,000 euros for social and other specific service contracts. Again, you're talking 4 or 5 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. In fact, it's 43 million for public works, 1.1 million for central government contracts, and 1.7 million for regional government contracts, and 6 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars for social and other service contracts. Again, the EU follows the WTO. And in EU Directive number 24 of 2014, they say that the threshold set out in Article 4 correspond to the threshold established in the World Trade Organization Agreement on Government Procurement, which is reviewed every 2 years. So every 2 years, they adjust the threshold, and when I look at the adjustments over the last couple of years, they have consistently increased the threshold below which the very rigid procurement regulations are not applicable, and other less onerous regulations are applicable. With respect to the EU in particular, Madam Speaker, they have no less than 11 specific exemptions. Public contracts in the water, energy, transport, and postal services sectors are exempt. Public contracts and design contests for the principal purpose of permitting public communication networks to provide the public with electronic communication, exempt. Public contracts and design contests pursuant to international rules, exempt. Public contracts for the acquisition or rental by whatever financial means of land, existing buildings, straight out of the WTO, or other immovable property, exempt. Public contracts for the acquisition, development, and production of program material intended for audio-visual media services or radio, exempt. Public contracts for arbitration and conciliation services, exempt. Public contracts for legal services mirroring our law, exempt. Public contracts for financial services, exempt. Public contracts for loans, whether or not in connection with the issue, sale, or purchase of securities or other financial instruments, exempt. Public contracts for public passenger transport services by rail or metro, exempt. Public service contracts awarded on the basis of an exclusive right which they enjoy pursuant to law or treaty arising from a function of the European Union, exempt. So in Europe, which is the most sophisticated public procurement regime that one can find. In fact, Madam Speaker, some years ago when I was studying this, the most complex procurement regulations in the world can be found in the European Union. And in that framework, they have 11 specific exemptions, which I have just read out. In the UK, post-Brexit, the procurement bill, a bill introduced in the UK Parliament in May of 22, currently awaiting consideration by the House of Lords as a result of amendments made in the House of Commons, follows the same methodology of exemptions and exempts the following items from onerous procurement regulation: defense and security contracts, utilities contracts, something that they call a light touch contract, concession contracts, works contracts, contract for the supply of goods or services to a central government authority and to a sub-central authority. And the thresholds are £5 million for defense contracts, so that's 50 million TT dollars. 5.3 million pounds for utilities contract, that's 50 million TT as well. A works contract, 5.3 million pounds, 50.1 million TT dollars. Supply of goods and services to a central government authority, 138,000 pounds, 1.3 million TT dollars. And supply to a sub-central authority, 213,000 pounds, 2 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. And in this bill, which was already passed in the House of Commons in the UK, and is on its way to the House of Lords, well, it's being considered by the House of Lords. There are 20 exemptions as follows: a contract between a contracting authority and a control person. Horizontal arrangements, a contract between contracting authorities, that's one public authority to another, exempt. A contract for the acquisition, and this is interesting, this is right throughout the world, a contract for the acquisition by whatever means of land, buildings, or other work of a similar nature. A contract for the acquisition, development, production of material intended for broadcast. All of these are exempt in the UK. A contract for the broadcast by a contracting authority to the general public of material, such as an advertisement. A contract, the main purpose of which is facilitating the provision by a contracting authority of an electronic communication service. A contract to provide or maintain a public electronic communications network. All of these things are exempt from the onerous procurement regulations in the UK. A contract for the provision of mediation, arbitration, or conciliation services, legal services, lending of money in any currency, public contracts for loans, a contract for the carrying out of an investment service in relation to a financial instrument, services relating to the promotion of fire safety, protection of life and property, search and rescue services, civil defense, ambulance services. All of these things in the UK are exempt from onerous procurement regulations. Public transport, research and development, intelligence activities, air transportation, national security. All of these things are exempt in the UK from complex procurement regulations. In the Caribbean, because let's look at Europe and England, let's look at the Caribbean. CARICOM has sought to implement the same WTO general procurement methodology through the establishment of an Annex A threshold and Annex B sectoral contracts to the Protocol on Public Procurement for the Caribbean Community. This is part of the good work that the CARICOM Secretariat and the CARICOM heads are currently doing right now. So far, not the requisite number of countries have ratified this, but it will happen soon for it to enter into force. But what is being proposed in CARICOM already ratified by a number of countries. Why, Madam Speaker, why is the Leader of Opposition speaking to me across the floor? Could you please restrain her?
If anybody wants to make an intervention, they know how they do that. Okay? Otherwise, I'll ask everyone to keep their voices in undertones. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is being proposed and already signed on by several Caribbean countries is the following thresholds. For more developed countries, there should be a threshold of $150,000 US, which is coincidentally almost 1 million TT dollars. For services, 150,000 US. For works, mirroring the advanced economies, 3 million US dollars. And for less developed countries, interestingly, 4 million US dollars. So that's almost 30 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars that is being proposed by CARICOM, already accepted by several Caribbean countries, that these limits should apply. Combination of goods, works, and services, 3 million US dollars and 4 million US dollars. So this is already in the system, Madam Speaker, in CARICOM. on its way to ratification by all member states of CARICOM. With respect to sectors, because that's just value. When you look all over the world, you see not only exemption of value, but you see exemption of content. So in the agreement that is being circulated within CARICOM, already agreed to by several countries, the following are proposed to be exempt: works of art, cultural performances, creative expression, staging of productions associated with creative expression, including artistic coordination, management of artistic work and events, management of intellectual property rights, venue rental, infrastructure and technical effects, cultural performances, and legal advisory and legal representation, goods, services, and works of a sensitive nature for defense or national security, goods relating to or services relating to the operation of diplomatic missions, fiscal agency or depository services, liquidation and management services for financial institutions, public debt, including loans and government bonds, trade and travel shows, public-private partnerships between a government and one or more suppliers, research and development, employee pension funds, postal courier and express courier services, utility services such as electricity, telecommunications, and water, property rights, contracts of service or contracts for service of employment, charities. All of this is in the CARICOM model agreement for public procurement within the CARICOM region, which is already on its way to being ratified by all member states. In Barbados, the wording of the public procurement agreement that is being circulated within CARICOM is already in the domestic law of Barbados. So in the domestic law of Barbados, they already have all of this. It's already there. So in Barbados, they already have the concept of a threshold for public procurement and the concept of sectors that should be exempt from procurement already in the Barbados domestic law. In Grenada, their Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act establishes a threshold again for a value and also sectors, similar, almost identical into what I just read out, including the acquisition of stores and equipment, services provided by the government, contracts of employment, items of a sensitive nature for national defense, rental of real property, and so on. Additionally, in Grenada, the following exceptions are provided for: goods and services and works between government entities. That's a standard feature of procurement law all over the world. One public body can contract with another public body without having to go through these onerous provisions. Legal services for routine assignments and litigation, arbitration and conciliation services, outsourcing of government services to non-governmental organizations. That's an issue we need to deal with right here. Procurement of goods, works, and services by a procuring entity, which is a state-controlled enterprise, where the value of the procurement is below the threshold. Any other exemptions issued by instructions from time to time by the minister. That's the Grenada law. So I don't think I need to belabor this issue. In the EU, in New Zealand, in Australia, in the UK, in the Caribbean, the concept of a threshold has been firmly established and enacted into law, and it makes eminent sense. Because, Madam Speaker, with the current procurement regulations and law, if you want to procure something that you need for routine operations, a photocopying machine breaks down in a ministry, or an embassy for that matter, a particular piece of equipment is required or supplies are required, the process in the Act requires you to take up to 3.5 months, and I will explain. In the law, whether you're doing limited selective tendering or you're doing open competitive tendering, The minimum tender period is 20 working days. That's a month. After that, you must submit those tenders to a tender committee who have to evaluate and make a report. That will take a week. Then there's a system in the law where you have a Procurement and Disposal Advisory Committee, PDAC, which is required to review the results of the tender evaluation process and comment on it and determine whether they think it's value for money in accordance with the law and so on. That is the next week. And when the PDAC reports to the entity and they decide to make an award, I'm talking about a photocopying machine now, or a refrigerator or something that is important, there must be a standstill period of 10 working days, another 2 weeks. I've already hit 2 months, Madam Speaker. But one of the features of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act that we need to deal with is the need for pre-qualification. And contained within the regulations is a requirement for a 30-day period to allow people to pre-qualify, 30 working days. So that's another 6 weeks. So it's 3.5 months if you want to do routine, buy a refrigerator, buy a photocopying machine, or buy toner for the photocopying machine, or paper for the photocopying machine. And surely, Madam Speaker, no reasonable person would think that that was the intent of the legislature when we came with the Public Procurement Act. Surely, the intent of the legislature was to ensure transparency, equity, value for money, fairness, and honesty. It could not be that if you have to buy food for the prisons, that you have to wait 3 months because you have to get people to pre-qualify, then tender it out for a month, and then a next month with a standstill period and so on. And you see, Madam Speaker, there are things in the law that say you could shorten some of these periods, but not all of them, because you still have to have pre-qualification and registration. If it's an emergency, whatever that is, because your emergency, Madam Speaker, and mine are not going to be the same, or it's in the public interest, that is something that will be subject to interpretation by the courts. And certainly a court might not think it's an emergency if you need paper for your photocopying machine, or it's in a matter of urgent public importance if you have to buy meals for the defense force or the prisons or something like that. And that is why the whole concept of a minimum threshold is acknowledged throughout the world. And I want to stress that our intention is not to have a carte blanche free for all, just like it was when the Central Tenders Board was in effect. There would be rules and regulations. Moving on, Madam Speaker, there's also the question of changing from affirmative resolution to negative resolution. Now, there are many things that have occurred within the last couple months which have made it necessary to make adjustments to the regulations, many of them. I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. In the legislation, whether you are procuring on an open competitive basis, which means you might get 50 bids, or you're going selective to a qualified group, which might entail 5 tenderers, the tender period is 20 working days. So whether you are doing something where you know who the people are, you know their track record, you know their capability, and therefore the evaluation of a tender should not take any considerable amount of time, and also the time that 5 people would take to bid in a specialist field should not require a whole month. In the current regulations, whether it's open competitive or limited selective, is the same 20 working days for tender. That's an obvious error, which we need to correct. The 30-day requirement for pre-qualification is also an obvious error, which we need to correct, because pre-qualification should not be longer than the tender period. It makes absolutely no sense. And if one speaks to any serious practitioner, they will agree with this. So that these are things that we have to adjust in the regulations. But, Madam Speaker, if we have to convene the Parliament in emergency session every time we come across an issue in the regulations, then we'll be making a mockery of parliamentary procedure, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we are firm in our view that the need for affirmative resolution is going to cause all procurement in this country to grind to a halt. It is going to render the development of this country nugatory. In fact, if one checks with Jamaica, if one reads, one will see what the Jamaican government is saying, what the Jamaican parliamentarians are saying, is that their development program has been affected adversely by as much as 20 to 25% because of the restrictive nature of their procurement process. So, let me go back to this example that I just gave. Under Regulation 23, Madam Speaker, there's a murmur over there. It's very difficult.
The sound is really rising, so I'll ask all members to check their volumes. Minister of Finance, please continue.
Thank you. Under Regulation 23(4)A and D of the procurement methods and procedures, I want to emphasize, if you look there, you'll see the minimum period for tendering is 20 working days, a month. One might think this is no big deal. But when you go into Regulation 5(2), you will see that open bidding is appropriate for large-scale and high-value projects. Whereas in Regulation 8(1), limited bidding seeks to restrict the number of suppliers where the subject of the procurement, by reason of its highly specialized nature, is available from a limited number of suppliers. And the time and cost required to examine and evaluate a large number of submissions would be disproportionate to the value of the subject of the procurement. So the object of limited bidding, as stated in the regulations, is to reduce time and cost, where there's an expectation there would be a limited number of suppliers. It is therefore irrational to have 20 working days for open competitive bidding and also 20 working days for limited selective bidding. Should we convene this Parliament in emergency session to change 20 to 10? Because we need to do that. So should we bring out the Parliament during the vacation to change 20 working days for limited bidding to 10 calendar days? Another example is Regulation 10 of the Procurement Methods and Procedures, which speaks to applying a request for quotations method to readily available, relatively low-priced goods and services. Madam Speaker, any person with any legal knowledge will know that these words, readily available, relatively low-priced goods and services, will mean many different things to many different people. What is readily available? What does that mean? What is relatively low price? What does it mean for a construction ministry like the Ministry of Works? A box drain at 100,000 might be a relatively low price thing because the contracts that they usually enter into is 10 million and 20 million and so on. But for the export centers, cottage industry, a relatively low price might be $10,000. So what does this mean? These words are far too ambiguous. A TIDA vehicle could be a relatively low price vehicle, but a Mercedes-Benz might not be. So I want to make the point, Madam Speaker.
So members, this is the last warning I'm going to give everyone. Again, any member who finds it difficult to pay attention can really take a little walk and come back when they feel they can tolerate it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to remind everybody in this House that these regulations were not only recommended by the procurement regulator, subject to in-house legal review, subject to public comment, and scrutinized by this House and the other place, but they contain these significant errors in them. And there's a reason for it. This is brand new legislation. We have no history of this. And the regulations themselves are hundreds of pages long. And therefore, this will always happen. Madam Speaker, in the House of Commons, let me go back to that. When they were looking at their bill, the Public Procurement UK Procurement Bill 2022, when the Grand Committee of the House of Lords considered that bill, over 7 sitting days, a whole week of sittings between the 4th of July and the 26th of October 2022, they made 500 amendments to the original bill. 500 amendments, including 350 amendments from the government and 250 amendments from the opposition. All the amendments were technical and focused to ensure that the bill functioned effectively. It did not change the policy of the bill. But the fact is that that was produced by learned counsel in the United States, by experts. Madam Speaker, come on, the member for Napari will not stop. Irritating. I beg your protection, Madam Speaker.
All right, so I'm sure this is the last time I'll have to stand up on my legs for all members. Okay, member, it's 2:21. Your end time is 2:39:06.
Thank you. So 18 minutes. So in the UK, they had a bill drafted by experts. And the UK has hundreds of years of history, Madam Speaker. And in the UK, even though their bill had been drafted by experts, when it went to the House, there were 500 amendments. And, Madam Speaker, we have only been dealing with this legislation now for 3 months. For 3 months. And it is a certainty that as time progresses, more and more issues will need to be addressed. There's also a common misconception that legislation subject to negative resolution has no parliamentary oversight. That is just not true. Because when the minister makes the order subject to negative resolution, it must be laid in the parliament. And the opposition has 40 days to move a motion to negative the resolution, to negative the order. 40 days, and a full debate will ensue. It takes priority. If we had it, just an example just the other day, something to do with the labor laws, where an order was made to change something to do with the fueling, the fuel bunkering thing by Piarco, and an adjustment was made to make that an essential service. And a member of the opposition brought a motion to negative, and we had a full debate. There was parliamentary oversight of that. So it is just not true that there is no parliamentary oversight of order made by negative resolution. And, Madam Speaker, in our Interpretation Act, it says that where either house within the prescribed period resolves that any of those instruments or documents shall be annulled, that instrument is void from the date of the resolution, but without prejudice to the validity of anything done thereunder or the making of a new instrument or document. So that documents made by negative resolution are subject to parliamentary scrutiny. It is just not true. And if one looks around the world, Madam Speaker, if one looks around the world and one sees what other countries are doing, in the UK procurement bill, again, the process for amendment is pure negative resolution, Madam Speaker. In the UK, that's what they're proposing, because they recognize that their act, when it is fully operationalized, there will be issues and there will be the need for the relevant minister in the UK to make amendments. And they have recognized that those amendments can be made by statutory instrument in the UK and be subject to negative resolution in the UK Parliament. That's an advanced economy, Madam Speaker. So, moving on to what we are proposing here, Madam Speaker, moving on, In clauses 3B and 5B of the bill, we are proposing that the method of making an order under Section 77 of the Act and regulations under Section 63(3) be changed from affirmative resolution to negative resolution. We are proposing that, Madam Speaker, and we feel that that is the only way that we can have some order and we can have some sense in the manner in which things are done in this country. You have this cry coming all the time for the ease of doing business. You will hear members opposite come up and stand up and quote the latest publication with respect to the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and condemn the government because the government is not high up on the scale in terms of the ease of doing business. But the same individuals over there, Madam Speaker, are telling us that we must prescribe and agree to prescribe and keep unchanged a 3.5-month period for the procurement of a routine item, Madam Speaker. That's what they're asking us. Now, the whole point is, governments are elected to run a country. If we as a government do not faithfully adhere to our oath of office, if we as a government do not faithfully adhere to the requirement that we ensure that things work in this country as best as they can, then we don't deserve to be in government, Madam Speaker. We don't deserve to be in government. And, you know, some of the commentary outside today is laughable. I'd like to read from a letter in the papers. I found it quite intriguing, Madam Speaker. I saw a letter to the editor, and it was very, very interesting. This particular letter is entitled, let me just call out the title of the letter, Madam Speaker, Public Procurement Fiasco. But one of the interesting things in the letter, procurement legislation fiasco, one of the interesting things in the letter is the individual said, Trinidad and Tobago's already poor record concerning the ease of doing business would be further exacerbated with this procurement legislation. But he went on to make an important point, and I read from the letter. I have heard some commentators state, and I've heard this from members opposite, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago had 50 years to plan and prepare for the recent 50th anniversary CARICOM summit. And these are his words. I couldn't have put it better myself. How laughable. Clearly that is intended for comic relief. The truth is, there was a last-minute change of venue from Dominica to Trinidad and Tobago, and these commentators know that. So Trinidad and Tobago didn't have 50 years to plan for the 50th anniversary CARICOM Heads Summit. They had a few months, but he goes on to say that these commentators also know that the best laid plans have to be tweaked as unforeseen circumstances arise, especially in complex events. Anybody who has had to construct a house, he goes on to conclude by anybody who has had to construct a house will know that nothing ever goes according to plan. And I repeat, it is really laughable that some of the opponents to the urgently needed amendments to this legislation make that comment that Trinidad and Tobago had 50 years to plan for the 50th anniversary. Nonsense. And they know it's nonsense too. And, Madam Speaker, let me give some examples which I gave in my press conference. In the particular CARICOM meeting, the attendance of the US Secretary of State, the UN Secretary General, the President of Rwanda, the congressional delegation, the Prime Minister of Korea, I believe, came as well. South Korea. All of these world figures indicated their attendance, confirmed their attendance 1 week before the summit. Now, I've made the point that in order to procure goods and services, it takes 3.5 months. 1.5 months to pre-qualify and 2 months to finish the procurement exercise to award a contract. 3.5 months. But it is normal, and anybody who has had the experience of organizing an international event, anybody will know there are last-minute changes. They will know that. They will know there are unforeseen events. There are no things that you cannot plan for. They know that very busy visitors, such as the U.S. Secretary of State, who is the third or fourth most important public official in the United States, the UN Secretary General, you can't get more important than that, the president of our country, and so on, the leader, the minority leader in the Congress in the United States, you can't get very much more important than that, will know that these people have very busy schedules and are unable to confirm their arrival for an event such as this until a few days before, sometimes a week before. And I remember I was talking to some of the staff who came with the congressional delegation, and they said, I was talking to them Wednesday night, and they said, we're going back to the States tomorrow. So I said, so soon? They said, yes. We have a full session of Congress on Friday. So they had to leave Trinidad and Tobago Thursday to get back to the United States to go into Congress on Friday. So anybody who has had any experience in managing an international event will know that these things come up at the last minute. So that one of the choices facing the government was, what do we do? Cancel the CARICOM heads because the procurement regulations would not allow us to provide accommodation, transportation, audiovisual services, meeting rooms, and all of the things associated with a heads meeting. We're going to cancel that. That was one of the choices available to us. Tell the UN Secretary General, sorry, don't bother to come, we just cancel, because it would take 3.5 months under our procurement legislation to procure accommodation for you, or do what is required to be done, Madam Speaker. That is an actual example of what was required to be done. So, Madam Speaker, we are of the view, when you look around the world, I have looked at what is done. I have an example here from New Zealand. In New Zealand, they have delegated authority down to the level of the contracting authorities themselves. Let me just read what happens in New Zealand. Under their procurement laws, Rule 42, changes to process or requirements, an agency, in their case, the public body is described as an agency may make changes to its procurement process or its requirements after a notice of procurement has been published and before the deadline for responses closes. An agency must notify, Madam Speaker, I know we only have a few minutes, but the Leader of the Opposition will not stop.
I think what happens is, remember, this chamber accustomed to silence at this time, so the sound might be a little amplified, but I don't think it's reaching disturbing levels as yet. Please continue.
You'll be surprised, the member is disturbing me. In New Zealand, an agency can make changes to its procurement process or its requirements after a notice of procurement has been published and before the deadline for responses closes. An agency must notify all suppliers of any changes to the procurement process, must publish them, send it to all participating suppliers, make all changes available to all participating suppliers at the same time, and give all participating suppliers enough time to respond to the changes, including extending the deadline. That is what happened in New Zealand. They don't convene the parliament in New Zealand because a necessary amendment is required to their procurement regulations. The public body is authorized to do it, and then it reports, and it eventually comes to the parliament for discussion. But they are given the flexibility to do it if the need arises, Madam Speaker. And that is what sensible countries do, and that's what sensible governments do. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7, subsection 7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act be now read a second time. Member for Superior. Member, as the first responder, you have 60 minutes speaking
you very
time
much.
without extension.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, as I join this very important debate, knowing full well that the outcome of this debate in the House today has already been decided. Yes. No. The government has said that they will use their majority, come what may, to push these amendments through the Parliament. So, nonetheless, we decided we would come because we want to raise our concerns on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So the question is, why are we here? Why are we here in this extraordinary sitting in a fixed recess period? Yes, this can be done if the proper standing order is followed. And Madam Speaker, I respectfully state we are here because, in the words of the Honourable Prime Minister, a little boy from Sama was brighter than all the lawyers on the other side. That's why we are here. Because this MP for Barataria San Juan, dubbed the little boy, very bright one. You know, I think, Honourable Prime Minister, we'd be happy to lend you a good lawyer, because obviously the lawyers on your side cannot read and interpret the law. And they're taking you down a wrong pathway, Prime Minister. I think you really need some help in legal interpretation when it comes to the law, because it's only recently we were here validating another set of things because of the wrong interpretation of the government about the law relating to the local government election. Just this year. And here we are again, because this, not in my words, I'm just quoting the words of the Honourable, but this little boy from Sama showed that he was brighter than every single lawyer on the other side. And then that member raised in a press conference that, look, something is very wrong. There are these exemption orders made under the hand of the Minister of Finance, and that something is very wrong, because that is not what the law intended. That the law was very, very clear that such orders would have to come to the Parliament for affirmative resolution. Based on that, a legal luminary himself, by the name of Ravi Balgobin Maharaj, through his lawyers, sent not one, but 2 pre-action protocol letters for an interpretation claim to determine whether the 2 legal notices, 206 of 2023, and thereafter legal notice 206, 2 legal notices, one judiciary, one foreign. One dealing with the judiciary, and one with respect to foreign dignitaries visiting. These 2 pre-action letters were sent on the 10th July 2023, and then on the 12th of July 2023. Now, Mr. Maharaj said to me, Madam Speaker, that many pre-action letters have been sent in the past. Many freedom of information pre-action letters have been sent in the past. And this is the first time, he says, in his memory, in response to all of those, that the government responded so quickly. So quickly. Indeed, the government responded even before the deadline date that had been set, which was to be the 17th of July, and instead replied from the Office of the Attorney General, July 14, 2023. In which the government indicated, through this letter to the lawyers of Mr. Maharaj, that it is accepted that there is a drafted mistake. It is therefore proposed, as you are no doubt aware by now, that Parliament is being convened to rectify that mistake and validate orders about which you complain, in addition to other matters forming the substance of the bill entitled, the bill that is before the name of the bill today. In light of the above, please be advised that the government has since placed before the House the requisite amendments to the law, and the House will convene on Wednesday, 19 July 2023. And, very interesting, Madam Speaker, says, extraordinary sitting, we will deal with this, and in the circumstances, we respectfully suggest that there is no need to institute any civil proceedings in the matter. So the government accepted that they were at fault. This is an admission of guilt, Madam Speaker, an admission of guilt. And that is why I say, due to the due diligence of especially the member for Baratara San Juan, that matter has brought us here, plus the pre-action protocol letters that had been set out. So here we are. What does this bill now seek to do? The bill seeks to talk about two things. There is a validation of the legal notices, and in addition, there are further amendments to the parent law, the public procurement and disposal of public property. Two things that we are dealing with here today. Now, the Honourable Minister went around the world to justify what is being done here today, to justify what the government is seeking to make happen, which in my respect is to give the government a blank check to exempt anything and everything anytime they please, a blank check. And then tries to justify that by going around the world and the WTO and talking about some CARICOM document and could not answer, but I'll ask it on my legs now because it was under the breath. Did Trinidad and Tobago accede to whatever CARICOM document the minister is speaking about? Because as I will share with you, madam, in Jamaica, it is clear that things are subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament right now. The minister talks about EU and all over the world, what's happening, and right here in the CARICOM in Jamaica, which I'll share with you in a moment. And then the minister seeks to tell us, all these exemptions, and I wonder whether the minister was advocating a case for all those numerous items he mentioned that we should now also make those exempt because other parts of the world are doing it. The minister will not say that, but he rattles off this long list of exemptions to say, well, look, we just exempted a few things. Let us make it very clear. After the government brought several sets of amendments to make exemptions, whittling down, gutting out the law, the procurement law, taking out its teeth for legal services, for debt financing services, for accounting and auditing services, medical emergency and other medical services, and such other services as the minister may by order declare. In addition to that, we have exemptions. The minister given us all these and will not tell us or remind us that this government has ensured there are many exemptions to the use of the procurement law and the procedures contained therein. And so you have, this act applies to public bodies, and I'm reading from the act itself now as consolidated. Application of the act, Section 7. This act applies to public bodies and private partnership arrangements, public-private arrangements. To the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of a state arising under or out of the following, a treaty or other form of agreement to which Trinidad and Tobago is a party with one or more states or entity within a state. Mentioned that in his list of exemptions elsewhere. It's here. It also applies to an agreement entered into by the government of Trinidad and Tobago with an international financing institution. It also applies to an agreement for technical or other cooperation between government of Trinidad and Tobago and government of foreign state. All these are here in our exemptions. Then we move on to 7.4, 7.5. Subsection 3 shall not apply to reports regarding matters of national security. 7.6. This act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises. These were some of the amendments brought by government in 2020. Legal service, and you know what we saw happen with that? Legal services placed on the exemption, and $1.4 billion spent on legal services by this government, which went to close relatives, the president's husband, her brother, the golfing partner of the prime minister. Is that what you want these exemptions for? $1.4 billion in legal services. And there are many others that we can speak of with respect to accounting and auditing, debt financing. But there was something very important here, madam, that when these exemptions were given, the minister had a blank check in a sense, but that check was subject to the check and balance of the Parliament. It was subject. So there were all these exemptions, and then the minister had the power to exempt such other services as the minister may by order determine. And then it goes on to say in section 7, an order made under this part of the law shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. So yes, the minister did have the power to exempt such other services, goods and services, but subject to the check and balance of the Parliament by affirmative resolution. I will return to the point of the justification given by the minister for moving and changing affirmative to negative. And let me say at the outset, that in saying that you can come back to Parliament in 40 days, the minister neglected to tell us when talking about negative resolutions that it takes effect immediately.
Correct.
It takes effect immediately. So that 40 days later, you come into negative. What happens? 40 days later, it's taking effect and you spend the money. You've gone on and spent the money as per a blank check. So I'll come back with that. So I just wanted to make the point when the minister is, emphatically talking about exemptions all over the world, that we have several exemptions in our law right now as it stands in the law in Trinidad and Tobago. And, you really wonder if, there's war, the Western against the Ukraine against Russia. Is it that if they are doing war, we must go into war too? Is that what you're in a sense saying? Take all these exemptions. So we will not be surprised if we come back again to put more exemptions into the law of Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll deal with those when we come with it. So let's look at the aspect first of the validation part of the bill that is before the House. Validation. And what are we validating? Clause 3 is obviously correcting a cross-reference. The bill, Clause 3 of the bill is for a cross-reference. Clause 4 provides that goods and services up to $1 million exempt, and rationales are given by both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Then we come to the actual validation. Now let's read these exemption notices, which is Clause 6 of the bill. Clause 6, all statutory instruments, including Legal Notice 206 of 2023, Legal Notice 164 of 2023, purported to be made under Section 77 of the Act, and all acts or contracts done and things purported to be done pursuant to those instruments are deemed to be lawfully and validly made and done to the extent that they would have been lawfully and validly made and done had the instruments complied with the requirements of Section 77 of the Act. Madam Speaker, my question, all statutory instruments? Are there other statutory instruments, meaning legal notices and orders, lurking somewhere in the dark? As far as we are aware, there are only two, the 106 of 2023, 164 of 23 and 206 of 23. Why are we passing a section here? Why have we been asked to pass a section to validate all statutory instruments, including these two? Why? Is there another one that we didn't pick up yet through our due diligence? We were able to pick up these two, fortunately, through the good work of MP Saddam Hussein. All statutory instruments, and I'll ask the government to explain what do you mean by that. Secondly, you want us to validate this. Tell us how much money is involved. What are we validating? $1, 1 million, 8 million, 9 million, 20 million? What are we validating? And secondly, who are the suppliers of the goods and services who given under these exemptions work to do for the judiciary items and for the foreign visits? So government must come clean and tell the population. And I have a problem too with, Minister said somewhere it was $9 million. $9 million for the CARICOM heads of government. But Madam Speaker, what is in black and white doesn't lie. Right here in this Parliament, during the midterm review, the minister had a line item. And that line item had to do with, let's put it here, Hansard, on the Hansard, dealing with hosting of conferences, seminars, other functions.
So remember, if you're quoting Hansard, you'll have to give us a little more in terms of date, etc., please.
Certainly, Madam. This is on the agenda items for the SFC for that SSP meeting and the mid-year review. Agenda item. Head 02-001-66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. And under that, $20 million. This is this meeting took place on the 5th of May, 2023. So at least at the 5th of May of this year, the government knew. They knew. And hear what it says. Well, yes, they would have known before they even put it in the estimates. They would have known before the 5th of May. And it explains it again in that agenda item. The sum is needed to meet the cost of the hosting of the 45th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community and related celebration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of CARICOM by the government of Trinidad and Tobago during the period July 3rd to 6th. You knew this, May, like they forget. They come here and they pass things and they pass things and say things. And then Minister comes to tell us, people say, well, it was a 50th anniversary, they had to know before. Of course they knew before. That is why you came in the media review. That is why you came. This is in your own documents in this Parliament. The sum is needed to meet the cost of the hosting of the 45th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community and related celebration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of CARICOM by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago during the period July 3rd to July 6, 2023. May, this was in May 5th. Whole of May gone. June come. Whole of June come. All of June. And to prepare this, why the minister is ducking and running here too? So you knew way in advance of the meeting on the day of the 5th of May. You would have had to know because you prepare all these bundles of documents. Yes. We have a standing finance committee, then we come to the actual debate on the bill. So your excuse is no excuse. In another language, you may say it's an untruth. They say it's a lie, I wouldn't say that, but it's an untruth. It's an untruth, madam. It's not true. Thank you.
Withdraw that word and you could proceed. You know you can't say that.
It's not true. To pretend you didn't know this meeting was coming up. To pretend it's not true.
You approve money for it.
You approve the money. Right here in this Parliament, you approve the monies. And that's to do with the 20 million. So come and tell us how much money you spent. How much money you did exempt, and again, contractors, suppliers of the goods and services for that 50th anniversary. It reminds me, when they came to validate the last time about the local government election date, and, we were able to go back and answer and find where the minister, when I said you're going to use this to postpone local, and the honorable member was saying, no, poppycock, nonsense, foolish. And that's exactly what was done. So here we are validating again. And the minister is telling us, look, we didn't know. And then we didn't know who would come and who wouldn't come. Madam, I don't know how involved you are in preparations for something like a wedding or a birthday party or something, And you don't wait till the day of the birthday party or the wedding to start to buy food and cook food. You plan it long in advance. You make an estimate or a guesstimate. So to tell me you didn't know who was coming and wasn't coming, again, poppycock. That is poppycock. Poppycock, give me a time check, please. Yes. Okay, let's get still on this validation aspect of it. So let's also take note of when was this order made for the foreign visit order, okay? That was made on the 29th, if I have it here. The one for made legal notice 206 23 of 206 for the foreign visitors, dated the 29th day of June 2023. Let's take note of that day, because first of all, it is incorrect and untrue to say you didn't know what is CARICOM thing, because you knew it since May when you came to this house in the SFC. Let's further take note. The order was made 29th day of June. Let's take note of that. Before the Parliament went into fixed recess, before, when that order was made, the Parliament sat on several days thereafter. Okay? Before the recess. I'm just trying to find a piece of paper, please. Yeah, 40 minutes, yeah. I'm looking for the document that tells us the days on which they sat. Here it is. In other words, madam, the point I'm trying to make is that when they made that order, there were still several parliamentary days, both in the House and in the Senate. So in the same way that you are rushing to pull us back in this as extraordinary sitting, you had sufficient time to come to the Parliament for an affirmative resolution of the Parliament. There was sufficient time to come, because we sat thereafter and several sittings of this House, several sittings of the Senate. And indeed, on the 29th May, in fact, there was a sitting on that very day. So it's no excuse that you couldn't come to the Parliament. The fact that you have taken the Parliament out of its fixed recess, extraordinary sitting, you could have done it any single day. So to come back to say you don't want to get affirmative resolutions and so on, it will take you too long. No, you can come any day, just like you did now. Any day you can convene this Parliament with the speakers, once the Speaker is satisfied that this is a matter that necessitates coming back to the Parliament. So that notice, sittings of the House. The House sat on the 26th May, which was immediately before the date of that order. The House sat on the 29th May. The House sat on the 5th June. The Senate sat on the 23rd May and 31st May. The House sat on the 28th June. Okay? And the Senate sat 27th June and 30th June. So there were sufficient sittings to come to this House. Why don't you want to come to the Parliament? Why is it that you refuse to come to the people through the Parliament? And I must give credit to the independent senators, because when this matter was dealt with, the original law had exemptions subject to negative resolution of Parliament. I think it was Senator Thompson I.E. and others who argued, Senator Paul Richards, I think even Amrita Dale Narayan, they argued strenuously it should not be negative. It should be affirmative. And the minister sat there and agreed. He agreed, and when it came down to this House for Senate amendments with that, I think again the young man from Barataran again raised the issue that it was incorrect in the way it was worded. Again, the minister gave the assurance, don't worry, we'll fix it. The CPC and the law reform and all, we'll fix it, don't worry. When was that? 2020. 2020, and here we are, 2023, almost 3 years later. Never fixed it. Rushed in the dark. If we were not diligent, as I say, Barataran, please stop disturbing me. You will have a chance to speak, Minister. You will have a chance to speak. You all were caught with your hands in the cookie jar, and that is why you're ashamed and embarrassed to be answering this today.
Right. Oh, members, just remember, this is not a personal conversation between colleagues across the floor. Please direct everything here. And I would ask all members, let's try to be respectful of each other in this process.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-6 based on the last statement of the member for Cyprian.
So, with all the noise, I really did not hear. And that's one of the difficulties when members are making a lot of noise, all right? Again, I caution all members. Let's be respectful of each other. Let's practice temperance. Member for Superior.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So there were sittings just before the order was made, the two orders. There were sittings after the orders were made, and therefore there was sufficient time that they could have brought the matters before this House and the Senate for the affirmative resolution of the Parliament to carry on the expenditure. So there's one other point on this validation matter, and it has to do with what the minister keeps saying, there's not enough time. They wouldn't have enough time. I'm showing that you would have had enough time to come for affirmative before the Parliament. And then the excuses if a pipeline bursts. What happens? We had to run and fix the pipeline. And they say you can't buy toilet paper. Can't buy toilet paper. Madam Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. And that is why I offer to lend the MP for Baratara Sanwan.
I'm not going.
Oh, he doesn't want to go. But to help interpret the law. Because there are emergency provisions within the law. They exist within the law, Madam Speaker. You don't have to do all this, whatever, tinkering. You didn't have to do all of this illegally. Because you have provisions in the law of Trinidad and Tobago. So let's take a look at that. Before I go to that, let me read something with these two legal notices. One was for judiciary. See if you find the article from the newspaper. The judiciary. The Minister of Finance told us that the legal notice 164 of 23, which dealt with exemptions for the judiciary, the minister in an interview said this had to do with sequestering juries. Jury. But I am seeing an article here from the Newsday on the 12th of July. 12th July, an article in the Newsday by Jensen Lavende, I think is his pronunciation. Jensen Lavende. And he's saying, look, calls to judicial officers, including senior criminal attorneys, reveal no pending cases in which a jury needed to be sequestered. Wow. Minister goes public and saying, urgent matter, jury to be sequestered, and they said there was none. The judiciary's 3-month exemption ends on August 29. The court will be on break from July. So what you give them a 3-month exemption for? What for? And I'll tell you what they're saying it is for in a moment, because it's on the face of the legal notice itself. So there we are. Yes, was looking for hangman. Yeah, that's one of the things. You're right. You're right. They said the court said no jury was sequestered. So come again. Tell us what the exemption was for exactly. How much was the exemption? And to whom? Who are the contractors for the goods and service? Who? And let's look at that order. The legal notice on the judiciary. And it's this one. Judiciary, yes. This is what the legal notice tells us that the exemption was for. What was it for? The Act doesn't apply. This is the order now. It's making the Act not applicable to the judiciary in respect of the following. All goods and services. All goods and services. You know, if the member does not provoke us, we will not respond. You know.
So, member for Superior, I'm standing. Okay.
Gosh, man.
Member for it's both sides. And I think the leader of the opposition, needs to be heard with a bit more accommodation. So I want both sides. It's both sides. Okay? Member for Superior.
Madam, I thank you very much. Goodbye. You can't take the pressure. You can't take the pressure. Goodbye. I shall not miss you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Let's get on.
Wow. Thank you for your protection, madam. Thank you very much. I'm talking about the Legal Notice 164 of 2023, which gave the exemption with respect to the judiciary. It says that the procurement law will not apply to the judiciary in respect of the following. Let's hear what it is. Now, I want you to remember, madam, this notice was dated on the May 2 as well, on 29th day of May. The court goes into fixed recess, July. So what you have, May, June.
Just June.
And it's given, just 1 month. 1 month, because 29 May, just 1 month of the court operating until it's fixed recess. And they were given a 3 months exemption. Here for what? All goods, services, works, and commodities arising from a court order or required within the progress of a matter before the court. So please tell us which of these matters the exemption was related to. What are these things? We need to know, the public needs to. That is what transparency and accountability is about. It applies, will not apply because of the exemption. All goods, services, and commodities related to jury management. And the article tells us no such jury. There were no juries. And of course, with the fixed recess of the court, obviously, no juries. All goods and services, works and commodities relating to witness support services, victim support services. So what's so urgent about that? You didn't know that you had a program with witness support? You didn't know you already had a program for victim support services? What has suddenly arisen? Tell us why you did this. Medical information technology, finance and other subject matter experts and consultants to assist the court in matters involving highly technical and complex issues and evidence. Again, what's the urgency to make an exemption?
Sequestering.
Tell us again what it is for, whom you paid for all of this. Judicial accommodation, wow. So these judges, judicial accommodation, you didn't have that before? It suddenly arose on the 29th of May? Suddenly happened that you had to make an exemption for that? Media advertisements and publications required by any law, rules of court, or practice direction. Continues. It's a long, long list. I want to know each of these items, contracted out, how much, to whom. All goods, services, and commodities related to psychological counseling, counseling support, assessment, drug treatment, peer resolution, conflict resolution, rehabilitative intervention, practice direction required to be conducted by the court on behalf of the court or for the court. Court annex mediation services.
Nothing to do with the jury trial.
Nothing to do with any jury trial, the minister told us about, but then on truth again. Law books and periodicals, wow. You don't know you had to buy these things? You had to give an exemption?
Jury.
What suddenly happened? You're going to give the jury, as you give the jury law books? And someone told me, you're going to give the jury to reach archbowls? I mean, law books and periodicals, judicial educators, facilitators, judicial education, services related to judicial employee assistance, specialized devices, software systems, other technology, goods, services, and works related to alternative sentencing or monitoring convicted persons, persons released on bail, or persons otherwise. Goods, works, services required for the continuation of essential judicial or court-related services. And it goes on, it goes on. But this is one that really brought me in a fit of laughter, almost to tears. Oh, hangman and assistant hangman services. Hangman, I mean, are you for real? When last was somebody hanged in this country? When last? I think last time was under the Dolce matters under the then Pandey administration, AG Ramesh. Hangman and assistant hangman services.
And the assistant.
And oh my goodness. And any related goods, services, works, and commodities. The rope, the hangman's rope. You know, this is serious business, you know, madam, but it is really, it is really, really heart-wrenching. We laugh, but it is really, really amazing that a serious government will make an exemption for such ludicrous and ridiculous items, to have an exemption. So again, tell us How much money did you spend on the hangman? How much money, and who was contracted to be the hangman? Assistant hangman. The related goods and services, works and commodities. Tell us how much out of this exemption was expended based on the legal notice. And then we come to the exemptions themselves, and the legal notice was clear with respect to the foreign dignitaries. Legal notice 206 of 2023, dated 29 June 23 again. I have read out already, Parliament was sitting before and after, and therefore there was ample time to bring the matter for the affirmative resolution of the Parliament. The order for foreign visitors, the Act does not apply to the provision of services for events associated with visits by foreign heads of state, foreign heads of government, foreign dignitaries to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we call upon what is expected, how much is expected to be spent, because this order goes for 3 months. So CARICOM, yes, tell us about that. And the other foreign dignitaries, and we have no problem with foreign dignitaries coming here. In fact, we welcome them. I see there will be a visit for emancipation. We welcome the foreign dignitaries to Trinidad and Tobago. Tell us how much money and who are the persons contracted to supply the goods and services for these events. I come now to what I think is a very important matter, where the Minister and the Prime Minister and others are crying, pleading that this whole process takes too long. And I mentioned earlier, there are provisions in the law at the moment which deals with that. And can I get that, please? The sections in the Act that deals with the... Yep. I'm looking for the actual piece of law. Too much paper, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Act itself, in regulations made under the Act, there is Regulation 4, and there are regulations at from 12 to 14. 12 to 14, the regulations made under the Act. These are existing. These are within the law. To deal with the contingencies and exigencies and emergencies that the Minister identified, that will take too long. If a pipeline bursts, for example, it will take too long. But when you go to 14, the Regulation 14 made under the Act, the Parent Act, it tells us very clearly, we start from 12. Section 12. Single source selection. For the purposes of this part, single source selection means a non-competitive method of procurement whereby a procuring entity engages one supplier or contractor for a procurement, even though there are other suppliers or contractors available. Single source selection may be appropriate under the following circumstances. So you do have exemptions. You do have provisions within the law. I don't think all of us could have sat in this Parliament and say, if an emergency arises, you can't do nothing, shut down the government will grind to a standstill. I don't think we were that dotish. Because there are provisions to deal with these emergencies and exigencies contained within the regulations. Single source selection may be appropriate under the following circumstances. Where procurement represents a natural continuation of previous procurement, where the subject of the procurement is a good which is a spare or replacement part. Didn't the Minister talk about something about a replacement part for a fridge or something? You had to get a piece for a printer or a computer. The Minister tell us that. Can't get it. Government shut down. You can't get it.
Can't photocopy.
Yes, you can't photocopy. And by the way, even before this law, we have been told in the TTPS that they don't even have the wherewithal to even photocopy anything. That's even before this law came in. They had to bring toilet paper to work. That's before even this. So don't blame this. Don't blame this. Where the subject of procurement is a good which is a spare replacement part for equipment in use by the entity. Typewriter, what was it? Fridge? Computer? Look, it's right there, 12. To photocopier, yes, 12 to B. where the subject of the procurement is a good which is similar to equipment in use by the entity, and single source selection will be most cost effective. Continue. So you have ways under the existing law, instead of bypassing the law and making exemptions subject to negative resolution of Parliament, which means for 40 days, 40 days you'll be spending money again. That's what we have been asking you. We're in election period. You want blank checks. Yes. You want blank checks to go there during election period to spend money. Where the subject of procurement is to be delivered or carried out by a supplier contractor who is in possession of relevant information and data and so on. But here, 12F, in cases of emergency. In cases of emergency. Pipeline rupture, that's a big example. That is certainly an emergency. Flooding, if there's flooding, that is an emergency. In cases of emergency, 12F. It continues. Where a public body, this is 30 now, decides to engage in single source selection, gain approval from the procurement officer, request a proposal or contract price quotation from the supplier contractor, engage in negotiations. So all this big story, song and dance about 2 months, 3 months on government shutdown, not true. Use the law. Get some good lawyers to help you read the law. Read the law. Time check, please. And then we come 20. Then we come to 14, Regulation 14. For the purposes of this part, sole source selection refers to a method of procurement to be utilized where only one supplier or contractor can supply. Sole source selection may be used in the following: where the entity engaged in open bidding or restricted bidding method, there were no successful submissions. So you have permutations in the law. There are permutations. And I want to say today, quite frankly, on behalf of the United National Congress, I want to thank the civil society organizations who participated in the drafting of this law. Indeed, when we formed the government in 2010, it was the JCC and others who gave us a draft copy of this law. And they have been engaged in contracting and procurement issues long before we ever even dreamed about it. And they gave us a draft, so they put in the permutations to allow that flexibility where exigencies arise, that there would be provisions to don't stop the government, don't grind to a standstill. Subsequently, it applies to engaging in the same method with no substantial modification to the bidding document is expected to produce the same result. Where resulting procurement contract can only be performed by a particular supplier contractor, maybe because of technical reasons, artistic reasons even, reasons connected with the protection of exclusive rights, and you cannot find an alternative or substitute. Again, continue, and this is Regulation 14, 14C. 14C, Minister, you don't need to grind the government to a halt. You don't need to take 2 and 3 and 5 months. Look at this here. Where due to reasons of extreme urgency brought about by unforeseen events not attributable to the procuring entity, the subject matter of the procurement cannot be obtained in a timely manner if open bidding method or limited bid methods cannot be in a timely manner, Madam Speaker. If you can't do it, look, you have it here. Please, 14, read the law. 14, Regulation 14C, read the law. Why don't you read the law? Again, the Act will not apply for the provision of additional goods or services by the supplier who provided initial goods or services. Again, it will not apply for provision of additional services, and it goes on. Regulation 14 is so clear. If you will only read the law. 15, where a procuring entity decides to engage in sole source selection, its bidding document shall include the required quantities and specifications. But you see, that is 14, 12 to 14. But you know, when you talk about you cannot buy toilet paper, I think that is shameful, with the greatest of respect. Or disgraceful. If I will not use shameful, that is disgraceful. Because again, if you go to the regulations, please read it. Regulation 4. Regulation 4 made under this particular parent law. This is what it says. The office may, by guidelines, establish different thresholds. Minister, they talk about thresholds today, but I don't know if he knows that there are these thresholds within the existing law. The office may, by guidelines, establish different thresholds to be used for different methods of procurement. A procuring entity may establish specific threshold values in special guidelines and handbooks. Continues. Regulation 4.3a. 4.3. The total value of a procurement shall be estimated as stated in items A to D below, or as from time to time may be specified by the office. In the case of procurement of works, the total value of works and related services required to fulfill an economic and financial function shall be taken together in order to ensure transparency of the total expenditure. Continuing. Regulation 4.3b. This is the most important part for the toilet paper and those other matters that you use on a regular basis, whether it be for books and periodicals, stationery, things that you use on a recurring basis in every government office. You have a provision to help you. In the case of the procurement of recurring goods or services, which are to be awarded over a given period of time, the total aggregate value of the contracts with similar characteristics to be awarded within 12 months following the first award. In the case of a framework agreement, the estimated value of all contracts to be awarded under the framework agreement. Where options are specified, the estimated value of the options are to be included in the total. Now, every year we come to Parliament for budget, national budget. Every year, estimates of expenditure, we go through those estimates, and it is estimated what you will need for recurrent expenditure. How much will the Minister of Finance use? How much will the Minister of Works? Whichever ministry. How much money will you have to spend on what? Toilet paper will be one of them. That's the recurrent expenditure. So it's interesting. They're all talking about this toilet paper. Toilet paper is one of it. Stationery for the Parliament. Paper. All this paper. You come every year, and we estimate it based on past years. But you see, this government doesn't budget like that. They just throw numbers in, they allocate what they want to do, make it sound real good, and then they come and take away, or they don't disburse those things. But that is what the budgeted exercise is about, and this regulation here, 4.3b, talks about that. You will have a framework, you will know how much you spend every year in each ministry. That's what the estimates of expenditure are about, and therefore you can then use that. This entity will establish specific threshold values. So you will say, every year we've been spending X dollars on stationery. Every year we are spending Y dollars on toilet paper. Every year we spend so much money on buying new computers, if you even buy any. Every year, and therefore you have a threshold. And having that threshold, then, you will not be subject to the stringent guidelines and procedures under the piece of law that we are talking about. The office, which is a procurement office, it tells us, may by guidelines establish different thresholds, and certainly every ministry will know and will have the thresholds that they will have to meet for any given item under their portfolio. So those are some of the matters, and before I close, 10 minutes, good. I will enjoy that 10 minutes, thank you. There are two other aspects of this, and I will leave that for my colleague to deal with. They have to do with the removal of the affirmative resolution and inserting thereof negative resolution. My colleague will deal with that because the time will not permit me to go into those. But again, I do not agree, we do not agree with the removal of the affirmative. The minister is also sneaking in, well, he was not sneaking in, it's inserting where regulations are to be, those must now be made also by negative resolution. And I mentioned in the Jamaican law, all those exemptions and things, my colleague can give greater reference. Their law is affirmative resolution of the Parliament. Affirmative resolution. So as I close, I want to quote from The Guardian. In an unprecedented page one editorial, front page headline. I may have to lift this up slightly because, is that okay? I'm not showing it, but I need to read it. I have your permission?
Once you're not sure.
Well, I'll try. It's this.
Okay?
So I'm not
What
sure
is
if
not a
I'm-
display?
I thank you. Thank you for your graciousness, madam. Page one, front page, Wednesday, July 19, 2023. Give me a time check, like 2 minutes before. It says, Dear PM, and I think they are referring to the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West. Well, he's somewhere about, I'm sure. Once he's not on a golf course, I think he was in the Parliament earlier. Dear PM, let's tread carefully. The proposed amendments to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, which Finance Minister Colin Imbert intends to table for debate in Parliament today, are a reversal of government policy, reduce the accountability of policymakers to the Parliament, attempt to validate illegal practices under the fact, and further diminish the oversight role of the Office of the Procurement Regulator. If the amendments are approved by both the House of Representatives and the Senate, the Cabinet, through the Minister of Finance, would be able to exclude any procurement by any government department, state enterprise, or statutory body from the rules and regulations outlined in the legislation. I continue. A green light for these amendments, therefore, theoretically gives the Cabinet the power to exclude billions of dollars in contracts from the purview of the Office of Procurement Regulator with disastrous and dangerous consequences. We are therefore urging the Prime Minister and his government to tread carefully with these proposed changes. And the editorial continues on another page, which I believe is page 3, procurement. Oh, it's on the editorial page itself, madam. One moment. So here we have mainstream newspaper asking the government to tread carefully. It continues on page 12, Guardian opinion. Beware proposed changes to our procurement laws. Central to what is wrong with these proposed changes are the services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises for which the legislation shall not apply. The Act already exempts legal services, debt financing services, accounting and auditing services, and medical emergencies. Crucially, the legislation also allows the exemption of such other services as the Minister of Finance may by order determine. Those 10 words give a Minister of Finance the leeway to deem that the procurement legislation shall not apply to any other class of service from which the government's recent practice also includes any project or event. Continues. In the December 2020 amendments, Mr. Imbert started by requiring that the list of exempt services would be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. He was convinced by the submissions of the independent senators. He mentioned Hazel Thompson IE and Paul Richards by name, that the exemptions should be subject to affirmative resolution. Wrapping up the debate on the amendments on December 8, 2020, Mr. Imbert told the Senate, we have considered that matter and we agree that we can change negative resolution to affirmative resolution. So it means that if any additional services are to be added to the list of exempt services, it will require debate and a vote in both houses of Parliament, including this distinguished House, where we do not have a built-in majority. It is an extraordinary about turn that Mr. Imbert in Clause 3 of the current amendments is now seeking to revert to negative resolution, which requires no debate or ventilation in Parliament to add to the list of exempt services. Finally, it concludes, Clause 5 of the July 23 amendments also refers to changing an affirmative resolution to a negative one. That amendment pertains to Section 63(1) of the 2015 Act, which gives the Minister of Finance the ability to make regulations regarding the addition to or removal from a list of suppliers or contractors who shall not participate in procurement proceedings. Guardian continues.
So, member, while you're allowed to read extracts, because it's a debate, you would not be allowed to leave an entirely long article into the record. And I know you're quite experienced, so I'm sure you can weave that into your debate.
Sure.
I would not allow you to read the entire article.
Yes, 4 minutes. I thank you, madam, and there's just one sentence left, so I take your guidance. And I will say the minister took an hour. I would not have read it if I didn't get that extra 15 minutes. So it's almost done. And I just say, it is sinister beyond belief that Cabinet should be seeking to remove from parliamentary scrutiny and debate the minister's ability to add or remove from the list. Clause 5 amendments also empowers the minister to not only act on advice of the OPR, but also at his own discretion. That clause, they conclude, would give a Minister of Finance the ability to use the ineligibility list to punish opponents of a ruling party and to reward its friends and financiers. Whoa. We totally do not support. How much time? 1 minute? We do not.
You end at 3:35:34, so you have a few more minutes.
4 minutes. Great. So, madam, I want to register a very strong disapproval to these amendments and to the validation. Okay, thanks. Madam Speaker, as I started, so shall I end. The government has openly indicated they will bear no tolerance to any changes to what they're proposing here today, that they will use what the Prime Minister termed the built-in majority of the Parliament to pass this regardless of who say what, who squeaks and doesn't squeak, and who squawks. However, madam, there is still one bastion of hope. And that bastion of hope lies in the independent senators in the Senate, in the other place. They were the ones who strenuously insisted to have the affirmative resolution of Parliament. And I trust that they will have the gumption and the strength when this matter comes before them to stand their ground with respect to keeping the affirmative resolution. So this bill, madam, has absolutely no weight, no strength, and is not worth the paper it is written on. We totally condemn these amendments.
The Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if I may be permitted this afternoon to make some short contributions in support of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023, which seeks to amend 3 sections of the Act, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act No. 1 of 2015, and to validate certain actions taken in respect of statutory instruments made pursuant to the Act. And I hope that I will be forgiven, Madam Speaker, if
Member Fanaparima, now that you're coming back to your seat, please, not too much of a disturbance. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was in the process of saying that I hope that I will be forgiven in the few remarks that I make if I attempt to speak as a lawyer, if even I don't stand against a backdrop of law books or otherwise represent myself to be that which I'm not. I want to make some preambulatory remarks, Madam Speaker, on a couple principles of statutory interpretation, procedure in this House, and constitutional accuracy. So if we start with correction of errors,
Good lawyers, Madam Speaker, will argue with fervor and correctly that what appear to be errors in legislation may not be quote-unquote corrected, and that the law must be applied meanwhile according to its literal meaning, and that corrections of perceived defects are only correctable by the legislature. The authority for that is the Privy Council and the Attorney General of Belize and Belize Telecom Limited. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, and with equal fervor, lawyers will argue that the courts, not the legislature, may be permitted to correct obvious drafting errors. The authority for that is Inco Europe and First Choice Distribution, a 2000 House of Lords decision. What is clear, Madam Speaker, is that the correction of perceived error in legislation is for judicial pronouncement or legislative enactment. And by the bill before this House today, in accordance with law, the government has opted for legislative amendment to correct an error. No one will be able to say that either on the 29th of May or on the 29th of June, the Attorney General or the Minister of Finance unlawfully arrogated onto themselves the authority to correct what we have come before this House today to correct, because it is not for persons reading the law to correct the errors. That is for the legislator, and it is why we are here today.
Madam Speaker, 4410. My learned friend is reading his speech, you know.
Attorney General, please continue.
Thank you. So that
I think we conditioned the approach today with temperance, and I expect that from both sides. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was in the process of saying, and I'll repeat myself, that because lawyers on either side accept that legislative errors are to be corrected either by the courts or by a legislature, we are here today before this legislature to correct errors in the law which was applied on its literal construction on the 29th of May and the 29th of June. And what the government did was to apply the law as it was existing on the face of the legislation at that time in order to continue with the business of government, simply. And the business of government Madam Speaker, has been spoken to very recently in a case to which I always find myself able to turn, because it is in so many different respects a judicial pronouncement that guides many different aspects of both legal and parliamentary procedure. And that is the case of Dominic Suraj and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, 2022 UKPC, page 26 at
Members,
paragraph 7.
I'm not going to tolerate this. All right? And if again I give members a guidance, if members can't tolerate what is going on, they can go outside and come back. If I have to stand on this again, I will use the authority of the chair. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I turn to that Privy Council decision and to paragraph 70 of the decision, because it speaks eloquently to the proper interpretation of Section 53 of our Constitution, that is to say, Parliament's capacity to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the country. And this is what is said, if I may, with your leave, read from that passage at paragraph 70. The framers of the 1962 Constitution and of the current Constitution intended that Parliament, operating in the usual way, rather than under the supermajority procedure, should have power to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the state. The inference cannot be drawn that the Constitution was intended to stymie government by ordinary legislative activity. That is what we are here about today. That would undermine the power of effective government in the public interest by ordinary legislative activity which the Constitution confers on the Parliament. So I start by pointing, Madam Speaker, to the correct procedure that the government is employing here today to come to this legislature to correct the error that exists ex facie Section 7, subsection 7 of the Act, so that it may be corrected legitimately by this legislator in order to refer to the section that it was intended to refer to, subsection 6. Now, I want to speak a little bit as well, Madam Speaker, with your leave, to the well-known parliamentary procedures of subsidiary legislation, that is to say, negative and affirmative resolutions. And we only have to turn, with respect, Madam Speaker, to Section 75, subsection 7 of the Interpretation Act, which provides, and if I may read, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, shall, as soon as may be after they are made, but within the prescribed period, be laid before each House of Parliament, where either House within the prescribed period resolves that any of these instruments or documents shall be annulled, that instrument or document is void as from the date of the resolution, but without prejudice to the validity of anything done thereunder, or to the making of a new instrument or document. The value, Madam Speaker, of a negative resolution, which sometimes seems to escape some of us, is that a negative resolution puts the instrument before the House by laying it in the House or in the Senate, and there is a prescribed period of time by which and within which a member who thinks that that which has been done by the statutory instrument known as a negative resolution can come, move the motion, and call for a debate of the Parliament to annul the particular instrument. So when we come to look at the procedures that are being recommended by this amendment to substitute the term affirmative resolution for negative resolution, we are not recommending that the oversight of Parliament should be bypassed. What we are doing is recommending a procedure that will allow for the ease of doing business, that is to say, the expedited procedure of being able to accomplish that which must be accomplished today, because it has to be done today, and to lay it before the Parliament by the process of negative resolution, so that if later on a member of the Parliament wishes to raise a question as to the validity of that which has been done, that question can be raised. And that is very important to appreciate, Madam President, in the context of the amendments before this House in relation to Section 7 and in relation to Section 63 when we get there. Under Section 7, subsection 6E of the Act, the Minister may make orders to prescribe for certain circumstances. The Minister there is a member of the government, a member of the cabinet, be he elected or be she elected or nominated to the Senate and appointed on the fiat of the Honorable Prime Minister. This is a responsible member of the government to whom the presumption of regularity applies. necessarily. And there is a very interesting statement that was made many years ago by Justice of Appeal Clinton Bernard, who went on to become Chief Justice Clinton Bernard, that I would like to read into the record of this House. It is a statement, a judicial statement from the case of Attorney General and Casey Confectionery Limited, reported at 1985, 34 West Indian Reports, 387, at pages 415 to 416. And with your leave, Madam President, Madam Speaker, I will read the dictum of Mr. Justice of Appeal Bernard. He says this: I would like to turn to the question relating to the presumption of regularity in the acts of public officials which did not find favor with the trial judge. He refers to Attorney General Lopino Limestone, in which he says, I made the reservation referred to in the main judgment in support of my stand that the presumption is part of the law of this republic. And in order to show that it is well-founded, I refer to a number of decisions in other jurisdictions. The presumption is a salutary and sensible concept of government action. It is, in my view, essential to our democratic system of government that confidence and trust must prima facie be reposed in public officials and more particularly senior ones. It has never been considered to be morally right that one should condemn the whole for the misdeeds of a few, hence a presumption of regularity in their acts for which I contend. Public officials, as the term connotes, are people who render public service. And what they do can only be set aside, and Mr. Justice of Appeal Bernard continues, by proof of mala fides on a balance of probability, so long as it can be demonstrated by evidence that the act of the public official or organ was a hostile act or an intentional and irresponsible act, that, in my view, will be enough to rebut the presumption of regularity and to infer mala fides. The relevance of that statement of the law of this country in relation to an act of a minister made by ministerial order pursuant to Section 76E of the Act as it currently exists, and the relevance to saying by the amendment that is being proposed that such a ministerial order, either done on the recommendation of the Office of Public Procurement or done by the minister in his own discretion, is that ministerial order, it is being proposed by the amendments that we move for today, Section 7 and Section 63, will be laid before the Parliament by way of negative resolution procedure. So if any member of the Parliament looks at what the minister purports to do validly under Section 76E or under Section 63 and is able to raise a case to annul that which has been done because it has been done irregularly or by act of mala fides, Parliament continues to have oversight by that negative resolution procedure, and there is nothing wrong with that. I turn next, Madam Speaker, to a discussion that I am saddened to listen to and I am saddened to read about when the other side allow themselves to speak to acts or other functions of the judiciary. Because one of the ministerial orders that we are here today asking this House to affirm is a ministerial order which has effectively, and this is I speak to Ministerial Order number 164 of 2023, which has put into effect different services and orders made by the minister pursuant to Section 76, subsection E. there was an interesting exchange that took place many years ago, Madam Speaker, when the then government, which is now in opposition, attempted to control the judiciary. The Chief Justice at the time wanted to go off on a judicial visit, and the Attorney General of the day claimed that as a result of being made responsible for the administration of justice under the Constitution, legal affairs, he could control the purse strings of the judiciary's allowances to go off on legitimate business. And that led to the appointment of a commission of inquiry in the person of Mr. Justice Telford Georges, one of our most respected judges who has ever graced the bench not only of Trinidad and Tobago, but throughout the Commonwealth and indeed in Africa. The Telford Georges report was commissioned by the then Law Association on the 3rd of, if I'm not mistaken, I'll get the date correct, 3rd of November, 1999. And in that report, in that special resolution of the Law Association, Mr. Justice Georges was asked to, among other things, look at the relationship between the judiciary and the Office of Attorney General. And it is very instructive, Madam Speaker, that and I beg your leave to read very briefly from two aspects of the judgment of the report of Mr. Justice Telford Georges, which was delivered on the 16th of February 2000. At page 13, he says, historically, the Attorney General has been the member of Cabinet responsible for bringing to the attention of Cabinet matters of concern to the judiciary. This is an inheritance from the pre-independence administrative structure. And then at page 20, in examining how in the year 2000, and indeed as it continues today, I add, Mr. Justice Telford Georges tells us that in examining the role and function of the Attorney General in relation to the judiciary, he says at the end of paragraph, page 20, I have spoken to two recent holders of the office of the Attorney General, Mr. Keith Sobian and Mr. Russell Martineau, Senior Counsel. Both were clear on the fact that as Attorneys General, they considered their roles to be that of conduits between the judiciary and the executive. And that role of conduit does not offend. I've moved on from the quotation. That role of conduit does not offend the concept, the constitutional concept of the separation of powers, because it is entirely permissible for the judiciary to communicate with the executive through the conduit that is afforded by the constitutional function of the Office of Attorney General, which has existed before independence, which we inherited in 1962, and we have continued to subscribe to under the present 1976 Republican Constitution. I say all of that to make the point, Madam Speaker, that when we look at the instrument 164, which we are asking this House today to affirm, and we look at the severalty of goods and services which are set out in there, that has to be understood as a consequence of a communication made to the executive in the person of the Minister of Finance through the Office of Attorney General on behalf of the judiciary to deal with all of the matters that are set out in that particular legal notice. The management of court processes, Madam Speaker, involves a number of instances in which the judiciary must be able immediately and often without notice to deal with matters that come before either the judiciary in its judicial capacity or the judiciary in its administrative and other capacities. In the judicial capacity, an example comes to mind, the Fuji warrant or the arrest of ships. Injunctions. Those are matters in which courts have to deal immediately and without notice on many occasions with the reality of having to take immediate action. And equally, it applies to the management and administrative staff in arrangements that have to be made, for instance, in transporting domestic violence victims, or securing of vulnerable witnesses, or transporting of jurors. It does not always have to do with the sequestering of a jury. That in itself is a discipline and an activity that needs to be dealt with in a very strict way. But even when a jury is not sequestered, a report can reach to the judge by a message sent to the registrar from a juror that that juror has got word that somebody is interfering with that juror's child. Witness tampering, all of these are examples. Are we really saying that in those circumstances the trial must stop and the management of the judiciary must go through this Regulation 14 that the leader of the opposition just pointed to and go through the 30-day standstill period, notice period, and the standstill period in order to be able to direct the registrar to get a security guard immediately to go to the home of that juror whose child is being threatened? It's just not realistic. And we must be careful, and I say this for the benefit of the listening public, we must be careful when we come to this house not to cheapen the process of this house by cheap politicking. A marshal takes an oath, Madam Speaker. The oath is to keep a jury safe and fed and watered. And at every stage, while that juror is sitting in court, that juror has to be administered to so that he or she may concentrate on the task at hand on any given day, whether she is sequestered or not, with the purpose and singularity of mind to concentrate on the evidence that is before the court that he or she is being asked to listen to and to assimilate. And they must do so with the confidence that their families are protected, that their properties are protected, that they are not vulnerable to tampering and threats and insecurity. And that is why, if we did not make provision for this particular legal notice, we are in effect undermining the very independence of the judiciary. There are very many examples in which the judge and the administration of justice must be able to act in a random way, because today taxi X may have been recruited, procured to transport the jurors, and the juror gets into the car to go from Diego Martin to Port of Spain and sees a picture of his or her child on the seat with an X over the face. Immediately that taxi has to be cancelled and another taxi service has to be procured immediately, because the juror must be confident in knowing that the judiciary's capacity can protect him or her and their families. That is why you need the nature and quality of the legal notice that is before this House by way of legal notice number 164. And there is nothing sinister about that. Madam Speaker, I could go on about any number of other justifications for the several matters that are laid out in legal notice number 164, but I think I've made my point. The bill before this House, Madam Speaker, and I've already spoken to it, seeks to make one amendment to change subsection 7's reference to subsection.
AG, you have 3 more minutes of ordinary speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up.
I would wish that time to wind up.
So
Thank you.
please proceed.
And I've already spoken to that in terms of the negative resolution, and I will not overdo my limited time that is left, Madam Speaker. The point there being that both with respect to Section 7 and with respect to Section 63, we are speaking about allowing the Minister of Finance by this amendment under the powers given to him in Section 76E and in Section 63 to be able to make orders, ministerial orders, exercising his authority or her authority as minister, relying on the presumption of regularity that what is being done in the interest of peace, order, and good government of this country, so that we can continue tomorrow to continue to do business for the ease of doing business. I read the excerpts from Hansard, my very good and learned friend, Senator Thompson Ahi, in 2000, when she made submissions in the other place with respect to the affirmative resolution, 2020. But I am certain that on reflection, we can understand now, given that the process of a negative resolution allows for the ease of doing business while retaining parliamentary oversight, that the good senator will be able to accept that now that we have seen the act in operation, because it was proclaimed in April of this year, we need to do the necessary adjustments to be able to allow this country to continue to function, as opposed to being brought to this standstill which we have been witnessing over the past several months. And there is no fear, and there is no cloud, and there is no doubt that the process of the negative resolution will allow that which we are all anxious to ensure, and that is, having put the act into operation, we continue to have the recourse to the fallback of parliamentary oversight by the negative resolution process, which allows for expedition subject to annulment, but not for the convoluted passage of having to come to the House of Representatives and be debated, and having to go to the Senate and be debated before we can take any expeditious action. So that I am fairly confident when we get to that stage, Madam Speaker, that we will reflect on the operational value of the presumption of regularity, the House procedure of a negative resolution, and recognize that in the interest of the ease of doing business, we can proceed confidently, given the fact that we have so many precedents. We have any number of pieces of legislation in this country that employ the device of the negative resolution: the Insurance Act, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act, the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act, the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Act. All of those are pieces of legislation which employ the process of negative resolution. The country continues to function, and we are moving on. Clause 4 of the bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to amend Section 58 by introducing a new Section 58A. Subject to regulations made under Section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under the Act. Well, I say only two things on that. And the first that I say is that the Minister of Finance, Honourable Member for Digger Martin, Northeast, has spoken eloquently already to the examples across the Commonwealth and across the world of the fact of the threshold being an acceptable process by which we are going to amend this legislation to allow for the ease of doing business. Subject to, and this is my second point, subject to the oversight either on the recommendation of the Office of Procurement Regulator or in relation to Section 63, which we are seeking to amend, in his own discretion, but always subject to the negative resolution process, which allows for parliamentary oversight. What is wrong with that? Nothing. We must stop scaremongering for cheap political gain. And I turn to Section 63(1). The minister may, the amendment is in his own discretion or on the recommendation of the office, make regulations, etc. And very importantly, the procedures for the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million under Section 58A. So this is not, and I say regrettably, this is not, as the Guardian editorial today is suggesting, a repeal of the entirety of the Act. This is to carve out a limited operational window of opportunity so that business can continue, subject to oversight of Parliament, in order that the business of the country can continue and people can continue to get work. That is something that we are overlooking. And the amendment we propose at Section 63(3) is that regulations made under this section shall be subject to, cross the word affirmative, negative resolution of Parliament. What is wrong with that? It remains subject to the oversight of the Parliament. So, Madam President, Madam Speaker, with respect, and I beg your pardon, nothing about this bill before this House today is in the least irregular or sinister. It is coming to this House to recognize, as we are beginning to operationalize the Act, we recognize that we must now begin to tweak the process to allow the country to move forward and to permit this government, in its constitutional discharge of its duty to govern according to peace, good order, to govern the country in the interest of the citizens of this country. And that brings me lastly, Madam Speaker, in my limited time, to Clause 6, the validation section. All statutory instruments, including Legal Notice number 206 of 2023 and Legal Notice number 164 of 2033, purported to have been made under Section 7 of the Act, and all acts or contracts done and things purported to be done pursuant to those instruments are deemed to be lawfully and validly made and done to the extent that they would have been lawfully and validly made and done had the instruments complied with the requirements of Section 7.7. Well, that validation process is the very process that under the Interpretation Act we already use, and in this House we use for the process of negative resolutions. Even when the negative resolution succeeds on a motion to annul, that which has preceded the date of the annulment is deemed valid. We are saying today in this House, we ask this House to approve the fact that the two instruments, 163 and 203, were made under a section which we are asking this House to correct today for the correct reference, and we are asking that they now be affirmed in accordance with the further amendment by way of negative resolution. And there is every good reason why, with respect to what has occurred in relation to the foreign visiting heads of government and other dignitaries, and to the services that have been afforded to the judiciary, that we should validate all of that. The idea, the suggestion that, well, the court comes to a close at the end of July, and why, therefore, 3 months into the end of August? Those of us who practice in the courts know, and I say this with the greatest of respect to the opposition leader who at one point practiced law and should better inform herself, the vacation court continues to sit. Emergency services continue to be afforded by the courts. So what is this fiction of saying, why extend it for 3 months when we know the courts are coming to a close at the end of July? It is unacceptable that we should come to this House, speak to the public, citizens of this country who expect better of us, and use such cheap politicking to score points. I deplore it. and I say this deliberately here today, as a member of the inner bar, I deplore it by those of us who should know better. And so, Madam Speaker, without having to dwell unnecessarily on the very many things that have otherwise been said, I say to this House, this government is before the House today to correct an error on the face of the legislation, to introduce a threshold, an operating threshold to allow the country to function under the continuing oversight of the Parliament, and in order that the government can discharge its constitutional mandate pursuant to Section 53 of the Constitution. And I say with the greatest of respect that the arguments that have been put, and I have no doubt the member for Diego Martin Northeast will deal with it in his wind-up, to suggest that recourse could have been had to the regulation for methods and procedures, regulations 4, 12, 13, and 14, could have been used instead of the ministerial orders that were promulgated on the 29th of May and the 29th of June. That is, it's misleading. There are procedures in there that do not make those regulations available in the time frame that they had to be introduced. And the member, the leader of the opposition, knows that. She is misleading the public once again, with the greatest of respect. But I'm not going to take the thunder out of the mover of this bill, who is going to wind up when he speaks
Madam
to it.
Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-6.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I say, lastly,
Member for St. Augustine, I heard that. Could you just withdraw those words?
I withdraw.
and I say, lastly, Madam Speaker, that we must get about the business of governing this country in the interests of the people of this country in a way and in a manner that does justice to and serves the people with the dignity that they deserve. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I am happy to accept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we are here to debate the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. And as the Attorney General was winding up, he said, this is not irregular. He said it's not irregular. Today, an extraordinary sitting of the House of Representatives has been summoned to validate an illegality of this government, and you tell us it is not irregular. Maybe this is irregular behavior of the government to continuously break the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. That's why it's probably not irregular for the Attorney General. That's why it's not irregular for him. But if I have to summarize this particular piece of law, Madam Speaker, that is before this House, and not only before this House, but before the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago whose monies will be spent by this government, I want to say that this act does three particular things. First, it attempts to make an illegal act legal now. The second thing it does is to correct a bad drafting of the act, which we have complained incessantly about. And the third thing it does is now create shortcuts for procurement practices in this country so that it could free up the money from the citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record, this is not Balize House you're dealing with. This is the Treasury of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that you're dealing with. I want to firstly respond to that feeble defense of the Attorney General. Madam Speaker, if we were in a courthouse, I would have asked for summary judgment for his claim to be dismissed totally, with cost, maybe wasted cost. The first point is that the Attorney General has admitted to the public that there's a drafting error in the law. He said it's a drafting error, and that is clearly within the bill. And then he goes on to jurisdictions to tell us what about statutory interpretation. I think the Minister of Finance went to the House of Lords. Madam Speaker, they didn't need to travel so far. They could have traveled to the Hansard of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on I could tell you the date, on the 8th of December 2020. Because the Attorney General comes here as though nothing was done wrong, you know. We are here because he gave bad advice to the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Diego Martin Northeast, in a press conference held, indicated that he did not sign this order by himself. He said this had the cabinet approval. He said he didn't sign the order until he had the advice of the Attorney General. He is saying that, you know. Diego Martin Northeast is saying that I signed this illegal order because the Attorney General said it was good to sign. Madam Speaker, how many transgressions we will have from this Attorney General? When will the Attorney General assume his role as the AG and give good advice to this government? He has been the Attorney General for almost a year and he cannot get it right. My friend from San Fernando West never gave this kind of advice, you know. But the member for Diego Martin Northeast, is pretending that he doesn't know anything. He is pretending that he didn't realize that this order had to be approved by affirmative resolution. And that is why I will take you back to the Hansard of the 8th of December 2020. This is what the Honorable Minister had to say. He said, but what the Jamaican Act requires is that if the minister wishes to expand on the list of services already in the first schedule to that act, that matter must be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. I think Senator Richards also raised that point, and I am pleased to say that we have considered that matter and we agree that we can change negative resolution to affirmative resolution. So it means that if any additional services are to be added to the list of exempt services, it will require debate and vote in both houses of Parliament. This is the words of Diego Martin Northeast saying that if he has to exempt any services from the Procurement Act, he has to come to the Parliament. And Madam Speaker, he repeated this on the 11th of December 2020 in this House, where he said, in order to give the Parliament power to approve or not to approve any services that the minister might want to add by order, we changed the word negative to affirmative. So therefore, these things must be debated and must be approved by both houses of Parliament. So you are telling us, you want us to believe, you are probably the most senior cabinet minister serving in several cabinets in this country already, want us to believe that you didn't know that that order required the approval of Parliament. Madam Speaker, that is hogwash. Absolute hogwash. Madam Speaker, the minister knew that he required parliamentary approval in order to promulgate those both orders exempting foreign services, exempting the orders from the judiciary. He clearly knows, but he wants to throw the whole cabinet under the bus, and now he wants to hide under the bus too. That is what the minister is doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when this matter of the drafting error came to this House, I'll tell you, that is on the 11th of December 2020. The member for Barataria at that time, that's me. I said, so it shows that you cannot even, let me start from before. I pointed out, subsection 5 is not the subsection that deals with the exemption. It is subsection 6, because you had renumbered the subsections. I made that objection that day. I said, so it shows that you cannot even draft the bills properly. And this is what happens, Madam Speaker, when you come to the Parliament and try to hurry and rush legislation through this honorable House. You have to take your time. You must consult. This is why we end up with so many errors in the legislation, because you continuously pass bad laws. So that is one of the most notable errors in this present amendment. Diego Martin Northeast responded to me and he said, and it was proposed, Madam Speaker, in the context of another amendment proposed by the government, we created renumbering of subsection 5 and subsection 6 and so on. And these two sets of amendments were taken together in the other place. It is simply a typographical error. Diego Martin Northeast. He said, Madam Speaker, that the subsection 5 has not changed to subsection 6, and I will expect that the Chief Parliamentary Council, the Law Revision Commission, the Parliament will deal with that. And if it needs to be addressed in another forum, we will do so. But it is simply arising from a proposal made by an independent senator, and the renumbering was not done. So therefore, that statement from Baratari Sanwan really is without any merit. Minister Imber told me in 2020, this is without any merit. Today he comes...
And it's something we corrected before. So is either you're referring to the Minister of Finance or you're referring to the member, Diego Martin. And remember, we're talking about people here, the member. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, I do apologize, the Minister of Finance. So I told the Minister of Finance, pointed it out to him in 2020 that the bill was improperly drafted. There was a typographical error. He told me it is without any merit, but today we have an extraordinary sitting of the Parliament to correct that error. It could have been done about 3 years ago, Madam Speaker. It could have been done about 3 years ago. And Madam Speaker, this is what we get from the Attorney General, we get from the Minister of Finance. And the Attorney General, he was very passionate about that exemption order from the judiciary, saying that we're engaging in scaremongering, fearmongering. And saying that, yes, the judiciary has all of these emergency applications, they have injunctions, they have many things that they have to deal with that may arise all of a sudden. Madam Speaker, it seems as though the Attorney General didn't listen to what the Minister of Finance had to say in the press conference. Because the Minister of Finance didn't speak about any emergency application. He didn't speak about any warrant for a ship. He didn't speak about any habeas corpus application. He dealt specifically with the reason why he signed off on the exemption order was because it was a petition by the judiciary to the Attorney General to exempt and facilitate a jury trial. This had nothing to do with any emergency injunctive applications. It was for a jury trial, and the leader of the opposition went at length to show almost those 15 items that were indicated in the judiciary exemption order was not for a jury. And today you are asking this Parliament by Clause 6 of this bill to sign off on expenses. Madam Speaker, not one of us in this Parliament, at least in the opposition, knows what we are validating. We don't know who was awarded the contract. We don't know what the value of the contract was. We don't know what the contract provided, Madam Speaker, but you are asking us to approve it. Have some respect for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Have some respect. And when we look at the exemption order for the foreign visits which related to CARICOM 50th anniversary and the heads of government meeting, we heard the figure bandied about by the Minister of Finance that it cost the taxpayers $9.2 million. But Madam Speaker, again, who got that $9.2 million? What was it for? Give us a breakdown. You cannot simply ask this Parliament to simply approve $9.2 million of expenditure and we don't know a single detail about it. Not a single detail. But when you look at all of the amendments in the round and a whole, taking it holistically in this bill, that is exactly what they want to do. They want to spend money without accountability, without scrutiny, without transparency, and without value for money, Madam Speaker. Because that $9.2 million, the only process that went through was handpicking, you know. You provide tent, you provide chairs, you provide food, you provide transportation, you provide this, you provide that. And that is handpicking this. It would have been person sitting around a desk, we need X, Y, and Z. Okay, let's hire this one. And there was absolutely no transparency with this expenditure for that particular meeting. And Madam Speaker, for the public record, We have no issue with having foreign heads of state, dignitaries, foreign heads of government visit our country. But if we are going to do it, let us please follow the laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us please follow the laws. And Madam Speaker, this is where we are right now. In the middle of an election campaign, we have to now come to this Parliament to approve an illegality that the government committed, Madam Speaker. And we don't have a single detail. A decent government would have laid on this table here, Madam Speaker, a schedule, a list of contractors, expenditure, and the values to tell us exactly where the taxpayers' money went. Because many persons, Madam Speaker, can have assumptions that that money can be funneled to election campaigns. It can be funneled towards political parties, Madam Speaker. It can be funneled towards tall 5-story buildings in Port of Spain, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 48-6.
I'll let you go.
And Madam Speaker, to rebut that presumption or that assumption I may have, will then give us what the expenditure is. It's easy as that. Rebut the presumption by telling us where the money went. Where the money went. Just tell us where the money went, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I want to get back to that issue of the legal drafting point, because the Attorney General is making it sound as though it is an easy point. It is a clear and obvious drafting error. When we sent the pre-action protocol letter to the Attorney General, we outlined that if you read the Hansard, you look at the authorities, Madam Speaker, you would realize it was a clear and obvious drafting error. The minister had to follow the law, come to the Parliament, but it was a surreptitious and clandestine move to have published these orders without the parliamentary approval. You were caught, now you have to come to the Parliament and seek the approval. And yet, after all of that, Trinidad and Tobago is left nowhere clearer because we don't know who were awarded these contracts. And I want to continuously make this point, Madam Speaker, because we need to understand who made these, who were the beneficiaries of these contracts. Madam Speaker, I want to take you to the next clause of the bill, Clause 3B. Clause 3B says that the minister will now make an about-in, the Minister of Finance that is, by changing affirmative resolution going back to negative resolution. I want to make it clear to Trinidad and Tobago, because we need to understand this, is that what the process will now be is that the minister says he wants to exempt all, let's use the Parliament for example. The minister wants to have an exemption order for the Parliament. He publishes this order subject to negative resolution. As soon as that order is published, it takes effect. So therefore, monies can in fact be spent, Madam Speaker, even before that instrument is negatived. And it may not even be negative because the government has the built-in majority. They have the built-in majority. So the government will always get their way with escaping from the robust provisions that are contained in that Procurement Act of 2015. But we must look at the conduct of the government when it comes to what took place with that 2015 Act. They took 8 years, almost 8 years, to fully proclaim that piece of legislation. We had to beg them. They came with the procurement regulations last year, Madam Speaker, for us to debate that in the Parliament. And I'll get into the provisions of those regulations very soon. And Madam Speaker, when you look at what they have done, when that bill was being passed in 2015, the member for Diego Martin Northeast and the member for Diego Martin West, they walked out of that Joint Select Committee in protest. Now they have watered down the bill in 2020, and now and today they are putting the nail in the coffin of this Procurement Act. So it shows that this government never wanted this piece of legislation, even while they were in opposition. Their conduct and their behavior has been very, very consistent, Madam Speaker, very consistent. And Madam Speaker, when you look at what had taken place in 2020, affirmative resolution was what the government and the Parliament had approved upon, following from the Jamaican legislation. And what the government is saying, and I want to quote from an AZP article, and it says that the procurement procedure, this is the Prime Minister saying that The same procurement procedure will effectively apply if you're going to buy toilet paper or broken pipelines. So if you want to procure stationery and you want to build a highway, he's essentially saying that you have to use the same procurement procedure. It will take 2 months or so. Madam Speaker, absolute falsehoods, misleading, inaccurate, uninformed, Madam Speaker, totally uninformed. Because when you look at Regulation 12 to 15, it provides for sole select tendering. What sole select tendering means, you don't have to wait 2 months, 3 months. You could do it overnight. You could do it within a couple of hours, because Regulation 12 to 14 provides for emergency services. It provides that the government can, or any other agency of the government can, in fact, take steps or measures to avert any public interest matters. Madam Speaker, if the members opposite had taken the time to just read the guidelines issued by the Office of Procurement Regulator, Procurement Methods and Procedure, they will see, Madam Speaker, at page 23, there is 24, there is a list of the procedure, the various types of procurement you could employ for matters of emergency. In fact, it is called emergency procurement under this particular guideline. And the procedures are very simple, Madam Speaker, because this Parliament, they want us to believe, Madam Speaker, that this Parliament, in passing that law, passing these regulations, did not make provision for emergencies. That is an obvious provision we had to make. And this Parliament did in fact do that. There is law to provide for emergencies. So this particular bill is unnecessary because there are regulations already in place. What they're trying to do, Madam Speaker, is not follow the robust provisions of the Act so that persons can have sight of those contracts, so that the persons who think that the procurement procedure went wrong, that they could challenge the procedure. Madam Speaker, when you read the parent legislation at paragraph 30, at section 35, it says that various provisions of the Act shall not apply to awards of procurement contract where the procuring entity determines that public interest considerations are required, so that you don't have the standstill procedure. This is in the law. So do not come and tell us that you have to wait 20 days to fix a broken pipeline. When the pipeline was broken, this was the law. How did you fix it? It is simple as that. And do not tell us that the government will run to a halt if you don't pass this law. Madam Speaker, how was the government functioning before we got here? They are misleading the population with respect to this particular law. This government will only run to a halt because of their incompetence, not procurement. Not procurement. Madam Speaker, it is clear in the regulations. It is clear in the Parent Act. It is clear when the minister piloted the various amendments to the regulations that the law provides for emergency services. It provides for emergency services. And then the next point that they're making is that, look, we can buy toilet paper, we can buy stationery, we can fix a photocopier. Madam Speaker, just please read the regulations. I'm asking the government. The law provides for instances in which you have recurrent expenditure. And I want to go back to that particular guidelines that I quoted from earlier. And I want to quote from page 23 of those guidelines. And it says, selecting a type of framework agreement. For this reason, procuring entities may wish to limit the use of framework agreement procedures while experience in the technique is gained. For example, they may wish to start with open framework agreements intended for procurement of commonly used.
So, can the person go out, get their device under control?
Madam Speaker, and let me just say, so for example, they may wish to start with open framework agreements intended for procurement of commonly used off-the-shelf goods or straightforward recurring services that are normally purchased on the basis of the lowest price. What that simply means, Madam Speaker, is this. When you read Regulation 4 of the regulations, it says that if a procuring entity wants to procure recurring goods and services, they will send a threshold to the Office of Procurement Regulator. The OPR will then approve that threshold, and you will enter into something called open framework agreements. So therefore, give an example like the Parliament. Open framework, you have many suppliers of stationery, for example. The Parliament is running low on, let's say, paper to print bills on. We can just call upon one of those entities because you have a threshold in order to get those goods over a 12-month period. So don't tell us that you don't have the laws in place and the government will run to a halt. There are provisions made in the legislation for that. Don't have us or have the population believe that a whole parliament will sit, that technocrats in ministries will sit, civil society will sit and draft this piece of legislation, and they didn't consider recurrent expenditure. This is what they want us to believe. It is absolute poppycock, as the Minister of as San Fernando would have said previously in another debate, Madam Speaker. And when you look at the Hansard also, when the Minister went after promulgating the procurement regulations, he clearly said, Madam Speaker, that this can apply to recurring goods and services. So do not now come and tell us that it does not apply, because that is simply not true. The law has made provisions for emergencies, and the law has now made provisions for recurring goods and services. What you want to do in this bill is now say, look, we want to exempt all procurement if the contract we're going to award is under $1 million. That is what they want to do, you know. So therefore, permanent secretaries could sit down in their ministries and award contracts anything under $1 million, no particular procurement procedure. But then when you read the law that they want to propose, they say it's subject to regulations. Madam Speaker, we didn't see the regulations yet, you know. The regulations have not come, so we don't know what those regulations entail for that exemption for contracts under $1 million. So when this bill is passed, during this next few weeks of a campaign, left, right, and center, contract issuing for under $1 million, you know, Madam Speaker, because that is the law now. And this is a similar provision that was in place in the Central Tenders Board. And in the Central Tenders Board, there were protections and provisions made for issuing of contracts under $1 million. So let's say, for example, a project cost $3 million. And if this project costs $3 million, you will find that an entity may split up the contracts into packages, and all could fall under $1 million or so. The CTB Act had made provision to prevent the non-splitting of contracts. In this particular case, there is no provision for the non-splitting of contracts made under this particular provision, Madam Speaker. So they could break up contracts and award. And as the Guardian editorial said, it could benefit friends, family, and financiers, because there is simply no transparency and no procurement process allowed in this entire scenario that they're trying to pass right now, Madam Speaker. None whatsoever. Then, Madam Speaker, you see that they come to say now that the clause 5A1 is to now bypass the Office of Procurement Regulator to make regulations. When you look at the bill, Madam Speaker, and when you look at the bill, before, the minister will only have been able to make regulations under the Act with the recommendation of the procurement regulator. Now what they're saying is that they want to bypass the regulator, and that the minister can do it in his own discretion, basically. Madam Speaker, what that does is that it allows the government, again, to do what they like. These contracts will not be subject to the Office of Procurement Regulator. There are provisions in there that once contracts are awarded, persons have a right to see the eligibility criteria. They have a right to institute challenge proceedings. They have a right for a copy of those contracts to see exactly where their money went, Madam Speaker. But under this new provision, all of that has now disappeared. It has gone, because this government find it fit to come to this parliament to run around all of the robust procedures that we have agreed upon in 2015, Madam Speaker. And we cannot stand for that on this side of the House. We will not stand for that, Madam Speaker. We will not. And then, Madam Speaker, you see, what that does is that you are removing the parliament oversight also, because before, the regulations were also made subject to affirmative resolution of parliament. We sat in this parliament, we passed 10 pieces of regulations. And now, what they're doing is any further regulations have to come now. Mr. Procurement or Mrs. Procurement Regulator is not seeing it. And secondly, the Parliament will not see it unless it's published, and then we have an opportunity to file a motion to have it negative. But the whole thing about it is it takes effect on publication. It takes effect. So they can publish how many exemption orders they like, Madam Speaker. It takes effect. They don't need to come to the Parliament. And that, therefore, when you read all of those amendments in the whole, Madam Speaker, what it does is that we don't need this Procurement Act again. The government could basically throw away this piece of legislation because they can do as they like. If they're building a highway, they can sign off an exemption order. If they're building a hospital, they could sign off an exemption order and award that contract to who they like, Madam Speaker. And that is not the way in which governance should happen in this country.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes of extended time if you so wish. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I will take advantage of the extension. And Madam Speaker, I want to just draw a point with respect to that issue with the contracts being under $1 million value being exempted. Yesterday, the Privy Council delivered a decision in the case of the Attorney General against Trin Salvage Enterprises Limited. And Madam Speaker, there's a dissenting judgment, and the judge gave some very strong remarks in his obiter. And this is from Lord Briggs in his dissenting judgment. And basically, in a synopsis, this case dealt with an award of contract was given to a particular contractor in 2000. Imagine this case was in 2000 and now decided in the Privy Council. In 2000, the contract was awarded under the threshold limit of the $1 million that exists in the CTP Act, which we are now putting in this particular bill. And the contract was awarded by the PS, but the Act clearly states it should have been awarded by the Central Tenders Board because it had crossed the limit. And there were several arguments with respect to ostensible authority, whether or not they had authority, whether the contract was illegal or not. Eventually, the contractor was successful. He won on a quantum merit basis. But the judge in the judgment, the dissenting judgment, went on to comment on procurement practices. And he is saying, Madam Speaker, this. He is saying at paragraph 53 of the judgment, it is obvious that the conduct of a fair and transparent tendering process by a body independent of executive government, where the choice of winning bid is vested exclusively in that body, serves to strengthen a competitive market for government work free of any requirement to curry favor with the executive, or still worse, to offer secret inducements. So what the judge is saying is that when you have transparent processes for the awarding of contracts, you instill a level of confidence in the market. You want people to invest here. Trinidad and Tobago will look good on the international stage. But when you have contracts now being awarded without any level of scrutiny, Madam Speaker, you understand how we will look in our brothers and sisters' eyes, even in CARICOM and in the international world, Madam Speaker. And what the judge went on to say is that if, in fact, a choice of contractor is made by the executive, this is the important point. He said, if, in fact, the choice of contractor is made by the executive, no amount of transparency in the seeking of tenders or in the actual carrying out of work will dispel the suspicion of favoritism or worse, or remove the temptation to offer secret inducements, either or both of which are likely to have a chilling effect on genuine competition. This is what the Privy Council had to say in this judgment, Madam Speaker. When the executive, and this is obiter, Madam Speaker, this is obiter, as I said, and this is what the judge is giving guidance on how it looks, the suspicion that can be had when you have the executive hand-picking contractors through favoritism. There is always a suspicion, Madam Speaker, of secret inducements. This is what the judge is saying. This is what the judge is saying, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just want to recap on the few points I made. Firstly, this government has acted illegally. They are now coming to correct an illegal act. Secondly, with respect to procuring recurrent goods and services such as stationery, toilet paper, whatever, the law already makes provision for that. With respect to emergency works, Madam Speaker, again, the law already makes provision for that. Madam Speaker, you are asking us, this government is asking this parliament to approve 2 legal notices where money have already spent, and we don't know exactly who got the contract, what the contract was worth, and what it was for. So we on the side, Madam Speaker, we stand strong in opposition against that particular move by this government. We will not engage in their illegal actions, Madam Speaker. We will have none of it. We will not associate with this illegal government, Madam Speaker, that is operating in this particular manner, breaking the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. And what is worse is that they are breaking the law that they made. That they made, you know. They made laws and then break the laws, Madam Speaker. And if you have a government that is lawless, imagine what that says for society. And I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Port of Spain South. No, I recognize the member for Port of Spain South. Yes.
That's exactly what happens when there's a problem and you have the honorable members on the other side. They sit down and they do nothing. That's what they do. So there's an issue with a clause in a bill, in an act, and they want to do nothing. And all they will do is to criticize and not make a positive contribution in order to resolve the issue. And when they do nothing, they still offer themselves up. But as the young people say, in governance, they're mats, not matsin. Because nothing from nothing leaves nothing. And what they will do is to leave Trinidad on a standstill, Madam Speaker, and say, well, the bill is bad, the law is bad. And that is their contribution. Madam Speaker, the background of this legislation is that citizens must remember, and this amendment that we are about, what was the raison d'etre of the parent law in the first place. And it is not true, as was said by the honorable member for Barataria San Juan, that the government is not interested in procurement legislation, because we are the ones who brought it, and it is under this government that it was proclaimed, Madam Speaker. How are we not interested? And do you know why their mats is not matsin? Because, Madam Speaker, when you look at the amendments, there are only 3 amendments, you know. The entire bill, rest of the bill remains intact. How are we not supporting the procurement law? Madam Speaker, the Act encourages transparency, it encourages value for money in public procurement, and this government stands by that principle, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of value for money in public procurement. And as we approach this amendment, we must remember that in the context of just 3 amendments being proposed. The raison d'etre of the procurement law was to engender a sense of proper accountability, good governance, and the instilling of public confidence as it relates to access to the resources of the state. That is still intact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here due to teething problems that always will exist in legislation and the implementation of the law. Anyone who practices law, and I thought that it was disingenuous from the honorable members who went before, particularly a member of the inner bar and someone who holds themselves out to be an advocate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you must know that the law is something, it's living. And as you put it on paper, sometimes when you implement it, there are issues that will arise. The thing or the issue is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what do you do when these issues arise? You come back to Parliament in a proper way, in the middle of the day, and not in the middle of the night, as was done in Section 34. It's still sunshine. If you go outside, you see 20 people, maybe 12 people protesting. 12. Nobody there now, they clear up all the Royal Castle done. All the Royal Castle done. So what happens now, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Members, please, not across the chamber. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The legislation, and we want the citizens to know that it is in its embryonic stage. It is like a baby. It needs certain things to give it some life. The country, if we don't do that, would grind to a halt because there will be no process for the government to give and to provide wanted and required goods and services. Nothing will get done. The emergency matters that we experience, things that are needed, the long delays to achieve that, because of the very onerous requirements of the legislation, it will cripple the government. It will cripple the country. And live examples were given. These examples were not heuristic creations. They actually happened. You cannot recreate history, come to Parliament and mislead everybody. There was a burst pipeline. There were foreign dignitaries in Trinidad and Tobago which required certain goods and services. The judiciary, an independent arm of the state, required certain resources, and there was needed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, acts on the part of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to facilitate this, and that is what was done. What about the ease of doing business? If we can amend the act and improve it in order to ameliorate the backlog and the troubles that exist in the ease of doing business, what is wrong with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? But they cry that the skies are falling when we try to deal with problems. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the provisions of the legislation is examined, we would try on this side to adhere to best practice. Heavy weather was made of the change from a positive resolution to a negative resolution. Heavy weather was made of it. They quoted the Honorable Minister of Finance when he presented the bill in its first stage of saying, yes, there was a support for it being subject to a positive resolution. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what you received today on the Hansard was an explanation of why there has been a change of heart, because as the bill is being rolled out, there are issues with the positive resolution, and therefore, it is not a capricious change. It's a change that is based on experience as the bill now is given life. It's a change that is based on what has happened. It's a change that is based on when you look at other countries such as Jamaica and the issues that now plague their implementation of the legislation. And what is most important, it is a change where he has come back to the place where it is required to do the change lawfully. What is wrong with that? He didn't try to introduce it as some addendum. It was introduced head-on with an explanation. That is a hallmark of good governance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my respectful view that the change in Section 7, subsection 7, and Section 63(1) of the regulations that finds sibling in keeping with best practice throughout the world, and as I continue my contribution, I will get to it. The key features of the bill, one is to correct a cross-reference in error. The Honourable Member for Barataria said the cross-reference error was pointed out by him sometime. Good for him. Good for him. Well done. Yeah, good for him. The second is to exempt the procurement of goods and services valued up to $1 million from procurement requirements under the Parent Act. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would believe that the exemption of goods under $1 million is something big. Well, I can tell you, if that was the case, SIS will not exist. Which contract SIS bid for that was under $1 million? Not one of the piece of equipment that is left there derelict whilst SIS is in Panama is worth under $1 million. What is exempted is goods and services under $1 million. They're not interested in under $1 million. They want over $1 million. But what we do here is we say, look, we want to assist in the smooth running of things. So let me make it pellucidly clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If it is a procurement related to a good and service over $1 million, it falls squarely within the purview of the procurement law. By the time you blink, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unless you're building a house for HDC, which is highly subsidized, where could you get a house for under $1 million in Trinidad and Tobago? In other words, what will fall under that is really the peanuts. But it affects small businessmen. Under $1 million, it goes over. And what you do here, what we are doing here is we are saying, in order for things to run smoothly, we will have it that for $1 million and under, there's an exemption of goods and services. The third permits the Honourable Minister of Finance to act in his own discretion or with the advice of the Office of Procurement Regulation to make regulations for procurements of goods valued up to $1 million. The fourth empowers the Minister of Finance to use subsidiary legislation, which will be subject to a negative resolution. And the fifth retroactively validates any actions taken under legal notices 164 of 2023 and legal notice 206 of 2023, which was made pursuant to Section 7 of the Parent Act. The argument is, that when those legal notices went out, they were illegal. But Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, again, this is about the fourth time, right, that someone's cell phone has gone off. This is about the fourth time, right? It's not going to be tolerated. Proceed, Member, Port of Spain, South.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you understand the argument of the honourable members on the other side, it is cyclical. It has no beginning, it has no end. It goes around in a circle because they say that the two legal notices were illegal.
Outside, please. Outside the chamber, please. Hold on, member, hold on. Member, please exit the chamber. From here on in, any member whose phone goes off, even before it is said, exit the chamber. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, he may be receiving a call from Panama. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is being said is, well, the legal notices are illegal. The answer is, well, if it is, we are coming here to have them validated and therefore make them legal. What's the issue? Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not common sense. Well, yes, it's illegal, but yet we are for good governance. And we are not about illegality. We're about validating things that were done to make it right. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have no doubt and be clear and unambiguous that what this government is trying to do is alien to the other side, which is to do things the proper way, even when there are challenges. And that is what governance is about. Clause 3 of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, seeks to amend Section 7, subsection 7 of the Act, and that corrects the cross-references. The clause will also change the requirement from an order to be subject to an affirmative resolution to now provide for the order under subsection 6 will be subject to a negative resolution of the Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just for those who may not be clear on it, an affirmative resolution, in that instance, the statutory instrument containing the regulation is laid before Parliament in draft and can only be made when approved by affirmative resolution in each House. This means that they are always subject to debate in each House. I want to put a marker there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and stick a pin. It means then that once there's a regulation and an issue relating to procurement, it has to come for debate in each House before it can be passed. What will happen to the ease of doing business? Yes, it was suggested up front that that's the way to go, but experiences of others and experiences now have revealed that it is better to go in the next direction, which is the negative resolution. And relative to a negative resolution, this is an act, and this expression, when used in relation to any regulation, means that a regulation shall be laid before the House and within a prescribed period of time, and it may be annulled by a resolution of the House. A negative resolution means that the regulations become law on the day the minister signs it and automatically remains law unless a motion to reject it is agreed by either House. I say this: the original Act of 2015 patterned the Finland model. The Singapore model, where's the member for Naparima? He loves Singapore. Well, it was modeled after the Singapore model, the Jamaican model, the Canadian and UK models. Maybe we forgot Barbados, that's why he's not here. But in the United Kingdom, 75% of secondary legislation is made using a negative resolution procedure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me repeat. In the United Kingdom, the same place where the Honourable Member for Barataria Sanwan quoted the case in the dissenting judgment, 75% of secondary legislation is made using the negative resolution procedure. It is now the common way of lawmaking in the United Kingdom, and it is not problematic at all. what would have happened if we allowed the positive resolution to remain? It would simply have wasted parliamentary time, because every tiny resolution, every tiny regulation would have required a debate. The contention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that a change to negative resolution removes parliamentary oversight is, strictly speaking, misleading. All instruments can be challenged in Parliament, and what the amendment from affirmative to negative does is to speed up the rate at which the regulations are made and prevents a waste of parliamentary time. It does not remove the scrutiny of Parliament. That is why you have the option of an annulment. Clause 4 of the bill introduces a new section 58A to provide that procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the Act. This exemption is subject to the regulations made by the Honourable Minister. This measure and exemption in relation to goods and services under $1 million, it serves to level the playing field for small and medium enterprises. They will be better able to participate on an equitable footing, as opposed to those who are big or large and medium size, who now will go and have their competitiveness buffered by compliance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Small businesses will be better able to participate on an equal footing. And this is a common provision in procurement legislation globally. In Sweden, for example, under their Public Procurement Act of 2017, their threshold value is 534,890 Swedish dollars, SEK. That's over 1 million. Mexico has the public partnership law that allows a direct award when there are insufficient options for development of infrastructure and equipment. And there's no limit. In Canada, there are exemptions to competitive bidding in certain circumstances. The trade agreements generally include various grounds for exemption for competitive bidding and exemptions from the procurement law. In the United Kingdom, exemptions are lengthy and by the way. The governing law, the Public Contract Regulations of 2015, contains exclusions for public contracts for telecommunication, land, broadcasting, arbitration, conciliation services, legal services, financial services, loans, employment, civil defense, protection and danger preventive services, public rail, metro transport. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I stop? All of these are exempted. And that is the pattern that we have used our law. All we have said is 1 million and under. 1 million and under. Yet, we are not supporting the law that was proclaimed whilst we were in government and are in government. What happened between 2010 and 2015? What happened? Nothing. If you all were so much in support of this law, why wasn't it introduced and proclaimed? Why? Keep the chalice burning, because the vampires, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they come in, with lip service. It is lip service only. And before... With yellow lipstick.
Again, members, please, members.
The European Union procurement directives and UK regulations do not apply to in-house arrangements on the basis of the so-called TECAL exemptions established by the former European Court of Justice. These have now been, Mr. Deputy Speaker, incorporated into the EU and UK rules that allows for vast exemptions from the procurement law. In Malaysia, pursuant to the Treasury instruments, procurement worth less than 20,000 can be made by way of direct purchases. Procurement exemptions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can allow for a more simple and efficient approach, and this approach, as we say, the value is under $1 million, which allows small businesses to participate and which allows certain things to be done without the rigors of the time and the onerous timelines imposed under the legislation. Once it crosses $1 million, then you know the legislation kicks in. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in New Zealand, for example, procurement values under 100,000 New Zealand dollars, they are exempted. Clause 6 of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, seeks to validate any statutory instruments made and any actions taken under those statutory instruments. This measure retroactively validates 2 exemption orders signed by the Minister of Finance to cover money spent on a recent CARICOM heads of government and expenditure by the judiciary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the judiciary is a living body, and things happen so quickly that you may not cater for it, and you may need to have coverage in order for the administration of justice not to grind to a halt. The Honorable Attorney General gave a plethora of examples. In the middle of a trial, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of a judge alone or jury alone, an accused may elect to go judge alone. That would then necessitate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, different arrangements to be made. What happens then? Yes, you have jury trial. No, you have judge alone, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and you have jury trials, yes, outside of the judge. In both instances, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is required are goods and services. The jury needs to be fed. The jury needs to be comfortable. The courthouse may need certain things. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're doing a trial today, and the lights went. We were in darkness. So what happens then? We have to go through a whole procurement process to start back the trial, to order 2 light bulbs, and look, Naparima has come back from Singapore. Look, he has come back from Singapore. He's a voice crying in the wilderness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the finance, what happens here is this measure, when it retroactively validates the 2 statutory instruments, it means that the Honorable Minister of Finance has clothed the act with the garb of legality. That's all it means. And it may be alien to the other side, but that's what we do on this side. We clothe all our acts with the garb of legality.
Honorable member, you just have approximately 2 more minutes of your initial speaking time. Honorable AG, just hold a sec. Yes, you have approximately 2 more minutes of your speaking time. You have an additional 15. Care to avail yourself?
Yes, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. So, what transpires here is that the validation brings what was done under the procurement legislation properly now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we are now, as they say, cooking with gas. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I will do, yes, we could also cook with that Naparima. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to tell you that every time the other side sees an obstacle, on this side, we see an opportunity. They have spoken about using the legislation of their views to finance an election campaign without bringing one iota of evidence. They're talking about a 5-story building. You know what that is? That is jealousy. Because they're moving from pillar to post, from Rienzi complex. I hear they're in a hotel now. They're moving from pillar to post, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But they're jealous because the PNM have a home in the heart of the city. Badis Maraj must be turning in his grave now to see what has become of Rienzi complex. What we can tell, the continued droves of people who move from them. Once you cross the Rubicon and you have the statue, come to Balize, come to Balize house, come to Balize house. No, not a room. Look, he take out an empty wallet. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we find on this side solutions when problems arise. We do not bury our heads in the sand. And I want to compliment the Honorable Minister of Finance for the heads-on way that he has addressed this issue today. We want to say to small business persons, particularly in Port of Spain South, but throughout the country, get compliant with the procurement law. Get compliant so that you can help your business grow by utilizing the procurement law introduced into this country by this government. Many small entrepreneurs may do business with CPEP, HDC, Pure, WASA, UDICOT. Compliance opens up a world of potential income streams once you qualify via the processes to provide goods and services for just not state agencies, but other agencies. Use this opportunity to become compliant with the procurement laws. Compliance will also enable these small businesses, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if they do not know, to access government grants and loans. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the exemption of goods and services, as I have discussed before, is already in place for up to $1 million. The permanent secretaries have it. Why would the skies fall once we just put it in the legislation? The amendments that are proposed by the Honorable Minister of Finance will streamline the processes and ensure that the procurement law functions effectively in the public interest. And to function effectively in the public interest, we need processes that are not too onerous. And we need processes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which are timely. This is what the legislation, the amendment, seeks to do, particularly as it relates to Clause 5 and 6. The amendments will also contribute to the more efficient and effective procurement practices benefiting both the government and the citizens that we serve of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard from the honorable members all sorts of spurious allegations. I, through you, ask the country to take note that not one was substantiated by an iota of evidence. And I dare them to leave the parliament, the sanctity of the parliament, and say it outside. It's literally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an abuse of a parliamentary privilege to make such allegations baseless and then sit down and take your seat and say, okay, all is hunky-dory. It is not. What they have done by these allegations is to judge us by their standards. And we reject it outright. We say, firstly, that the legislation that is before you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today, in 2015, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, number 1 of 2015 was passed, and that was passed to encourage transparency and value for money and the disposition of goods. When the Act came into operation on the 25th of April 2023, it was proclaimed under a PNM government. The amendments to the Act were made under PNM government, and when we amend now, there are 3 amendments, and the remainder of the Act is largely intact. There is no need, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for any submission of panic and for this country to be in any state of panic for what has happened here today. It's an extraordinary sitting in order to bring things in line, in order to validate certain things done in the past, and in order to go forward in a more effective and efficient manner as it relates to procurement. With those few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
I recognize the member for point of here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate this afternoon. Now, Deputy Speaker, today is an extraordinary sitting, and I just listened to the member for Port of Spain South, and was very, he started off with a phrase, or during his contribution, cooking with gas, but it was more like cooking with a coal pot, based on that contribution. And I saw the member, his colleague in front there, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, was smiling when he used that term, cooking with gas, because he wasn't cooking with any kind of gas. So, Deputy Speaker, we are here today, an extraordinary sitting, and really, if we are here today to do an extraordinary sitting and to correct a wrong by this government, by passing or signing off on 2 notices, legal notices signed off by the Minister of Finance, Legal Notice 164 of 2023 on the 29th of May, and Legal Notice 206, 2023 on the 29th of June, Deputy Speaker. Those 2 legal notices were signed off by the Minister of Finance during the normal sitting of Parliament, period, Deputy Speaker. We are here in our vacation, and we have now been called back to sit an extraordinary sitting, which we have done in the past. We have done in the past when we did the Commission of Police, etc., and some other things. I think it was the Tobago House of Assembly issue. So, Deputy Speaker, are we really here because it's an extraordinary sitting based on what the 6 clauses here today, Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker, Clause 6, which the member for Port of Spain South talked about, Clause 6 is a validation clause to validate an illegal action by this government. Now, in the parent revised act, which was done in 2020, there is a provision in Section 7, and nothing is wrong with that provision. In the revised act of that was passed in 2020, in Section 7 of that revised act, and I go to Section 7(6)(e), Deputy Speaker. Section 7(6)(e) states, and I read out Section 7(6), this act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises. Now, Section 7(6)(e) states, such other services as the minister, meaning the Minister of Finance, may by order determine. So it is there in the revised act. It was passed by both houses in Parliament, but Section 7 of that revised act states, an order under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. So the intent, Deputy Speaker, was affirmation of any legal orders brought by the Minister of Finance. That is clear, Deputy Speaker. We debated in 2020 that whole issue of negative or affirmative issue. It was passed in the Senate. It came back to this lower house as an amendment from the Senate, changing it back to affirmative. We, at the time in the lower house, we had asked the Minister of Finance, given the circumstances of what the whole issue of the procurement law, what it meant for the country, to please consider moving it from a negative to affirmative, Deputy Speaker. The Minister of Finance and his government does not like to take on the opposition in this lower house. It went to the Senate. Our opposition members in the Senate, our opposition senators also debated. They pleaded with the Minister of Finance to change it to affirmation. And it's only when the independent senators stood up against this negative issue that it was changed by the Minister of Finance. Now, what really has changed since then to now, Deputy Speaker? If the Minister of Finance and his government at a point in time had agreed to change from negative to affirmative, why today we are debating changing it back to negative? What is so extraordinary about that? Why are we here to do that? Why are we here to also debate a clause about $1 million not being able to, let me just get it correctly in this clause 5, clause 4, sorry. The act is amended by inserting after section 58 the following new section. Exemption from this act, 58A, subject to regulations made under section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under this act. Why are we here today debating this clause? That is nothing extraordinary about that. Why are we here, debating section 5, clause 5? Why? If it's anything at all we should be debating here today, is clause 6, trying to validate an illegal act done by this government. That is what we should be doing. That is what is extraordinary about this sitting. Nothing else. But they have come now here today because, you see, I have to ask a question. At the point in time when these legal notices were passed, back in 29th of May and the 29th of June, it fell underneath this present Parent Act, which called for affirmative action and bring it to the Parliament and for us to debate those two legal notices. Now, today I would have thought, when the Minister of Finance would have piloted these amendments, the Minister of Finance in his presentation would have debated Legal Notice 164 and Legal Notice 206 to give to the public what these legal notices were about, what were the costs involved. You heard my colleague, the MP for Sama Barata, ask the same question. What is the cost of these providers? Who are the contractors, etc., etc. Now, that was not even done by the Minister of Finance. So what are we really debating here today? Are we really debating trying to pass an amendment so that we water down the Procurement Act again, Deputy Speaker, to under $1 million? Is that what we are debating here today? Because we have not really debated Legal Notice 164-206, in my humble view. So I listen intently to the presenters on that side. I mean, I listen to the Attorney General, and I mean, I just want to make a point about this whole procurement issue. When this new Attorney General came into being, I had raised a question about when in this Parliament, and I think I raised a question to the Minister of Finance, I think he responded, if my memory serves me correct. I asked the question, when would the Procurement Act be assented to? And the response from the Minister of Finance, and I stand to be corrected if it was the Minister of Finance, the response was given in a summary format, that the new Attorney General was, because he was new, he wanted time to look at the Procurement Act, look at all the amendments, and to give a learned view if anything had to happen with the Procurement Act. Now, the past Attorney General, my friend from San Fernando West, I think he was a better Attorney General in my humble view, right? That Procurement Act and the amendments were passed underneath him. So I think we had full confidence that you know, under the San Fernando West as Attorney General, I don't see why this new Attorney General, we felt that had to review the procurement law. Now, if he did that, you know, and that's all well, but look at the issues we are having today with the Procurement Act, that they have to come back to Parliament to amend an amendment, Deputy Speaker. I mean, that is unheard of. It's terrible by this government. So I really trying to understand what is so extraordinary about this sitting. Because if it was done properly, we would not be here today. We would not be here today. So I listened to my friend Porter Spain South, right? I listened to him intently, and he's talking about we are misleading the Parliament. If it's anybody to mislead this Parliament, is this government here today? Is this government? We were called, we were summoned. We were summoned, Deputy Speaker, and by you, I mean all respect to you, based on, we were summoned. We were sorry, I apologize. We were summoned to Parliament. We were summoned, right? No, you know, my friend had to go there. I mean, why? You know, when you can't debate on merit, you have to go down low. Why is that? Why is that? And I know my colleague from Lavender West is chomping at the bit there. But he wouldn't go there. He wouldn't go there. Deputy Speaker, so I asked a question, and I listened to the Attorney General in his presentation, trying to make a case for negatizing the orders. Why, as an Attorney General, and I want to read out what is the objective of this Act, Deputy Speaker. Let me get this through. The objective of this parent act, I don't want to read it, Section 5 states, A, the principles of accounting, integrity, transparency, and value for money. B, efficiency, fairness, equality, and public confidence. That is what the Public Procurement Act is supposed to, that's the objective of the act. C, local industry development, sustainable procurement, sustainable development in public procurement and disposal of public property. So when you look at the objectives of the Act, Deputy Speaker, I am surprised that the Attorney General, when it talks about principles of accounting, integrity, and transparency, he wants to negatize the whole procurement law, Deputy Speaker. I would have thought, the individual who's in charge of the legal aspect for the country, that the Attorney General would have wanted affirmative as the be-all and end-all, Deputy Speaker, so at least things could come to Parliament and we could have a healthy and robust debate on these issues, Deputy Speaker. But clearly, this government doesn't want that. They want to hide. I don't know what they want to hide, Deputy Speaker. I listened to Porter Spain Port of Spain South, I'm hearing some rumbling from my friend Aruka Maloney. I mean, I don't know if his phone is going off again. I don't know. So I listened the case presented by the Minister of Finance and Port of Spain South talked about teething problems. Teething problems because the act is now assented to and now, everything is in place. We have been asking time and time again over the past few years, is everything in place for these different agencies or offices that would have to act on the procurement? And we have been given the assurance by this government that everything is in place, Deputy Speaker. So I'm surprised to hear the Minister of Finance and the member for Port of Spain South is talking about teething problems. Now, I want to give the history of this procurement law. Back in 2015, under the PP government, under the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, we passed that law. What happened when this government was campaigning in 2015? They made a part of their manifesto that when they come into government, the first course of action was bringing the procurement law into place. The procurement law underneath them only came into place this year in 2023, Deputy Speaker. 7.5 years they took to bring the procurement law to this country, something that they told this country they were going to do, Deputy Speaker. And now they're saying they're having teething problems. 7.5 years, they're like a baby, they're cutting teeth still, Deputy Speaker. I don't understand that. And I listened to the Minister of Finance, starts to go on. The House gave him an extra 15 minutes, and he went to the history of WTO, EU threshold. The EU threshold, Deputy, and you know what's the funny thing about the EU, that they're using the European Union threshold? We're still on the blacklist. We're still on the blacklist, but they're using the European Union threshold, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance mentioned something about CARICOM and proposals about having these concessions, etc., these exemptions, Deputy Speaker. As it stands today, it is just proposals, Deputy Speaker. We have a law in place. Let the law, the Procurement Act, take its rightful place in the country of Trinidad and Tobago, Deputy Speaker. Why are they fidgeting and tinkering with the law? Let it take its place. Now, I listened to my colleague from Port of Spain South talk about the ease of doing business. And my colleague from Mayaro, every time my colleague member speaks from Mayaro, he talks about the ease of doing business has been eroding in the past 7 years under this government. And they are now talking about trying to lift the ease of doing business by bringing a $1 million exemption into as an amendment to the procurement law. How could that be easing business? What it might be doing, what my colleague had said from Sawan Barataria, is that on a table, everybody sit around and say, this is for you, this is for you, that is for you. That could not be easing business, it's easing somebody else, Deputy Speaker. And the whole procurement law is about fairness, and fairness to the small and medium businesses in Trinidad. That is what is the beauty about the procurement law, Deputy Speaker, that big businesses in the past have been getting everything in this country. And that is why one of the strengths of the procurement law is to assist the small and medium businesses. So I'm aghast to hear from my colleague from Port of Spain South that these amendments would help the small and business people, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to get in, and you know what is interesting, Deputy Speaker, before I go on, that we have a new procurement regulator in place recently. And I would be interested to hear from her. I think her name is Mrs. Khan. I don't know if her first name, but I think it's Mrs. Khan. What are her views about these amendments today? And I would have thought that the Minister of Finance, before bringing these amendments, would have at least gotten the views of the OPR, right? would have at least gotten the views of the OPR or other sectors of the community, of the country, before bringing these amendments. Because I remember when we were debating back in 2020 and 2022, the Minister of Finance, who have always been the piloter of these amendments, Deputy Speaker, has always talked about we have had proper consultation and several consultations, Deputy Speaker. So I would like to know in his wind-up who he consulted with these amendments, because it should have, because these are very, very, I would say, dangerous amendments, Deputy Speaker. Very dangerous amendments that is being brought here. And we cannot make light of moving away from affirmative to negative, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Sawa Barataria for raising, and maybe, he was the reason why we are here today, because of the extraordinary session. I want to thank him. Now, Deputy Speaker, when you look at the clauses here, and I keep asking what has really changed to bring these amendments. Nothing in our view. And nothing will change, Deputy Speaker. Nothing will change. All right? So I really, we heard about it's a way of doing business now that you should have some exemptions for a threshold. My colleague and the leader of the opposition, you drew them to the regulations that are in place to take care of emergencies, etc., Deputy Speaker. So the bill in itself, the act in itself, has the wherewithal to take care of any emergencies or, soul select tendering based on emergency, etc., Deputy Speaker. The law is there. We are saying, let the law do its work, Deputy Speaker, without tinkering with it. So I listen again, they keep using, they're having teething problems. What are the teething problems that this new law is causing this government, Deputy Speaker? Because we are yet to really understand what are the problems that they feel that these amendments should be, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when you look at Clause 3, and again, I spoke about that from affirmative to negative. We do not agree with that, and I really hope that they wouldn't take us on this afternoon. They will come and use their majority to pass it. I really hope that when it goes to the Senate, that there is, some kahunas in the Senate, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Clause 4 talks about gutting the Procurement Act. I use the word gutting. For contracts up to $1 million, not subject to scrutiny. We have a concern with that. I think the country should have a concern with that, Deputy Speaker. All right, because it really goes against the grain of why we have a Procurement Act in place, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Clause 5, once again, the Minister is changing it from affirmative to negative. I do not understand what is wrong with coming in the Parliament to debate. I think that the government has enough experienced individuals and experienced ministers to come and debate issues so that the public could understand the issues. I don't understand why they're hiding behind these negative orders, Deputy Speaker. And in Clause 6, it's about validating an illegal issue, Deputy Speaker. They created an illegal issue. We are now here, and they're asking us, as the opposition, help them correct this illegal issue that they did. We are not going to do that, Deputy Speaker. We are not going to validate their illegality. We are not going to do that. That is I don't want to use craziness, but it's really foolishness, Deputy Speaker, right? That we would, they always blame us for everything. And they're now asking us to help them validate the illegal act. I'm surprised they're even asking us to do that. I'm surprised. So, Deputy Speaker, I know there's much, there's nothing much more. I wanted to cover certain points, but we are yet to be convinced that there's a reason for this extraordinary sit-in, only just to clean up their incompetence, Deputy Speaker, right? And we will not be part of that. We would not be part of it. We are here today to highlight certain issues, and we are here today to let the public be aware of what is going on with this Procurement Act, Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, we are yet to be convinced, and with those few words, I really hope that this country actually stands up and stand their ground against this government and this procurement amendment. I thank you.
I recognize Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here a few hours into the debate, and I think it is the right time and opportunity to really bring it back to where it needs to be. And through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to explain to the population what we're really here dealing with today, without the hype, without all of the screaming, without all of the dog whistling, without all of the fear-mongering. And maybe an appropriate point to start would be with respect to the validation, what the member for Pointe-a-Pierre just ended on. A validation act is not something that is unusual. Certainly in my time in the Parliament over the last 8 years, there have been a number of occasions where it's had to be necessary. I remember on one particular occasion, unfortunately, somewhere in the process, they got the timing wrong for a THA election, and we, the members, 41 of us, came to the House on a Saturday, and we did what was necessary. And to be suggesting here today, completely insincerely, that what we're being asked to do is something illegal, I reject. And just to tell the population what the validation being sought today is about. When you look at Section 7 of the Act, and this is the Public Procurement Act. When you look at Section 7, and in particular Section 7.7, well, let's start above that. Section 7 is dealing with the application of the Act, and Section 7.6 says, this Act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises, and then it lists, as we've heard before, legal services, debt financing services, accounting and auditing services, medical emergency, or E, and this is where we are at, such other services as the minister may by order determine. So that is Section 7.6. You then go to Section 7.7, and it says an order under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the Parliament. So when one looks at what is on the paper in front of us, what is the recorded act, it does not refer to a need for an affirmative resolution for the exemption that took place on 2 previous occasions, as we've heard here this afternoon. One, a request by the judiciary at a period in time when they were doing jury trials and they found themselves with the proclamation of the law in a situation where they could not provide goods and services, normal goods and services. So forget all the hype, all the attempts to fearmonger. A jury has to serve. There are certain services that are necessary for a jury. Provision of food, on occasions provision of stationery, and other services. The judiciary was now faced in a problem, as was the rest of the whole state machinery. And to come here this afternoon and to hear persons suggesting that it is business as usual is a little bit distressing. And quite honestly, I find it disturbing that time and time again we come here to this House where 41 of us have been elected by the people of Trinidad and Tobago to represent them and their interest and Trinidad and Tobago's interest, and to hear persons blatantly putting on the record, on the Hansard, complete misinformation. It is upsetting. Let me explain to the population what this legislation requires. The first thing it requires in the parent legislation is for the Office of the Procurement Regulator
to establish something called a procurement depository. And the procurement depository requires everyone from the small parlor on the corner in Charlotte Street, in Chaguanas, in Cedrus, etc., who may have done business with any state enterprise, any government body whatsoever, to register with the Office of Procurement Registry. And I want to give a live example of the difficulties that we are facing today. So to hear the member for Point-a-Pier, it sounds nice to some maybe that there are no teething problems. What teething problems? I ask any citizen and anyone listening to go right now onto the Office of the Procurement Regulator's website, which is supposed to hold the information with respect to the procurement depository. Because I did it now. You cannot even get on to see what are the entities that are currently registered with the procurement depository. And I'll come to why that is a difficulty. So at this moment, I as a citizen, as an elected member of the House of Representatives, have no immediate access to know out of the plethora of tens of thousands of businesses that prior to April and the proclamation of this law, who had been doing business with the government on a daily basis, are registered. But that is the first necessary and obligatory requirement to now do business with the government. You have to register. You go onto this website and you register. But it does not end there. So I challenge any of the members on the other side, come now and tell us all of the businesses that are registered, because I'm about to give examples of many businesses that we do business with on a daily basis as citizens and need to, are not on the registry. And I can't even access to see who's on this procurement depository. The second thing that is required after that by everybody that needs to procure anything, any government body, and there's a definition for it, any public body that has to now go and procure anything, to procure water, to procure a box of food for workers. And I've heard them laugh at photocopying paper and printer paper and toilet paper, but the truth is, all of that is required to be procured. So they may laugh as much as they want, they may make mockery of it as much as they want, but the point is, every office in the government has to procure everything that is utilized. Every single item. So after you register on the procurement depository, the next stage and step is you must pre-qualify. And this is where the problem begins. It is in the pre-qualification. What that means, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago who are really interested in the truth, it means before any entity can contract with any government body,
Emergency or not?
emergency, sole select or not, and I'll come to that, before you can now contract to provide any good or service to any government entity whatsoever, you have to pre-qualify with that entity. And when you now go to the Act, again in the parent legislation, let me give you some examples of what the parent legislation says, and then we can get into the regulations. So I could have been doing business as a fruit vendor on Charlotte Street, providing the nearby government office every morning with fruits for the workers. If I am no longer permitted to do so unless I go and register at the OPR, the Office of Procurement Regulator, and then more so, I now have to pre-qualify. Section 29(1) of the parent legislation says, a procuring entity shall ensure that suppliers and contractors, A, have the legal capacity to enter into the procurement contract, B, is not insolvent, receivership, bankrupt, etc., C, you're not convicted for the past 10 years of corruption or fraud-related offenses locally or internationally. And then when you get to D, this single statutory provision that is an express provision in the parent legislation has led to great difficulties in any government body now doing business with whom they were accustomed doing business with 2 and 3 decades. For 2 and 3 decades, you have to fulfill your obligations to pay all required taxes and contributions in Trinidad and Tobago. That is good law. But how do you prove that? It means you have to get a tax clearance certificate from the Board of Inland Revenue. You now have tens of thousands of businesses attempting to get these tax clearance certificates. A few weeks ago, when we were not in the recess, we were here and we were talking about an extension of time, if I remember correctly, for amnesties. Why did you have to do that? Because the Board of Inland Revenue is inundated with applications for these tax clearances, but more so there are businesses. Let us not pretend that they're not businesses that suffered during the COVID period that went through difficulties and they are now trying to work out their tax liabilities and obligations and duties with the BIR. So a small business that suffered through COVID but made it through, didn't pay their taxes that they were supposed to during COVID and are now trying to get back on an even keel, you are now required by the law to make sure you have a tax clearance before you could pre-qualify. But it goes on, and this one in E, and I will give live examples to the population as to how this has ground certain things to hold. E, have the necessary professional and technical qualifications and competence, financial resources, equipment and other physical facilities, managerial capability, reliability, experienced personnel to perform the procurement contract. Sounds great. Again, an excellent provision in law, but now you come to the application of it. And then F is meet relevant industry standards. It is then filled out a little more in the procurement regulations, and there are numerous procurement regulations that are already in place. So in particular, when you go to the pre-qualification and pre-selection regulations of 2021, which is where you now go to for the subsidiary legislation that tells you how you pre-qualify, it starts off at Regulation 4. And you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is important that we understand the applicability of the law and the implementation. That is when you begin to understand the difficulties that are being faced. And that will feed directly into why we've come here today with a reasonable, justifiable, and sensible request to cap at $1 million and below. All of these things don't necessarily apply. But I want to put on the record that no one on the government has said that there should not be procurement rules and regulations and procedures and processes with the procurement of anything under $1 million. So to come here today and to hear those on the other side sell to the population in a fear-mongering way that it is complete disregard by the government and they're not going to have any procurement rules in place for the $1 million. First point, as I'm a little distracted, but I'll answer that point. The first point on the $1 million is that what has been applied, as we heard from the Minister of Finance today, since 2010. In other words, since 2010 in Trinidad and Tobago, and he went through painstakingly to tell us the whole history of it. In 1961, $10,000 was the limit, and everything procured in the government service under $10,000, an accounting officer could have done it. But it does not mean that they just go out there and hand out contracts. That may have applied at a certain period in time, but it does not apply now under this government. An accounting officer in law. So it started off $10,000 in 1961. The limit then went in 1983 to $100,000. In 2004 to $500,000. And in 2010, $1 million. And up to April of this year, $1 million was the limit under which an accounting officer, a commissioner of police, a permanent secretary could contract for services and goods under $1 million. But it does not mean it happens in a vacuum. It does not mean an accounting officer can just go and decide, well, today I like X, tomorrow I like Y, I will give them a $900,000. It doesn't work like that. And this government is not for a moment suggesting that is what should happen when we exempt and have under $1 million today. How the government services are procured for under $1 million. So first of all, it is something that has been happening for the last 13 years at the $1 million level. And there are proper procedures in place. You must have a 3-court system. In other words, 3 courts for the provision of services under $1 million. And then another thing, whilst I'm on this point, I heard, and the member for Barataria Sawa, who I heard it being proclaimed there today, is this great lawyer, whether he is or he isn't. He misled the House today when he said that you can break up contracts now under $1 million and distribute it. So if you have a $10 million contract, break it up into more than 10 pieces and you can give it out. And he said there's no provision in the law to protect that. But my same friend who professes, and we heard all sorts of talk about how great his legal prowess is, obviously didn't read Section 31 of the parent legislation. Section 31 of the parent legislation says, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a procuring entity shall not split procurement requirements for a given quantity of goods, works, or services to avoid obligations under this Act. So in the parent legislation, it is set out there. So to come here today and to attempt in the typical fashion of misleading, well, they can't mislead this side of the House, but to mislead the population outside there. And then for us to get certain editorials that too are misleading is wrong. So Section 31 of the Act in the parent legislation spells out that you cannot split contracts to get under any limit. And then in the regulations as well, when they get into thresholds, they also set out in the regulations that you cannot do that and you cannot split the contract. I'll come to that in a short while. So back to my point, which is the application of the law. Live examples. Goods and services needed to be procured. For example, you call a meeting with staff, or you're having working periods of negotiating contracts, etc., and you're providing food for those members. Not members of the House, but members of the public service who are working through. So previously, you might get a box lunch as an example. And you provide that so you can have a work-through lunch. You're working through and you don't want a break, so everybody goes in separate directions and you lose productivity. Now, to do that, the person who is providing that service to the government needs to be registered, but they also need to be pre-qualified. And this is an appropriate time to put on the record some of the difficulties we have faced across the whole of government. It is not central government, it's not ministers, because this group of ministers in this PNM government don't procure. I've heard anecdotal stories of a different time, 10 to 15, where ministers and prime ministers were very involved in procurement and the award of contracts. That does not happen here. So I can assure the population of that. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to find the exact, okay, it's Regulation 12. And when they talk about the time frames, they've also misled on the time frames. So the point I'm making is, to just give an example, Massey Foods, that provides grocery services and other groceries, initially did not register. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Initially did not register with the procurement regulator. So they were not on the procurement depository. So it provided now a difficulty when you needed to get certain grocery items. Because whoever was the grocery, they weren't registered. But the best example I could give is Massey. Most of their operations had registered, but that particular one, Massey Foods, was not registered. It took a call to the management. They did not realize that error, and immediately they went and registered. So we thought, okay, great. Business could continue as usual, because for decades, ministries had been getting grocery items to provide juice for the workers, whatever it might be. The toilet paper, the paper napkins in the kitchens, all of these items. It might be happening right here in Parliament as well. And unfortunately, the grocery was not registered. They got registered. Now, in the application by the procurement officers of the various entities, Madam Speaker, this is the difficulty that they are facing. Because you see, what the regulations then set out is that you have to have certain things in place. And the officers now reading this are so concerned because it is new. So these are some of the teething issues that we are going through. And I'm trying to find the exact provision. But basically what it says, the law, I don't want to basically, I want to give it word for word. Regulation 12 of pre-qualification. Sorry, it is in the pre-qualification, right. You see, there's so many regulations here, Madam Speaker. It is in the pre-qualification and pre-selection regulations, which is, those are the regulations that guide you. Right, here it is. Those are the regulations that guide you as to how you pre-qualify and how you register. So if you go to those, it first says, and this is why it is necessary, to hear my friends on the other side suggest that we are just making up these things is upsetting. So it starts off at Regulation 3. We'll look at Regulation 2. A procurement depository means a procurement depository established pursuant to Section 26 of the Act, which I've explained. It then goes on, Regulation 3.1, a supplier or contractor shall register in the procurement depository and upload the required information and supporting documents to enable a procuring entity to determine whether or not it meets the criteria for pre-qualification. That is what I was speaking about. You have to register first and now pre-qualify. And in this application, this is where it got ridiculous. Regulation 4.1, a supplier or contractor may be pre-qualified by a procuring entity for lines of business and value category of goods, work, services that the procuring entity may procure once you're in the depository. And then it goes on at Regulation 12. The pre-selection scoring criteria shall, where applicable, include but not be limited to the following. And this is where another round of difficulties comes in. Because the public servants, in trying to abide by the regulations and the law, are now in the pre-qualification, and their interpretation of this, which I will apply to the Massey example, for the population to understand that if you want to get 2 cases of juice for the office, some paper napkins, some paper plates, etc., what we're facing. A, the supplier or contractor's relevant experience. So they start to ask, how long has that grocery been around? How long are the workers working in the grocery? When I heard this example being given live to me by a senior public servant who was at her wit's end in trying to get things done, it then asked at Regulation 12B for the qualifications of key members of staff proposed. And they are telling me that one of the major procuring entities in the state, the team that is assembled to procure from Massey, are asking for the qualifications of key members of staff proposed. So I asked, what do you mean? The managers, the grocery packers, those packing the shelves? C, the managerial capability, reliability, and experience to perform the specific contract. This is a live example. So the public servants who are applying this, and rightly so because they want to be in accordance with the law, are facing difficulties because they're now saying, for us to go and procure the normal coffee, the normal juice from the grocer, we are asking these questions. The extent of not that one. So when they started to say, well, the qualifications of key members of staff, and I said, but how does that apply in these circumstances? And they said, Minister, they are refusing unless Massey sends them all of the CVs. I said, but just last week or 2 months, 3 months ago, you were procuring all the coffee we needed. So you have an emergency meeting and you want to put out water, coffee, juice for the members. We no longer have that because of these. And it is going to be $2,000 worth of goods. So these are the examples, members of the population. This is why we've come here to Parliament today to say it is ridiculous to say for $1 million and under. And don't worry about the dog whistling and the scaremongering and the fearmongering that you're hearing from the other side, that there's no protection of splitting of contracts, because as I read out, Section 31 of the parent legislation makes it an offense to split. So to stand up here and to hear that, and worse than that, this is how the public service has been run for the last 13 years at a $1 million limit. And prior to that, from 1961, there were set limits. And the government, I repeat, are not for a moment suggesting there should not be proper procedural rules and processes to be able to procure under $1 million. What we're saying is don't cut out the small man. Don't cut out the medium-sized businesses, which is what, unfortunately, this does. I challenge anybody, go now and see who's on the procurement depository. You can't. And then I've just gone through the law that requires you to register, fine, but then to pre-qualify, and some of the live difficulties that they will face. What is the real risk of $1,000 or $2,000 in groceries to run a ministry, or for stationery, etc.? So I ask the population, please disabuse your mind of any concern about the requirement that we're asking for now for an exemption for these particular procedures to apply for the procurement of goods and services under $1 million. It is completely ridiculous to suggest that there's going to be some level of corruption that suddenly appears and grinds us to a halt with a new limit of $1 million, because it is what the public service has been applying for decades and will continue to apply. Another ridiculous proposition I heard today, and again, to try and give a benefit to the doubt, it is easy to read things on a piece of paper, it's easy to have academic conversations. For some people, it's easy just to make up things out of the blue. But it's when you come to apply it, implement it, and live it, which is what we are doing in a government with all of the various divisions and entities under us, that you're facing and seeing some of the difficulties. And I'll give the population another live one. We heard suggestions here this evening. Don't buy the story of timelines and time frames that is going to take. You have to have 20 days and then another 10 days standing period to be able to procure stuff. Some of the examples I've given. Not everything will fall into emergency. In fact, I put on the record here today that I am certain, because it will come down to a definition and an interpretation of what is an emergency situation. And I am certain the moment the opposition or their people, including Ravi Balgobin, who I hear them professing is one of them all the time. He was sitting here today, but the last time when I first called it out, that is an operative of the UNC, put out a long statement on me. He is a UNC operative. I put it here today that the first occasion that they believe the emergency provision has been used, and I heard some of the examples being given here today. Go and use the emergency provision. They will be the first ones to take it to court and challenge. And this government has no intention of abusing the law, and in particular abusing any emergency provisions.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary speaking time available to you. You're entitled to an extended time of 15 more minutes if you so wish.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Madam
granted.
Speaker. I will
Please
take
proceed.
it. Thank you. We will not use emergency provisions outside of where they are. To give the population another live example, yesterday I went to the power gen plant at Point Lisas, and I was being told at that meeting some of the difficulties, for example, TNTech has. Because companies, state enterprises like TNTech, state enterprises in the energy sector, and I dare say others, TSTT would be another one, have to procure goods and services from foreign entities. Because we don't make the turbines here. We don't make the type of equipment here. Those entities that are not registered on the depository registry cannot contract. So that too presents a difficulty. Now to get into responding to some of the foolishness that I've heard put on the record ahead of us. This thing about negative resolution and a lot of time being spent on moving from affirmative to negative. I'd just like the population to understand the negative resolution, as a member for Port of Spain South tried to set out the history, It came about to save parliamentary time. So negative resolution does not mean there's not going to be a parliamentary debate. From the time it is filed, it becomes law, but it does not prevent the opposition or an independent senator immediately upon seeing it filing a motion to bring it to be negatized, if there's such a word. Negatived. Immediately. So is it that there's an element of laziness that no one wants to read when the resolution, when the regulations come, etc., and say, hey, that's objectionable, I want a full debate. Because the standing order 8A says, from the time that motion is filed for negative resolution, it must be brought to the houses, whichever house is filed in, as soon as possible. So it does not mean you wait 40 days, which is the suggestion that I've been hearing here today. It could happen within a day of the regulations being filed. So that too is a dog whistle. But what it prevents is the wasting of time. It prevents parliamentarians, the House and everyone coming here to debate something that there is no debate on. And that is the purpose of the negative resolution. If there's no problem with it, it remains in law. If there's a problem in it, we come and debate, as opposed to affirmative resolution, which requires us on every single occasion to come here to debate. So let your heart not be troubled. Members of the population, don't buy that. The use of negative resolution is not a bad thing. It is not the government attempting to hide. It is not the government attempting, as I heard it being suggested, to have a lack of transparency or accountability. Absolutely not. What it does is it puts the onus now on the opposition, or in the case of the Senate, the opposition and independent senators. If you have a problem, indicate. You will come to the House and debate it. If not, it stays as law and it continues. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Some of the other suggestions I heard. The emergency provisions in laws I touched on a short while ago. This is subject to legal interpretation, as I guaranteed. The opposition, through a Ravi Balgobin or somebody else, would be the first people to file suit to challenge it. The next point that was being made by the member for Barataria Sawa that I found a little disingenuous. He said that what are we being asked to validate today? And in the validation today, we should have laid out and had a debate as to the budget. So for example, with respect to the judiciary and the order that they sought and was obtained, which we're looking to validate today because of an error in drafting, that is what it comes down to, an error in drafting that I started off by pointing out. We should come here today and say, well, it was 10 box lunches at $20, and it was this, and then now a lot of hubbub was made about the CARICOM and the 50th anniversary celebrations. The truth is, the timelines applied. The truth is, I'll put it on the record here, some of the hotels that are used and some of the hotels that are used by anyone coming to Port of Spain, because they are premier hotels, were not even on the registry.
Correct.
Newspapers, hotels not on the registry. So how could you carry it out? The rental of some vehicles, these are the things. But to suggest that we should come here today to itemize and to go through a debate as to how much money was spent, and I heard a figure of 9.2 million and the particularization of that, that is trying to mislead the population, because that never happens. Nothing illegal happened. We debate every year, sometimes twice a year, once with the annual budget and sometimes in the midterm, the appropriation of funds to various ministries. And once the budget is passed and the mid-year review is passed, the expenditure of that money is legal. So the expenditure of the however much money that we will get a tally, because the government has nothing to hide, was not illegal, and the passing of this order certainly didn't make it illegal, and it is certainly insane and infantile to say that we should come here today to go through how much money was spent on a hotel room, how much money was spent in newspaper advertisements, how much money was spent. That simply does not happen. And I wouldn't even get into the hypocrisy of how it happened before in the period of 2010 to 2015. But I will say this, just to remind the population, because it's important that we remind the population. This government is not avoiding processes, rules, regulations, and law to deal with procurement. And the suggestion that it was a former government between 2010 and 15 that passed the law, they didn't proclaim it. What they did just before the 2015 election was proclaim certain parts to pretend you're putting it in place. But I want to remind the population, through you, Madam Speaker, of two instances. The election was on the 7th of September, 2015, correct? Monday, 7th of September, 2015. I want to remind the population, through you, Madam Speaker, on the night, the Sunday night, Sunday, 6th of September, 2015, into Monday morning of 7th of September, 2015, what was going on UNC style down in the Chagaramas Development Authority. In Chagaramas Development Authority during that period of time, because you see this deals with disposal of state lands too. They were busy signing leases at undervalues and giving it out. The Friday before the election, which would have been the 5th of September 2015, they're scratching off certain parts of billions of dollars in contracts with OAS that exposed the people of Trinidad and Tobago to $920 million that we had to fight to get back. That is a recollection of procurement the UNC way, just to remind them. And they want to raise illegal fees. I was going to leave it alone, Madam Speaker. But as Naparima reminded me, the speaker, the first speaker, the responder, the honorable member for Siparia, had the audacity to stand in this house and talk about $1.4 billion in legal fees. Well, when you look at the breakdown of that, a huge amount of it is in going after corruption and what the member for San Fernando West managed to manage in a Miami court that no one ever seems to want to remind themselves of, where a Miami court found corruption in a UNC government and made orders of millions of US dollars against them. But the audacity of Siparia, as the former prime minister presiding over a period of time with $1.4 billion, talking about $1.4 billion in legal fees here today, and they have the audacity to call people's names as they like to do, and to personalize and individualize the president's husband, calling this one. I want to remind them that out of however much fees have been expended in 8 years, there is no scheme of any kickback to any attorney general in the PNM. No former attorney general or present attorney general has been charged in any court in criminal courts and is on any criminal charges for witness tampering or for kickback of fees, etc. So I want to remind them when they come to speak to fees, this is what the population will remember of your time. But it is sensible to have exemptions on legal fees, Madam Speaker. As I said, there was a suggestion by the other side that there's no premise in law, there's no provision preventing the splitting of contracts. Completely false. Section 31, thank you, of the Act. There was then a suggestion that if the government is building a highway, they could do an exemption order. First of all, that is completely false. The only thing we're asking for an exemption of the full strictures of this Act and the regulations is contracts under $1 million. And I've said there are provisions in there that if you split it, you're in trouble. Correct. However, the suggestion that this government is seeking to exempt somehow building of highways and large construction projects is completely false. And even if we stick with the negative resolution, as I said, you can immediately file a motion in the Parliament and bring us here to debate it and to expose what you think there is there to be exposed. So I just want, in wrapping up, Madam Speaker, to assure the population that despite all that you've heard before and all I'm sure you may hear after, there is absolutely no attempt by this government to hide anything. We are not shirking proper procurement to be put in place. But what we're saying is, let it be reasonable. Because when you put laws in place and now you come to implement it, and it is not us, it is not the ministers, this is what the public service are telling us. This is what the public entities and enterprises are telling us are some of the difficulties. I've given some of the examples. Using groceries, for example, how difficult it is when they apply the strictures and how ridiculous it is if you want to go and get plants for a function that are going to cost $2,500, that you have to go through this process that includes time barriers and includes a standstill provision. And not every occasion where you want a reduction in timeline is it an emergency. We're not going to fall into that trap. So, Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to have contributed and hopefully to have put on record how the law really applies and how it should apply. And that is why I support the bill here today.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, as I join this debate at this point in time. And to inform the Parliament and just to go back a bit in history from the point of view of, you see, the member for Degomate Northeast is no stranger to controversy. In fact, it has been established that the two legal orders that we are seeking to validate via this bill, which is entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7.7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, Madam Speaker. Because these two legal notices, Legal Notice 2006 of 2023 and Legal Notice number 164 of 2023 were promulgated but never laid. And for the citizenry, because the Prime Minister indicated at a local government election campaign meeting in Tunapuna that what is being done through this particular piece of legislation via the amendments and so on was in the citizens' interest. But if we ask the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago if they are aware and if they are familiar, because these two pieces of what we would call legal orders, these two legal orders came like a thief in the night. And Madam Speaker, as I said, the Minister of Finance, the member for the Martin Northeast, is known to operate in the dead of the night. If you go back in history sometime on the 11th of January 1992, you see, we have to have a sense of history in terms of how we operate. It was January. I see it is already stirring up some kind of response from members of the government. The minister commandeered a crane in the dead of the night, Madam Speaker, and yes, and he removed the resident's sea serpents.
Yeah, so, ma'am, if you could tie in quickly. And the other thing is, remember, we tend to do it, there's a difference between banter and personal reflections. So just be careful where you're going. Tie in quickly what you're trying to say, please.
Simply, Madam Speaker, I was just trying to establish how the minister operates, not in terms of any personal attack, but in terms of how these two legal notices came into being. And it has been the modus operandi of the government and ministers at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. And I know that these things trouble them very much when we try to put it on the record and remind the population of Trinidad and Tobago how they operate. That is the facts. And they cannot deny it because Aruka Maloney agreed how the process was done in 1992 in terms of the removal of the serpent and the replacement of the dove with the dove, Madam Speaker, in this very said Red House. So, Madam Speaker, I want to come to the very important issue because you see, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, well, industries affairs, it doesn't make a difference in terms of how the ministry has been handled.
Mishandled.
But more importantly, Madam Speaker, the minister went on a tirade about payment of legal fees and so on that occurred between 2010 and 2015. But I want to remind him that between 2015 and 2023, $1.4 billion have been paid out to persons who are closely connected within the hierarchy of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. If they ain't playing golf with you, they're liming on the block with you. And it has a tinge of what we would call payment to friends and financiers at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, up till this point in time, in terms of this debate, no one on the government side has been able to instill any confidence. I'm sure the listening public who is looking on as it relates to this debate are in the clear of what is being done on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, because the Prime Minister, this was the platform, this was the main point of anchor, that it was being done as it relates to the citizens' interests. And Madam Speaker, if you listen, and I want to refer them to, because we have to look at the parent legislation, and the parent legislation indicated that it was an act to provide for public procurement and for the retention and disposal of public property in accordance with the principles of good governance, namely accountability, transparency, integrity, and value for money. Madam Speaker, and when you look at this bill, which has been piloted by the Minister of Finance, and so far we have heard from the Minister of Finance, we have heard from the Attorney General, and we have heard from the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, no one can say with a sense of confidence that what has been presented here on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago will instill that what the government is doing through this proposed piece of legislation will indeed ensure that there is continued accountability, transparency, integrity, and value for the taxpayers' money of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I say so because we continue to hear about teething problems. And we continue to hear about the problems that are being experienced by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. If the government had any respect for the stakeholders as it relates to this particular piece of legislation, and they had engaged in meaningful consultation, and I said meaningful consultation, the problems that they are moaning and groaning and crying about would certainly have not come about in relation to what is being experienced. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the member for Degomate Northeast is a seasoned campaigner, a veteran politician. He has been in and out of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. He was a Minister of Health, he was a Minister of Works and Transport, he was the chairman of the People's National Movement and so on. He's not a spring chicken, he's not a new kid on the block, Madam Speaker. And as I would say, and I would conclude, that experience in government must certainly guide you in terms of your actions and your ability to govern Trinidad and Tobago. Because you had all the solutions, Madam Speaker. If you go to their manifesto, of 2015, and I go to page 9, page 9, what is their record on transparency and accountability? No modern, equitable or transparent public procurement system is enforced after 5 years of government, and multi-million-dollar illegitimate contracts have been awarded to unqualified party financiers, friends and family, and so on, Madam Speaker. Since 2010, when they campaigned, not 2010, sorry, but in 2015, Madam Speaker, their manifesto focused on overhauling the public procurement system in our country. And after 8 years, Madam Speaker, what they have been able to do, it is fiasco after fiasco. It is chaos after chaos, and that is why we are in this position today. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance and all the speakers on the government side during their respective presentations said, and if I am to quote, that it was done to avoid international embarrassment. It was done to avoid international embarrassment as it relates to the 45th annual heads of government meeting from a CARICOM point of view and the 50th anniversary celebration. Madam Speaker, you know what I want to tell you here this evening? They avoided no international embarrassment, didn't they? They have been an embarrassment to this country for the last 8 years. And the fiasco, as it relates to what is before us, is the icing on the cake. That is the icing on the cake, Madam Speaker. Icing on the cake. Right? Madam Speaker. And it is important for them to understand where they are and what they have placed Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the citizenry of this country, Madam Speaker. Haiti. Because they spoke about who attended, and they said that the opening ceremony, that the opposition wanted them to cancel the visit of the UN Secretary General and the Secretary of State, the United States Secretary of State and President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, Madam Speaker. What is important is that if these persons knew, these persons of international repute, and the 15 heads of government and so on, Madam Speaker, and the associate member states knew that indeed this government was breaking the law to facilitate their attendance to these meetings and celebrations, they would not have wanted to be part and parcel of these celebrations, and they would not have wanted to be associated with the illegal action of a sitting government of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the reality, Madam Speaker, and they do not like you to put it on the record, but it probably too. The founding fathers of CARICOM, the late Forbes Burnham, Errol Barrow, and our distinguished Prime Minister, the late Prime Minister Eric Eustace Williams, and Michael Manley would be rolling in their graves to know that the law was broken to commemorate and facilitate the 50th anniversary celebration of CARICOM, Madam Speaker. And that, for me, is the issue here today. This is an illegal act on the part of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And you know what, Madam Speaker? The Minister of Finance, the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, took us on a global ride, took us to the House of Commons and the House of Lords and so on during his presentation. You know, Madam Speaker, when a minister of government in the Westminster system or a prime minister breaks the law, the end result is that that minister of government resigns. And you know what? When the minister held his virtual press conference on the 12th of July, 2023, to respond to the issues raised by my colleague, the MP for Barataria, Sanwan, Saddam Hussein, the minister indicated to all and sundry, Madam Speaker, that he just signed the order. He said to the country, all he did was that he signed the order. He did not vet the order. He did not act alone, Madam Speaker. He acted in tandem with the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Speaker, all of them must resign if they really want to uphold the democracy and the rule of law of this country. That is the reality. What else do they want the opposition to tell them? It is our role and responsibility to call them out and put the facts to the people of this country in terms of the chaos and the fiascos that have been placed before them because of the incompetence and the inability of the Prime Minister and his entire cabinet to lead Trinidad and Tobago and govern the affairs of this country for the last 8 years, Madam Speaker.
Competence.
And Madam Speaker, one must ask the fundamental question here. Why is the reversal of the government's policy occurring? Why? Because they proclaimed with much fanfare and so on this particular piece of legislation. Why does the government want to reduce the accountability of the cabinet to the parliament? And virtually every one of them, during their respective presentations, have attempted to make heavy weather that the opposition is carrying on about this issue of affirmative resolution and the very fact that the parliamentary process through negative resolution will facilitate transparency and accountability and so on. But Madam Speaker, that may be fine. In principle, that is fine. In fact, the Minister of Finance indicated that in his presentation, if I can recollect correctly, that in dealing with the UK legislation, 500 amendments took place in relation to the UK law and public procurement and so on. And he said 200 amendments came from the opposition in England. Here, if the opposition suggests a comma or a full stop, it does not meet the approval of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So they want the public to believe, they want through their posturing and their propaganda and their grandstanding that through negative resolution, a full debate will take place, transparency and accountability will be accommodated because the opposition will be part and parcel of the process. If you heard the Prime Minister correctly, Madam Speaker, in attempting to defend what is before this House here this evening, he said that the government will use its simple majority to get what it wants today through the parliament of the country.
He said so.
He said so. And in addition to that, he said that a government has to do what it has to do. And the issue is, we on this side do not trust them. So that is why in the context of negative resolution, you think that anyone on this side can get up and put something sensible to the government on record as it relates to, and you all would listen and put it through in terms of amendments.
Never.
And that is why we are saying, do not make a mockery. Do not make a mockery of the parliament process, of the parliamentary process. And that is the concern here. So don't go all up and down and every one of you get up and stand up here this evening and attempt to create that propaganda and that narrative, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, you see it is important because, again, my colleagues, the member for Superior, the member for San Juan Barataria, and the member for Pointe-a-Pierre, they have gone on record and they went through the regulations or the arrangement of the regulations as it relates to this particular legislation.
Would the member with the phone please go outside and take a little while and then come back in, please? Right, and that applies to anybody else hereafter. Just leave, take a little time outside and then come back in. Member for Kuwasop.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as it relates to this issue about where the amendment in terms of Section 4 of the bill is that the Act is amended by inserting after Section 58 the following new section 58A, subject to regulations made under Section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under this Act. And Madam Speaker, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West attempted to indicate that the opposition is going in the direction of scaremongering and fearmongering and so on. And all of my colleagues, and I do not want to repeat it, but I must put it on the record, whereby the regulations are very clear. And if the government, through the Minister of Finance and the Attorney General who vetted the legislation that the Minister of Finance just signed, like the Minister of Health, because he indicated in making that case that he just signed the regulation, the orders. He signed the orders just like the Minister of Health did during the COVID-19 pandemic. That was said, and it is on the it was said, and it is on the public record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is very clear that the government, if they had gone in the direction of adhering to the regulations as it relates to thresholds and open bidding and two-stage bidding and so on, would not be in this position, Madam Speaker, because Section 4.1 states that as it relates to thresholds and the regulations, that the office may, by guidelines, establish different thresholds to be used for different methods of procurement. And 4.2, a procuring entity may establish specific threshold values in special guidelines and handbook. And 3, the total value of a procurement shall be estimated as stated in terms A to D below, as from time to time may be specified. So, Madam Speaker, there are the regulations to guide this particular piece of legislation, but the government has a poor track record as it relates to the operationalization of legislation, Madam Speaker. And so far, besides this particular amendment, which is being sought, and in addition to that, where they are seeking to validate the two pieces of, or the two legal notices, Madam Speaker, nothing has been said about the future from the government in relation to how they will confront the challenges. Because, Madam Speaker, at his virtual press conference, or during his virtual press conference, the Minister of Finance indicated that 861 of the 7,889 government suppliers, out of a total of 7,889, only 861 have pre-qualified. And out of 32,357 lines of businesses, 357 lines of businesses were pending pre-qualification, and 1,000 86 suppliers, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, a lot of stakeholders have indicated that they have concerns. They have concerns. We, as an opposition, can only seek to raise the issues to the government of Trinidad and Tobago because it is their responsibility. They are governing the affairs of this country, and they have that responsibility as it relates to the operationalization of this piece of legislation to point a direction.
Honorable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary speaking time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes of extended time to complete your contribution if you so wish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they indicated, members of the government, that they are concerned about Trinidad and Tobago not grinding to a halt. They are concerned about the preservation of jobs and so on. And I am sure, Madam Speaker, if they had the business community at heart, if they had the workers of this country at heart, someone on the government side during this particular piece of, during the debate on this particular piece of legislation would have said to the country looking on that indeed we have heard the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. We will consult with the smaller Chamber of Commerces throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago to hear what are the teething problems and what is the government going to do to address this particular issue, what they are going to do about the preservation of jobs as it relates to an economy which they have presided over, which has resulted in job losses of over 150,000 jobs over the last 8 years, Madam Speaker. That is the issue, because, Madam Speaker, I am sure that if we have been following the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Finance indicated in that said virtual press conference that, and I am to quote him, if I am to quote him, Madam Speaker, I'm just going through my notes. He indicated what is needed instead is a properly thought out, properly advised, well-drafted amendment that will allow the government to take action to deal with unforeseen events that require immediate attention, and then they will come back to Parliament for ratification. That is the advice I am getting, but that advice has to be properly fleshed out, and then it has to be factored into draft legislation. So, Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation here is a knee-jerk reaction. It is a reaction because they are under public pressure. This is an illegal act. It has been established by all my colleagues on this side. And this, for me, is window dressing and attempting to appease the population in the context of an ongoing local government election campaign, Madam Speaker. And it is an act of desperation because the country, again, has to thank the member for Siparia and the United National Congress for acting as a bulwark against this runaway government, Madam Speaker. Because if we did not bring this to the fore, which other part of the society would have been able to push back on this government? It would have been a march upon march. It would have been spending upon spending and no accountability, no transparency. And you know what they would have told you? we are doing it in the people's interests. We are acting on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Trust us. Let's do this what? Together. That is what they would have told you. So if we did not do this, and that is why this is the role of the opposition in the context of the parliamentary democracy framework and also within the overall structure of Trinidad and Tobago as a nation, Madam Speaker. So, and not one of them will tell you, they're up and down talking about negative resolution and affirmative resolution, and the Prime Minister likes to be on the move when he's on a political platform. But none of them are on the move here today to tell us when they are coming back with the draft legislation to deal with what needs to be reviewed and how it has to be examined, because the Minister of Finance said that in his virtual press conference, full of deceit and propaganda. That is why I will tell you that the Minister of Finance operates in the dead of the night, and that is why the United National Congress will never trust him during the rest of his tenure, Madam Speaker. And we want to know who is giving the legal advice in terms of the draft amendments, because the minister said that he's getting advice, it is being fleshed out, and they will come back in the second half of the year. We already what? We in a recess. As we're coming towards when we come back, it will be the last quarter of the year. That's why the words of the Minister of Finance, you simply cannot trust the individual. And we, on this side, we want to know who is giving the legal advice. Is it one of the newly minted senior counsel, Madam Speaker? And in the interest of what we would call adhering to good procurement practices, how much will it cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago? Madam Speaker. So that is the issue for us, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the government is duty-bound. The government is duty-bound to account to all the citizens and taxpayers of this country, Madam Speaker. And I will reiterate, because in relation to legal notice number 164 and legal notice number 206 of this country, the government, at least in this very said parliament, they told us that the CARICOM Symposium on Crime cost the taxpayers $1.5 million, and then it moved to $3.5 million. And we still don't know what is the final cost, Madam Speaker. We know that the Standing Finance Committee approved $20 million for the CARICOM 50th anniversary celebrations and the 45th meeting of the heads of CARICOM. At least, if you want the mamagayas, or you want to put some kind of propaganda out there and assure the people of this country, at least come out and say, well, preliminary, we have spent $9 million or $10 million subject to our 5% increase and so on. When we finalize the bill, it may be in the vicinity of $15 million, or it may border on $20 million, Madam Speaker. But no sense of accountability, no sense of transparency, Madam Speaker. But they want the opposition to support these two pieces of, in terms of this legislation, in validating or attempting to validate these two legal notices, Madam Speaker. We will not buy cat and bag. The opposition, through the member for Siparia, has made it very clear that when you bring bad law to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, we will have none of it. And this is our position. And unless the government can put its house in order and apprise the people of Trinidad and Tobago with a full list of the suppliers, the contractors, the full cost of the expenditure that was incurred using taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker, the opposition will have none of it. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that the Cabinet's accountability to the Parliament is not reduced. We want to ensure that we have no part or further part of diminishing the oversight of the role of the role of the Office of the Procurement Regulator, Madam Speaker, because we believe what is being pushed through, rushed through by this administration here this evening is part and parcel of their overall plan and agenda to ensure that the role of the regulator, the procurement regulator, is diminished. And, Madam Speaker, the Cabinet would have the power to exclude billions of dollars in contracts from the oversight of the Office of the Procurement Regulator, Madam Speaker. The government needs to get its act together. 8 years into, well, the third year into their second term, and I do not know when the fiascos will end. And the writing is on the wall, Madam Speaker, that time is longer than twine. The end is near. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for South Orlando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend support to the Honourable Minister of Finance, who has piloted this bill before us. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot today. We've heard a lot of conspiracies. We've heard some explanation. And we have heard answers to questions put across the floor. The Honourable Member for Couva South made the allegation just now that nothing has been said about the future. The Honourable Member was in chorus support with the member for Barataria Sawa, the member for Pointe-a-Pierre, the member for Siparia, in saying no to supporting the validation requested by this bill, which is Clause 6, no to amendments to the Public Procurement Act, which propose negative resolution for the making of orders for exemptions under Section 7 and for the making of regulations under Section 63. The honourable members opposite have alleged that the government has gutted the Public Procurement Act, and the member for Siparia has theatrically sought to tear up paper once again in this Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, permit me to answer some of the issues coming across, but I want to say that the honourable member, the Honourable Minister of Energy, the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, really hit the nail on the head on the wider parameters of this law. And I want to compliment the Honourable Member for that. Madam Speaker, if I may, through you, speak to the good people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago led our cabinet into a decision that on April 26, 2023, the remaining provisions of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act would come into effect. There was a lot of discussion at the level of ministries, etc., and the position taken by the cabinet was the law will be put on and we will work out by way of experience the very significant issues that we expected would come to the fore. Indeed, the Minister of Finance said that quite publicly on a number of occasions, and I have as well, for my part, made the same observations. And in making that decision to turn on the public procurement law on April 26, 2023, I want you to remember, honourable members, through you, Madam Speaker, we did so in the middle of a financial year. We have $60 billion odd in a budget. There are 22 ministries. But we did so in the middle of a financial year. And Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has on several occasions reminded how significant a deviation from the law that we know, the Public Procurement Act, now is. And the Honourable Minister of Finance, in fact, went into case law talking about the introduction of the right to challenge public procurement in a private sector way that we never had in a public sector way. So, Madam Speaker, that's my way of saying the government went in with its eyes wide open, took a decision to proclaim the law. There was a public caveat that we would look at the law as it came. Now, the member for Couva South said the government should have consulted, talked to chambers of commerce, etc. Madam Speaker, the government is the largest entity for expenditure in this country. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago employs the most, spends the most. The ministry that I run, Rural Development and Local Government, is 17 entities large, comprised of 30,000 people, spending $3.4 billion. So from the first-hand experience, I am able to say the largest consultation as to the effects of the law exists inside the government. Madam Speaker, as a matter of record, the public procurement, the OPR, the Office of Public Procurement, went on a fact-finding exercise. And that entity, Madam Speaker, wrote to several entities, asked for their state of readiness. And, Madam Speaker, the OPR, in fact, consulted with 311 entities as to preparedness. In its communications to the government, the OPR said it wrote to 22 ministries. It wrote to the Office of President, the Parliament, the Judiciary. It, in fact, wrote to then the Tobago House of Assembly, its 10 divisions. It wrote to the 14 municipal corporations, the 5 regional health authorities, the 4 service commissions, the 8 entities under statutory authorities. Under state-controlled enterprises, wholly owned, majority, less than 50% owned, they wrote to 51 entities. Tobago state-controlled enterprises, they wrote to 12. Public bodies, as body corporates, they wrote to 162. So in fact, Madam Speaker, that is 131, 132, 133, 134. 134 entities. In fact, the OPR got responses from only 70 of those 334 entities, 314 entities. 70 of them replied. Now, Madam Speaker, the position of the government has been, and the decision taken was, turn on the public procurement law, put it into effect, ensure operationality. The Prime Minister went to the nation in January and in December and told the population that the law was going to come. Now, Madam Speaker, permit me to remind, as I complimented Minister Young, the Honourable Minister of Energy, on his presentation, very forceful presentation this evening, the steps for procurement. This Public Procurement Act, Madam Speaker, is not about ministries and government entities alone. Madam Speaker, it's very important to look at the definition of public bodies. Madam Speaker, the Parent Act number 1 of 2015 defines a public body as Office of President, Parliament, Judiciary, Ministry or Department, Tobago House of Assembly, municipal corporations, regional health authorities, statutory bodies aligned to Minister of Government, assigned, state-controlled enterprises, service commissions. But listen to this. It includes a body corporate or unincorporated in relation to any function exercised by on behalf of the state. Either it includes one which is established by virtue of the President's prerogative. And listen to this. A public body to which this public procurement law applies includes a body corporate or unincorporated entity in relation to any function, power, scheme, or arrangement which involves the use by it of public money. Public money, Madam Speaker, is defined as any money that you get from the government, and when you look at public money, it specifically includes those things distributed by a public body to a person. Madam Speaker, in other words, the definition of a public body, strictly speaking, the letter of the law, as absurd as this may sound, applies to everybody that receives a grant from the government. That is why I can tell you today, Madam Speaker, that in the written correspondence from the Office of Procurement Regulation, the list of entities included, those several hundred lists of persons, included, and I want to put them on the record by way of example, they included bodies such as dojos, which receive money from the state, non-profit organizations that receive money from the state. And at a public procurement joint select committee meeting where the public procurement regulator came, the Minister of Health asked the public procurement regulator on camera, played on television, whether a body which receives a grant, for instance, a non-profit organization that receives grant monies, if that body had to hire a carpenter, whether the carpenter had to be registered at the OPR. And the answer was yes. So, Madam Speaker, on the record, public bodies include much more than 22 ministries. Public bodies include non-profit organizations and others. That churches, yes, that receive government monies. Anybody that receives public money falls within the definition of a public body. Now, Madam Speaker, to give you a sense of scope, the statistics at the companies registry demonstrate there are 9,822 non-profit organizations registered under the Companies Act. Madam Speaker, under the Non-Profit Organizations Act number 7 of 2019, that figure is 9,822, Madam Speaker. There are companies registered under the Companies Act, the Act itself, non-profit companies under the Act itself is 9,822. Under the Non-Profit Organizations Law, 2,900. Madam Speaker, that's nearly 11,000 entities right there. So we are not speaking today to the 22 ministries alone. We are speaking to every non-profit organization, dojos, churches, etc., that fall under the definition of a public body, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what is the mischief that the Minister of Finance is solving today? The Minister of Finance, in making the recommendation that this bill has, that we will disapply the public procurement law for expenditure under $1 million, the Minister of Finance is saying a few things about that. First of all, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance is specifically saying that it will be regulated. There's something that honorable members opposite have missed. The law, the bill says, this is the new section 58A, clause 4, subject to regulations. Let me repeat that. Subject to regulations made under section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from public procurement requirements under this act. It does not say that there is no rule to govern them, because we are conscious that the Central Tenders Board Act has been repealed and replaced with this law. It says subject to regulations. Madam Speaker, section 63 of the Public Procurement Act, which allows the power to make regulations, specifically says if you breach the regulations, you are exposed on summary conviction to $1 million and to 5 years imprisonment. There was a decision by the Privy Council this week in the case of Trin Salvage, which upheld the quantum merit principle in a contract which was in breach of the Central Tenders Board Act. So the Privy Council heard a case called Trin Salvage. They did work for the government. The Permanent Secretary signed the contract in breach of the Central Tenders Board Act. The Privy Council said, listen, even though that contract was ultra vires, you still have to pay for the work on quantum merit basis. It noted that there were no criminal sanctions for that. But I am pointing out today that clause 4 of the bill, which seeks to insert a new section 58A, specifically says that the procurement under $1 million is subject to regulations. In other words, then, the Minister of Finance will have to make regulations and publish the regulations and have them issued, and any breach of the regulations attracts a criminal sanction on summary conviction, $1 million and 5 years. I want to add, Madam Speaker, contrary to the exhortations opposite, the Public Procurement Act operates alongside other laws, one of which is the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago says in section 116 that there shall be an Auditor General. The Constitution provides for the appropriation bill and the supplementary or variation appropriation bills. Those bills pursuant to the standing orders and our rules must go through a standing finance committee. They must be published. It's line by line. We have the Judicial Review Act. We have the Freedom of Information Act. We have section 14 of the Constitution to treat with equality of rights, principles, etc. Madam Speaker, in saying that the new law is that the public procurement law will, subject to regulations, be disapplied under $1 million, it is not a blank check. It is, in fact, a well-organized principle. Now, Madam Speaker, why would a government need to be able to move procurement quickly? Madam Speaker, the GDP of Trinidad is roughly about $151 to $160 billion. Madam Speaker, every public body, by their thousands, Madam Speaker, as Minister Young so clearly, as the Honourable Minister of Energy so clearly painted, have to pass through the eye of a needle. The eye of the needle is section 26 of the Public Procurement Act, which says that there shall be a depository. And, Madam Speaker, it also includes section 6.1 of the regulations to be found at page 87 of the Act. That is the procurement regulations to deal with procedures. It is to be found at page 91 of the Act, which is section 4.1, which is the pre-qualification and pre-selection criterion. It is to be found at the procurement methods and procedures at section 23 in particular. So you have to pass through the eye of a needle. And permit me, Madam Speaker, to let the population understand that at present, the eye of the needle, the public procurement depository, has a very limited supply on it. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Public Procurement Depository as at 19th July 2023, from the information I have, there are 8,375 suppliers who applied in step 1. Out of that 8,375 suppliers, those who have gone to step 2, that is, they have advanced the pre-qualification request stage, 973 suppliers. 1,206 suppliers are pending pre-qualification. 530 suppliers have been rejected. Now, Madam Speaker, 8,375 applied, 973 suppliers were accepted. The entire GDP of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has to pass through the eye of a needle, which is 973 people large. Madam Speaker, let me repeat that. I started my contribution by saying this law came on mid-financial year. The purpose of giving entities money in a financial year is to spend money on salaries, on services, on goods. In my ministry republic, in this republic, it is to build roads, to deal with disaster management units, emergency slippages, saving people's lives. In the $3.4 billion assigned to rural development, we have to pass through 973 persons in a register. What does the Minister of Finance have to do in that? The Minister of Finance listened to the call, listened to the Office of Procurement Regulation. Munilal Lalchan, past procurement regulator, told the Minister of Finance publicly that the OPR was ready for the law to be turned on. We had a public sensitization session arranged by the Minister of Finance, an excellent one. The Minister of Finance himself arranged that. And at the OPR's general session with the ministries and statutory enterprises and state bodies, we were told these statistics. In fact, the Minister of Finance reminded us that the past regulator, OPR regulator, told the nation publicly that the law would be turned on and that he would grant a grace period, if I recall, Minister of Finance, of 6 months. A grace period of 6 months where he will not, the office will not apply the provisions of the procurement depository. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance learned that that could not be done without an amendment to the law. And Madam Speaker, today we have law before us which says that we are proposing that the regulations which require you to go through the eye of the needle, that is the procurement depository, the regulations which have standstill periods, Madam Speaker, that those regulations be made nimble and that we be allowed to amend them by negative resolution. And Madam Speaker, that negative resolution, the Honorable Attorney General has laid on the record. A motion to annul the regulations can happen. But Madam Speaker, in balancing the proportionality of this law, what is the appropriate step to take? Do we listen to the voice of Naparima and let Trinidad and Tobago burn down? Do we do that? Or, Madam Speaker, do we instead say it is essential that goods and services are provided, expenditure must continue, proceed by way of order to allow for the exceptions, if any are to come, have them subject to scrutiny of the Parliament, and proceed to amend the regulations by negative resolution. Madam Speaker, the very concept of using regulations to adjust our economy and save our lives. Because, Madam Speaker, public procurement of medicine is saving lives. Public procurement of earthworks in a natural disaster where the mountain fall down on your house is saving lives. Madam Speaker, in circumstances where it is debatable as to what is an emergency and what is not, a government is required to have regulations that can speak instantaneously in the circumstances. But Madam Speaker, we don't need to look far for an example of lawfulness to do that. And I need only point you to the Public Health Ordinance and the fact that regulations made under the Public Health Ordinance were in fact tested in the Privy Council, and the Privy Council held that the regulation use, without the oversight of Parliament, even though entrenched rights were being treated with or touched, that those regulations were correct and appropriately done under the Public Health Ordinance without negative resolution, without parliamentary oversight. So, Madam Speaker, the position of the propriety of regulations happening, the public health regulations in COVID had no oversight, no negative resolution, no affirmative resolution, and hundreds of them were made. Madam Speaker, under the state of emergency provisions provided for in our Constitution, orders can be provided by way of simple hand of Commissioner of Police or Minister of National Security. Madam Speaker, we are talking about the ability, as the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West put on the record, to save the business community of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular, Madam Speaker, the small and micro enterprises, carpenters, plumbers, Madam Speaker, all of the persons confirmed by the OPR, by the last procurement regulator, to be required to be registered, Madam Speaker, in the registry. Madam Speaker, at one of the interactions with the OPR, I asked how advertisements are to be placed, because advertisements are to be placed in the press. At the time that I was speaking, Madam Speaker, none of the newspapers were in the depository. None of the radio stations were in the depository. So, Madam Speaker, we were watching the law trying to pass through the eye of a needle, Madam Speaker. And what we are sure about is that the Ministry of Finance has acted with propriety and with alacrity to save Trinidad and Tobago in something that we went in with our eyes wide open. We knew the law would need adjustment. The Minister of Finance said so up front. The Prime Minister said so up front. Many of us said so up front. What do we do today? We come and we lay our cards on the table today. We say there are a few mischiefs on the table. One, the Attorney General has advised you need to validate the procurement, because the procurement that was undertaken by the judiciary and under the foreign heads of visiting governments here, those need to be done by affirmative resolution. They were not done by affirmative resolution. Bring an act of parliament and do that. Nothing uncommon by that. Two, the Minister of Parliament, Minister of Finance has come here to say the regulations need to provide for the amendment to the eye of the needle, the depository. Madam Speaker, every business in this country deserves a chance to participate in government money. Every business with transparency. And therefore, Madam Speaker, if there is to be an adjustment in the time frame that you're allowed to register with the depository, the commentators in the newspapers have said so. Read the writing by Helen Drayton, past independent senator. Read the writing coming from the Chambers of Commerce that have said that they are now appreciating that businesses are being excluded from participation rather than included, effectively because they have to pass through the eye of a needle, which is the procurement depository, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's get to the time frames. Now, Madam Speaker, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act has several regulations. all made under Section 63. They were all done by affirmative resolution. They are cast in stone. For the record, affirmative resolution will always pass in the House of Representatives because they have a built-in majority. Madam Speaker, in terms of the regulations, there are 10 of them. And Madam Speaker, very importantly in the regulations is the one that Minister Young flagged. That is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Procurement Methods and Procedures Regulations. And it is in there that they tell you...
Honourable Member for San Fernando West, you have 1 minute of ordinary time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes extended time to continue your contribution. You'll avail yourself of that?
Yes, please, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
please. Okay, 1 minute. I'll call on the Leader of the House.
Kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, this House do continue to sit until the conclusion of the matters before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the conclusion of the business before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the Public Procurement Act, the regulations which are called Public Procurement, Disposal of Public Property, Procurement Methods and Procedures Regulations. Madam Speaker, bear with me here. They tell you that you can engage in open bidding. They tell you that you can engage in limited bidding. You can engage in requests for quotations, single source selection, sole source selection. Madam Speaker, they set out alternative procurement methods, reverse e-auctioneering. What do those mean? You have several ways in which you can procure. The regulations say you must be in the depository. If you're not in the depository, nobody can procure with anybody outside the depository. The next thing that they say, Madam Speaker, you must obey the time frames. Madam Speaker, if you go to the pre-qualification time frame, you have to do a preparation for the pre-qualification criteria. You then have to have a public invitation. It must be reasonable time. That's 14 to 21 days. You then have to have clarifications heard in a reasonable time. That's another 14 to 21 days. You then have to have pre-qualification documents with responses to them. That's another 14 to 21 days. You then have to deal with clarifications, 14 to 21 days. You then have to ensure the pre-qualification documents are correct in accordance with Section 29. You then have to have applications notified. Each contractor who presented an application must be told, Madam Speaker, again a reasonable time frame, 14 to 21 days. You then have to invite only the pre-qualified people in. And Madam Speaker, then you may request a review. That means you have, depending upon the time frame, anywhere between 60 days to 126 days to follow that. That is to pre-qualify. Madam Speaker, when you get to pre-selection, again similar time frames. When you get to the methods that I described, whether it's open bidding, sole select, request for proposals, request for quotations, etc., each one of them has mandatory time frames and minimum standstill period. What does that mean? After you spend 126 days to pre-qualify people, Madam Speaker, the last time I checked, a year has 365 days. After you spend 126 days to pre-qualify people, in your financial year of 365 days that ends, in fact, a month earlier, because you cut off spending by September 21st, Madam Speaker, you then go into standstill periods and review proceedings. So you spend half your year trying to get people to do business with, trying to get pre-qualification. After that half year pass, and you tell everybody what you're going to do, you then invite them to say, tell me if you agree or don't agree. Enter challenge proceedings, just like Bruce Lee entered the dragon. The challenge proceedings, Madam Speaker, take you 128 days in challenge proceedings. Let me repeat that. 128 days, and then you go to the High Court, then Court of Appeal, then Privy Council. But Madam Speaker, it's not as if challenge proceedings is the only way you could tackle a procurement. You still have judicial review. You still have freedom of information with judicial review on top of that. You still have constitutional challenge. So if you add that to challenge proceedings, you have 4 bites of the cherry. 126 days to pre-qualify, 128 days in challenge proceedings. Madam Speaker, what do you expect the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago to be? The expenditure, the budget to be, if the Minister of Finance didn't have the courage and the foresight to come here and tell the nation, allow for amendments to the regulations by negative resolution, because the Prime Minister has insisted to this country, and we all agree with him on a collective responsibility, that we want the public procurement law. But you have to start. The Prime Minister said there will be problems. The Minister of Finance said there would be problems. You heard the Honourable Minister of Energy tonight tell us in detail, as I am now, how we're procuring. But Madam Speaker, I stand as I walk the streets of Trinidad every day, if I can, to tell you people are crying out for jobs, Madam Speaker. People want to ensure they get a fair participation. The UNC is in glory, in perfect glory, that procurement is as difficult as it is because they want nothing to happen, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, let me compliment the Minister of Finance on 2 further things. Our Minister of Finance recognized, because of this public procurement law, that people need to have their tax clearance certificate, their NIS clearance certificate. And our Minister of Finance approached the Cabinet and said to the Cabinet that the recommendation for an amnesty was made and that the extension of the amnesty was made. That is to benefit every small contractor in this country to get their clearance certificates, to comply with the law, so they could satisfy the public procurement law under Section 29. Because if you don't have your clearance certificates, nobody doing business with you, Madam Speaker. And today, in these 6 small clauses, where the Minister of Finance says, give the power to make regulations more speed, more latitude, put it subject to parliamentary scrutiny, make it subject to annulment, but allow business to continue, not out of the blue, but in a fashion that is subject to regulations. Section 63(2) says regulations have the penalty, a criminal offense, summary conviction, 5 years, $1 million if you breach a regulation. Clause 4 of the bill says, put procurement under $1 million, subject to regulations. Make those regulations subject to Parliament scrutiny by negative resolution. Madam Speaker, who hiding from what? Madam Speaker, that is the definition of transparency. That is the Minister of Finance being nimble, having watched an area of responsibility that the Minister of Finance has responsibility for. In his submissions to the Cabinet, he is warning us about processes and procedures. And Madam Speaker, the only people in glee, in happiness, in glorious celebration over the difficulties to allow small contractors to enter into the dance is the UNC, Madam Speaker. They stand in the way of that. You see, Madam Speaker, a small carpenter and a laborer, Madam Speaker, is not SIS hiding out in Panama where there's no extradition treaty, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not procurement in the fashion that the UNC is accustomed to. But Madam Speaker, the one thing that I am so grateful for always, especially in listening to the member for Naparima, is to listen to the intellectual garbage that is spewed from those quarters at times, because they really show the country what we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. That's what it is. So, Madam Speaker, this law, put in its very simple term, Madam Speaker, proposes regulations which can be nimbly made. It will allow for the eye of the needle, the procurement depository, to be considered by the Minister of Finance. It will allow, Madam Speaker, for more than what we are treating with in terms of who is qualified. Let me repeat, Madam Speaker, for the record, that we are treating with a very small number of persons. 8,375 applied as at today's date to go in. 973 accepted fully. Everybody else in limbo. There is no way, Madam Speaker, that 973 suppliers can provide and meet for all the public procurement needs of this country. The Minister of Finance has coordinated the relief that comes from the tax amnesty, from the extension of the NIS amnesty. Every attempt is being made to allow small businesses to have a chance at participating in the structures that we are. I want to proceed to wind up by saying I fully endorse the Honorable Attorney General's criticism about the approach that the Honorable members opposite have made to the judiciary. Madam Speaker, there are some deep-set issues in the law that have to be considered. No doubt interpretation and litigation will help us to get there, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, there is no way that justice can be stranded. Perhaps the UNC, the members opposite, do not wish justice to function, wish the judiciary to shut down so that they can't procure. We don't want that, Madam Speaker, and we don't support it. Madam Speaker, this law is proportionate, it is well thought out, and it gives me great pleasure to support the Minister of Finance in seeking to ease the burden for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this particular bill. The bill before us being the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. But, Madam Speaker, we have heard it before. What we are here for, just to put things back in focus, is that it seeks to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act No. 1 of 2015, the Parent Act, and to validate certain actions taken in respect of statutory instruments made under the Public Procurement and Disposal, the Parent Act. And we are seeing today, Madam Speaker, where Member for Pointe-a-Pierre made the point, and I want to endorse this point, that based on the submissions that we have heard from members on the other side, this is a matter we could understand that the validation of certain actions coming as extraordinary business. But everything else, Madam Speaker, ought not to be here at this point in time to be debated in the Parliament. And I say that most respectfully. This ought to have come in a normal parliamentary session, and we would have had some... Madam Speaker, I did say I make that point. So I take the guidance from the Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I get quickly down into what I heard previous Speaker, member for San Fernando West, the points that he made. And I want to say that, let me start on a light note. And on that light note, Madam Speaker, it appears to me that we have maybe the member for Diego Martin Northeast and the Honorable Attorney General operating and thinking that they are Henry VIII, King Henry VIII. And I say that, and I mean it in a light way. King Henry VIII, for those who may not know, he had 6 wives. He was somebody who
wanted to pass proclamations to ensure that he could divorce one and move on to the other. He wanted to pass proclamations after proclamations when he did not want to obey the church. And what we are dealing with here, it seems to me that we have a Minister of Finance, member for Diego Martin, Northeast, operating as though we can run the government by proclamation. And I say that, and I want to say that, this penchant for legislating by proclamation is not what we expect in a sovereign democratic state. We don't expect that in a modern society, a modern democracy, which embraces scrutiny, transparency, and accountability. Now, it is unfortunate that I heard member for San Fernando West make reference, and I hope he did not mean that the intellectual garbage was somehow coming from quarters, meaning coming from this side. No, and it cannot be member for any specific member. No. And I will not, no, Madam Speaker, I will not want clarification of that. Regardless of who, nobody on this side engages in that kind of contribution. But on that note, I want to put it across that when I heard speaker after speaker on the other side coming and saying as though, well, if we run out of toilet paper, and if it is a ministry needs toilet paper, and you need toilet paper, the amount of times I heard justification with reference to the need for toilet paper, I thought this was a defecation bill. I thought we were debating a defecation bill here tonight. But I say that, I mean, the intellectual garbage cannot be ascribed to anybody on this side. So, I also want to make the point, as I move forward, Madam Speaker, and no, Madam Speaker, the Americans say defecation.
Member, you're directing your contribution this week. Please don't be distracted. Let's get on with it.
Yes, Madam Speaker, member for Laventil West has distracted me. He's engaging in wrongsomeness, evilousness. Madam Speaker, today, and as I get deeper into some of my contribution, it seems as though at the end of the day what we are doing is we are seeking to legalize unlawfulness. That is what we are seeking to do. And why do I say something like that? Madam Speaker, I seek your protection from member for Laventil West. So, Madam Speaker, I'm being distracted. Now, Madam Speaker, I heard references to members for San Fernando West speaking to Carpenter having to register, and, member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West also making the point that you have certain small businesses that they now have to put themselves in a position of readiness, and so as to be listed on the procurement depository, etc., meaning that they now have to put themselves in a state of readiness, fulfill certain requirements under the Parent Act, and then only they will be considered for procurement of services by government and other entities. Now, Madam Speaker, the point I want to make to that is that when we hear this phrase, the eye of the needle, meaning the procurement depository, and now we have, like, as though this is the hardest trajectory which businesses have to take, it leaves me to wonder what was taking place with this government in consideration of the parent legislation between 2022 and 2023. Because in 2022, Madam Speaker, it was this present Attorney General who went into the public domain and indicated to the public that he had received, mysteriously or otherwise, communication from the judiciary indicating that this act was not ready to be implemented. And that was put out in the public record. And as a consequence of that, I believe it was in April of 2022. And then you had in 2023, almost 1 year later, you then had the said Attorney General announcing that they will be proclaiming the procurement legislation. So what has happened between 2022 when he first indicated, when the Attorney General first indicated that certain things had to be done to bring this act to a point of proclamation and implementation, and now 2023, you come and you actually have a position where it has been proclaimed, and between that time, you are now seeing in a very short space of time with the passing or executing of one legal notice, one exemption order, that we see all of a sudden, we are hearing about the eye of the needle. We are hearing about problems involving the procurement depository. We are hearing a whole host of problems. What happened for the last almost 2 years when it was indicated by the judiciary to the Honorable Attorney General that this particular parent bill was not in a state of readiness to be implemented? And this is the question that we have. How come all of a sudden, when it has been pointed out that the parent legislation, how it was framed, and the exemption order haven't been implemented recently, that we realize all of a sudden that there are too many problems? And when we hear language such as the ease of doing business, do we mean ease of doing business, meaning that the government's ease of conducting its own business? Or do we actually mean the ease of doing business amongst the business communities? Because I highly doubt that when we have a drop from the 60s, the ranking 60 out of 190 in the ease of doing business index, from 2014, 2015 to now, where I think we are now 105, I hope I'm not mistaken with that number, but I believe we are in the hundreds now in terms of the ease of doing business, meaning that we are dropping severely, drastically in our ranking, pointing out to the international community, all of the investors locally, regionally, internationally, that the ease of doing business is going downward in trajectory. What are we really saying? That passing this is going to make that index, make us rank better on the index? Nothing has been pointed to here today, whether by way of reference to the proposed amendment, this bill, or whether by reference to the parent legislation. And no reference has been made to any kind of conduct, any measures, any implementation that has been either embarked upon before or is yet to be embarked upon by members on that side that will point to making the ease of business any better for local businesses. Now, Madam Speaker, I think based on the contribution of the last speaker on the other side, member for San Fernando West, and he seemed to be somehow pointing out that, we on this side, we are in our glory. You see, that is the furthest thing from the truth. We would never on this side glory in any measure, in any consequence that would cause members of the ordinary citizenry, members of the business community to suffer any kind of hardship. That is not what we are about here. And it is as a consequence of our poised position in that sense that we always want to make sure that we get the legislation right. Madam Speaker, on this side, to put it plain and simple, and I've heard it from my colleague here, we care about the ordinary man. Now, there have been certain references, and I'm just rebutting some of the points made before still, Madam Speaker. There have been certain references to the law pertaining to procurement legislation. And the Honorable Attorney General spoke about you have a situation, he extensively quoted the presumption of regularity. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the legal premise for a lot of what we heard today from the Honorable Attorney General is what we would say in law, plainly wrong. That is how we would describe it in law. And what does that mean, Madam Speaker, for the ordinary person, for lay people? it means that the Attorney General is premising his arguments on a misapprehension of the law. So when you talk about the presumption of regularity and that it is applicable here and that the law as it stands, nothing is wrong and no illegal act has been done and nothing has been commissioned as a consequence of that, that illegality or even irregularity, and you're saying that the presumption of regularity applies, Madam Speaker, that is simply a common law presumption that we utilize as a principle of evidence. You can't bring that into a substantive debate where we are dealing with a piece of legislation to say, well, the presumption of regularity applies, underpins, what we have done, and therefore it is deemed to be regular, it is deemed to be proper, it is deemed to be correct as a matter of legislative drafting and as a matter of law. And I say this very respectfully. Even if we take it at its face value, an evidential principle, all it means, Madam Speaker, is that it is an evidential burden. When you are before the court of law, it has an evidential burden before the courts that can be easily discharged. So it is a presumption, but you are free to bring evidence to say otherwise. The Latin phrase, when we deal with it from a point of view of the commission of actions based on regulations, we would say it is omnia presumptur rete esse acta. That is the Latin phrase, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so Madam Speaker, member for Port of Spain South is very aware of, obviously he's very aware of that presumption and the application of that presumption. Madam Speaker, when we come to legislative drafting, we come to a matter of how public entities conduct itself. So we are treating with it as a matter of itself, and we are treating with it as a matter of public law. The presumption of regularity has no application. What you have is that public entities are expected to operate in a manner that is transparent. They have to account for their actions. In fact, the whole jurisprudence of public law arose because they now deem public entities to have an inherent duty to account for their actions. So I just put that on the record because I think the Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General, was a little bit misguided and was wrong on his premise of the law in saying that that would be somehow applicable in what is being debated here today, and the actions that have been taken by the government so far is somehow lawful. It may be lawful in the sense that no criminal sanction can be attached, but certainly the actions are premised on bad legislation. So, Madam Speaker, that is in relation to the presumption of irregularity. I want to say that I heard references being made to, in the criminal arena, in the judiciary, sequestering juries and, ensuring that you have recourse to services, you can have recourse to services and goods that you may need. Maybe when you sequester a jury, I assume what is meant by members on the other side, when you sequester a jury, something may happen and you need to pay for something specific for a particular juror or for all of the jurors who have been empaneled and they are treating with a particular case. Madam Speaker, my difficulty with that citation or that example is that we are telling the population of Trinidad and Tobago that here we are in 2023 and we cannot have a single provider or certain providers procured on a list that you can say, well, okay, they are somehow on this list of providers and they are the ones who we will have recourse to if it is we need to get something. In other words, nothing stops the government or the judiciary from having a list of providers so that in the event that you need to have recourse to goods and services which you have not catered for, that is why they are there. You will just simply seek recourse in them and they can be there for a period of time. You don't have to go seeking them out every time which person sells KFC or who caters food. The jurors have been empaneled. We don't know where to get his food from. Is that what we are telling the population? So you have, to use the contractual language, you have pre-qualification of certain persons, you have them on a list, and they are there and they will provide the services. I don't understand where this example has come from, as though the judiciary cannot function with some of those basic services. I fail to appreciate that. And if that is what we are telling the population, Madam Speaker, we on this side, we are not prepared to agree with that. And I think member for Barataria Sanwan spoke about the open framework agreements, so I wouldn't touch on that. I think he dealt with that somewhat extensively. Madam Speaker, we are talking about, and I want to make this point before going on further, if we are talking about procurement of goods and services and essentials that may be necessary for the proper functioning of departments or certain departments within the judiciary, I have not heard anything said about the probate registry. I thought member for San Fernando West was coming to tell us something about maybe that is something being considered, and the probate registry is one that needs additional funding because they have been very, behind. They have been lagging behind in terms of deliverables to the population. Persons who have deaths in their family and they are applying for probate or letters of administration, they apply in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And Madam Speaker, the relevance of that is that I didn't hear recourse to that. That is an area I thought if they felt that the judiciary needed additional services, that was the department. So, Madam Speaker, one other point that has been made here today by members on the other side, and I want to reject it outright, which is that we on this side are somehow against regional committee. We are not in favor of CARICOM nations coming together. We are somehow against, celebration of 50 years of having entered into the CARICOM Treaty, the Treaty of Chaguaramas. Madam Speaker, we are all for getting our regional partners on board. We are all for having them come to our shores. We are all for engaging with them meaningfully so that as a region we can combat issues that we face individually and collectively. Madam Speaker, but I want to put on the record that our CARICOM neighbors would understand. They will certainly understand the need to have transparency and accountability when it came to procurement. They wouldn't be against that. They would understand this. So I want to say on the record that we are not sending out any negative signal as what is being put forward by members on the other side. In fact, Madam Speaker, there is a United Nations Convention Against Corruption. There's a treaty, and whilst we are not an immediate party to that treaty, countries are being guided to go in the direction of following, ratifying certain laws, of aligning certain laws to make sure that we are somehow keeping in line with that treaty. So member for San Fernando West is saying we have implemented most of that, but it makes my point that our neighbors would understand why we want accountability out of the recent procurement of services under the exemption order. So I hear references to, Madam Speaker.
1 minute, please. I know that maybe members are in another place because we were in recess, but we're not in recess now. So Standing Order 53 applies, okay? The crosstalk, I love the magnetism between member of Naparima and Laventille West. But it's not for here at this time. Member for Chaguaramas West.
Madam Speaker, like poles in magnets repel. So Madam Speaker, Sorry, Madam Speaker, the point I was moving on to make was that I think, and I will not dwell on this any longer, I think that our regional partners understand the role of the opposition, and they know that when we seek accountability and transparency, we are not painting this country in any negative light. So Madam Speaker, I want to make reference to this is the World Rule of Law Index. And Madam Speaker, in the 2021 World Rule of Law Index, we ranked 65 out of 138 countries. And in the 2022 report, we actually dropped 2 further ranks. So between 2021 to 2022, we have now dropped from 65 to 67. We now rank 67 on the World Rule of Law Index out of 140 countries. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that our adherence to the rule of law is what is being measured. And it is not measured in any haphazard or arbitrary manner. What they do, what this international body does, is that they solicit the views from citizens from the country, amongst other factors. So it is not something that is made up by the UNC. It is something that worldwide it is accepted. And Madam Speaker, when you look at the factors that they take into account, constraints on government powers, absence of corruption, open government, fundamental rights, order and security, regulatory enforcement, civil justice, criminal justice. So certainly when we look at constraints on government powers, absence of corruption, open government, regulatory enforcement in particular, this is where we need to make sure that we have a proper functioning and a very strong public procurement piece of legislation. So, Madam Speaker, unless we want to keep with the spirit and theme of combating corruption, and we do it in a very vociferous and a vigorous manner, we are going to continue dropping in that World Rule of Law Index, Madam Speaker. It is not a prediction I wish to make. I don't want it that way, Madam Speaker, but we have already seen over the last few years where we have dropped in the rankings. So in the 2022 report, we had already dropped, and we dropped a further 2 between 2021 and 2022, please, Madam Speaker. So I make that point in terms of the World Rule of Law Index, please. Madam Speaker, in terms of, I think a reference was made to emergency services, and I think I wouldn't dwell on this point. I just want to put it on the record that yes, we know and that there is recourse to emergency procurement, and that is the Procurement Methods and Procedures Regulation 14.2c. And so the question then arises, if it is you can have recourse and there is already provision for the emergency procurement, then what really are we contemplating when we say that we want to have this particular amendment brought specifically at clause 5 of the bill? So, Madam Speaker, that having been said, hopefully to comprehensively combat some of the statements made by members on the other side, Madam Speaker, what I want to turn to now is basically, I did say that my theme, gauged from what I have heard put forward by members of the government towards propagating this particular bill, is, I say, legalizing unlawfulness. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to quote from the French economist Frédéric Bastiat. And he said, Madam Speaker, a famous economist, 1860, in his book entitled The Law. And this is what he said, and I quote, "When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it." So that, Madam Speaker, member for Laventille West is...
Member for Laventille West, I'm sure if you want to join the debate after the member for Chaguanas West, once you catch my eye, I'll allow you to stand. Okay, so otherwise, if you could kindly contain your exuberance. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I want to thank Member for Lavantil West. He took the words out of my mouth. I cannot think of more fitting words.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I cannot think of more fitting words to describe the actions of this government here today when we look at the words of Bastiat. Now, Madam Speaker, it seems as though I may need to explain this a little bit more. And Bastiat goes on to define what is legal plunder. And this is what he says, and I quote, "But how is this legal plunder to be identified? Question mark. Quite simply, see if the law takes from some persons what belongs to them and gives it to other persons to whom it does not belong. See if the law benefits one citizen at the expense of another by doing what the citizen himself cannot do without committing a crime." So, Madam Speaker, the point is that here it is, you can plunder, and this, with legislation that is being proposed, it can become a way of life, Madam Speaker. So here today, you are trying to create a legal justification to defend that course of conduct which we can expect with the passage of this bill. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, that when Member for Barataria Sawan spoke, not only here today in the Parliament, a couple Sundays ago when he challenged the exemption order, what happened, Madam Speaker, is that you had a government being caught red-handed with their actions and already having treated with a violating piece of law, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, instead of accepting their responsibility for their actions and obeying the law, as usual, members of the government believe that they are above the law and they are not accountable to the people, and they come here with this piece of legislation and they seek to deflect the blame on us. And, Madam Speaker, it is known, I don't know if they have stopped reading the papers because there is nothing favorable to members of the government in the daily newspapers anymore. But when you look at it, Madam Speaker, editorial after editorial, some of which have been quoted by Member for Siparia, Member for Barataria Sawan, they have quoted extensively, they have cited, they have commentated, you have had opinions galore by way of letters to the editor as well, whereby they have commended the opposition for actually holding the government accountable.
Honourable Member, you just have a few seconds left of ordinary speaking time. You're entitled to 15 minutes more of extended time to complete your contribution. So if it is that you are going into extended time, yes? Yes, please. Okay, so please proceed. You have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I was just making the point that what you have is you have a commentary, and it is public opinion. Even when you go sometimes, Madam Speaker, before the Privy Council, the lawyers on both sides, in order to agree the state of facts at play on a particular issue, you would see them agreeing newspaper articles governing the particular issue to show that that is the state of facts that exist in the country. And what we have been seeing for the last 2 weeks is that the country is clamoring for greater accountability by way of stronger public procurement legislation. They do not want to have any whittling away, any further whittling away of the parent legislation, please, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the population is not in agreement with the actions of the government in bringing this bill here today. So, Madam Speaker, I want to point out that in the Minister of Finance piloting this particular piece of legislation, made reference to other countries where you would have had certain thresholds set, below which you would now have no need for procurement, the application of the full procurement requirements. And that is correct. You do have countries that cater for that. I want to say that in some of these countries, for example, Canada, the United Kingdom, certainly in Canada, what you have is you have the integrity of Public Contracts Act. So that is something that would be married to any procurement legislation. In the UK, what they do have is there is a guide. The Cabinet Office of the United Kingdom has put out a guide to reserving below threshold requirements. And so when they set thresholds, what they do, what they do, Madam Speaker, is they have given guidance as to certain factors, considerations that need to be taken on board before you can implement or establish thresholds below which you would say that the exemption will apply. You would have freedom to procure without the full requirements of your particular procurement legislation. And so they have advised that you identify and manage risks, and they look at reputational risk management to ensure government contracts are awarded and completed successfully in support of government policy or organization objectives. They have looked at these risks are grounded on consideration of the ability of the market to provide the quantity and quality of services of goods required, interruptions to public services which rely on suppliers, poor performance by suppliers, impact of uncertainties in volume of service or goods provided, and failure of a supplier to meet all or part of their obligations. So that is just one of the factors. Then they have spoken to using model contracts. They have also looked at the question of developing KPIs and data reporting, key performance indicators and data reporting, undertaking supplier due diligence, publishing transparency notices. And all of these, Madam Speaker, time will not permit me, nor would I want to extensively quote from the Cabinet Office note, advice, a guide to reserving below threshold procurements. That is the title of the document. But what it shows, Madam Speaker, is that in those countries, yes, and we have a situation where what is being suggested here, in those countries where they say, yes, there's a threshold requirement, they establish a certain figure, and they then say, well, below that figure, you will not have to observe the full requirements of any procurement laws. In our domestic legislation, we don't have that. And if it is, you are going to do that, this is the kind of research, these are the kind of details we need to put forward before we can say, yes, we are going to cap or we're going to establish a threshold of 1 million. The reasoning that we have heard here today is that, according to member for Port of Spain South, that used to be like that under the Central Tenders Board regulations, etc., and it worked then. We can't see that if we do it now below this particular parent legislation, the sky is going to fall down. So that is irrational, that it worked before and it can continue to work. No, that cannot be the benchmark. That cannot be the determining consideration. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, it is because when we had those things in place before, we still had massive leakages. So you may think that 1 million might be a drop in the bucket, but it can add up over a period of time. And this is why we have to be a little bit more critical in our analysis if we are going in the direction of saying yes to put in a threshold. In this case, they are suggesting 1 million, and therefore, what are we going to do in terms of the requirements that you say can be foregone in order for those who seek to procure services or provide, vice versa, services, goods and services below 1 million. I say, Madam Speaker, that a little bit more thought has to be put into it, for even if the government is minded to stick to $1 million on their own reasons, I maintain I haven't really heard anything that is very compelling. But if they're going to stick to that, I think there must be something that has to be an addendum, a proviso, that if you are going to say exemption for those who are falling below $1 million, there must be some further checks and balances. So, Madam Speaker, that is in relation to the threshold. Madam Speaker, how long do I have again, please?
Full time for you is 8:32, member for Shogunas West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the concluding thoughts that I want to treat with, Madam Speaker, we have a situation where between 2010 to 2015, I have heard remarks being made by members on the other side that if we on this side were so interested that we would have ensured that the public procurement legislation would have been fully functional. And Madam Speaker, it is a very simple response to that. It is a work in progress. They themselves have accepted that when they came into office in 2015, that it was work in progress. But you are talking about 2015 and we're in 2023, 8 years later. And I already mentioned that in 2021, you had the Attorney General taking a position that based on receipt of some notification from the judiciary that they delayed the implementation of the Procurement Act. And then you came in 2022 and you said, yes, it is ready to be proclaimed. And we are just 1 year later. So what are we dealing with? Are we really dealing with a situation where we on this side can be accused of not seriously wanting procurement legislation? Or are we dealing with a situation, as I've mentioned before, that you have members on the other side always seeking to deflect the blame? Moving forward, Madam Speaker, whether it be we have upcoming local government elections, whether it is going to be a general elections in years to come, with or without elections, whatever nature, the people of this country wants to know that the monies are being spent on what it is being stated for. They want to know that monies are not going in one person's pocket. People in this country want to know that when goods and services are being procured, that there's no leakage, there's no kickback. So we can accuse all who we want to in times gone by. It is how we move forward, Madam Speaker. And moving forward, the people are asking for greater transparency, accountability, scrutiny. And that is something that we on this side will make sure that we continue to stand up for. And we will always hold the government accountable, making sure that when bills are brought before the Parliament, wherever any laws are to be passed, especially when it relates to monies, that we will make sure that the citizens, get their money's worth. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very privileged to respond to my colleague, the Honourable Member for Chaguanas West. At this very mature stage of the debate. We've been here since 1:30.
7 hours.
Well over 7 hours, Madam Speaker, debating a very important issue of public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I must say that I wish to commend the Honourable Member for Diego Martin North East, the Honourable Minister of Finance, the Attorney General, and all members of this side for their very studied contribution, very strong debate performance, Madam Speaker, in true PNM style. True PNM style. Because you see, Madam Speaker, we have been on a journey where public procurement is concerned. And that journey has started not only in 2015 when the Public Procurement Act was passed by the previous government, but subsequent to that, we moved towards appointing a board, a procurement regulator, and the procurement regulator would have engaged in a number of engagements, discussions with public entities, statutory agencies, proceeding to boards of directors as we seek to build out the infrastructure to implement public procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, as we seek to build out these infrastructure to introduce public procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago, a number of amendments had to be made. Because we were told on numerous occasions by the former procurement regulator that Trinidad and Tobago is in a state of readiness for the introduction of public procurement legislation. Many commentators, stakeholders who would have contributed in the white paper, in joint select committees, in the drafting of the laws, participating in debates in Parliament, you know, arguments going to and fro, etc., Madam Speaker, as a country, both sides of the House, all our stakeholders, all our citizens, we pledge that for us to do business better on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, oftentimes we may have differences in how we approach the topic. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I believe that all our citizens aspire to have public procurement legislation that will serve the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but not one that is inimical to good order and that will undermine the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It's very simple. And Madam Speaker, even in Jamaica, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, in the European Union, we would have seen that the issue of public procurement is one that engages all parliaments all over the world. Several times after passing the legislation, gaps are identified, loopholes are identified, issues, Madam Speaker, as you implement these very, very cumbersome pieces of legislation. And as legislators, our responsibility is to come to the Parliament and make those changes that are necessary so that we can protect the peace and good order of our citizens and our country. It is not a time every moment and every time we come to the Parliament or we discuss public procurement that it is an opportunity to hurl all kinds of insults, engage in all kinds of rumor mongering, scare tactics, to create the impression that what the government is seeking to do is water down public procurement legislation to undermine the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, this government won the election in 2015, won another election in 2020. And over that period of time, Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that the governments of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley always operated in the best interest of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And I could have stand here, Madam Speaker, and talk about SIS, the Beetham wastewater scandal that cost this country billions of dollars. I could talk about the Curab interchange fiasco, Madam Speaker, where this government constructed that. Madam Speaker, please protect me from my honorable friends opposite. Madam Speaker, I could talk about the Piaco scandal, Madam Speaker, that hangs as shame around the necks of the UNC in this country. Madam Speaker, I can talk about the Curab interchange, which was constructed by this government to the tune of $200 to $300 million, an interchange which was going to be constructed by the UNC government for $500 million, $200 million more, Madam Speaker. But I won't engage in that. I would not engage in that. This government has come to this Parliament because we are faced with certain issues, because we committed ourselves to implementing public procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. And as the Honourable Member for San Fernando West said, we knew that we would have engaged and faced certain challenges and difficulties in implementing the legislation. It was discussed at the level of the cabinet. But the Prime Minister said that we have been at this for a very long time and we will implement the law. And as legislators and as a responsible government, wherever there might be issues, we will come to the Parliament, we are going to be forthright with the population, and we will make the amendments that are necessary to protect the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Very simple. But as soon as the UNC hears it, it's an opportunity to engage in all kinds of bacchanal, because that is the nature of our honourable friends and colleagues opposite. It is the nature of them. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, she comes here, she couldn't find her notes, very unprepared. I say with the greatest of respect, And then she left the chamber. I thought that she would have been here to engage in robust discussions. He's here. And to guide the leaderless.
There's one way to make an interjection, so anybody who wants to make an interjection, I'm sure they will comply with the relevant standing order. Member for Lupino Bonnier West.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. They collapsed. The opposition has collapsed. So, Madam Speaker, the European Parliament right now supplying Freeport with 100 million gallons of water. 100 million of gallons. And supplying the people of Freeport with 100 million gallons of water, Madam Speaker, we complied with every piece of requirements under the public procurement legislation. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we are talking about, you see, you like to harass me and I'm going to respond to him. They spent over $1 billion in an IDB loan to improve water supply to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Wastewater. Engage in all kinds of practices. Flouting all kinds of public procurement regulations, Madam Speaker. And not a gallon of water was produced in the Freeport area. Shame on them, not one. And had they conformed with public procurement legislation and the principles of good public procurement legislation, the issue of water supply and utilities in the area of Freeport, Pinal, Siparia, Mayaro would have been far better. Be far better. So they cannot come here and preach to us. And if the UNC has an epiphany, I am happy for them. But the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago have not forgotten the UNC. They can't come here and preach to us. They can't come here and preach to us. And therefore, Madam Speaker, if this PNM government comes to the Parliament, informs the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that there is an issue to be resolved, an issue that has been unforeseen when we decided to implement public procurement legislation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you would have heard from previous speakers with respect to the challenges faced by the suppliers of goods and services to be pre-qualified and to be registered in the depository in the Office of Public Procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, despite the challenges, there's no precedent. I have done some research, and I have seen no precedent in any Commonwealth jurisdiction where contractors are required to be pre-qualified in order to do business with the state. And therefore, I am taking this opportunity, perhaps, given where we are at this point in time, where only 900 contractors that would have been registered and pre-qualified, certainly not enough to supply the citizens through the government of goods and services. I am asking the OPR to reconsider this issue of pre-qualification because it is causing serious problems in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, it is only certain big businesses that have the resources at their disposal that can register and pre-qualify in the OPR, much to the detriment of the carpenters, much to the detriment of the plumbers and the electricians all over Trinidad and Tobago who have been, and the caterers and the pan players and the parang singers, the chutney singers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have been all over Trinidad and Tobago commissioning a number of projects to improve the supply of water. And oftentimes when we go into the communities, especially under the Community Water Improvement Program, we engage the little caterer in the community, the little entertainer, the young boy and the young girl to come and sing the national anthem. How can we now ask these people that they now have to register and be pre-qualified with the OPR, getting NIS, have to get the NIS and the tax clearances and all of these statutory difficulties in order for us to engage them, the doubles vendor. Madam Speaker, that is how difficult and, sorry to say, but ridiculous this has become. That we now cannot engage these very simple service providers because the law now requires, and the regulations of the OPR now require, that they be registered in the depository and be pre-qualified in order to engage the state. None of us anticipated that this would have been so difficult to be done. And if as a government we are saying, Madam Speaker, that goods and services under the threshold of $1 million, they will now form and will be subjected to the regulations to be issued by the Minister of Finance. We are not saying that they will not be subjected to regulations, you know. The opposition is giving the impression that we are removing this under the ambit of the public procurement law and it is a free-for-all. That is not the case, Madam Speaker. We are saying that the Minister of Finance under the law will make regulations subject to also the guidance of the OPR to guide these suppliers of goods and services. So therefore it is wrong to come before this Parliament and to go before the country and seek to mislead the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to give the impression that contracts under $1 million will no longer be subjected to any rules and regulation. It is in black and white. It is there before us. And members opposite have the habit of repeating misinformation on top of misinformation on top of misinformation to the extent that they tend to believe themselves and hoping that the country believes them. Very, very unfortunate. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, this country had a perfect example of what emergencies can do. We had a situation where a main transmission line, 48-inch line on the Caroni water treatment plant was ruptured, depriving over 250,000 customers in North Trinidad. What are we to do in these circumstances? To now seek to get a supplier that is registered, that is pre-qualified, that will take over 60 days, Madam Speaker, to deprive this country of water for 60 days? Madam Speaker, we got advice to keep that line shut off for 10 days. And we decided that we are going to make use of the laws and the regulations that are available to us to ensure that this line was repaired in the shortest time possible to restore the supply of water to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, if this amendment that we are seeking to make in Parliament today was in place, the repair that was done to the Caroni water treatment plant cost the utility company around $900,000. $900,000. So $1 million, do not underestimate it. As a matter of fact, coming to Parliament, some utility workers, TNTEC and WASA, asked that this threshold be increased to $3 million because of the issues that they have to face on a daily basis. And it is for that reason, Madam Speaker, that the European Parliament and the UK Parliament passed regulation specifically for the utility sector, electricity, water, postal services, civil aviation, passing a number of regulations exempting some of these services from the rigors of public procurement legislation because of their importance to the stability of the country, Madam Speaker. And I am sure if you go back to the Hansard in the European Parliament and the UK Parliament, the kind of information we are hearing from friends opposite, we will not see that kind of debate taking place in these parliaments because these things call for serious discussions. They call for serious discussion. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I believe that not too long from now we may have to come back here to continue to engage in discussions and to pursue further amendments. Because as this law takes effect, we are identifying gaps and loopholes that we must correct as legislators. And it is not an opportunity to go out and cry to the member of public that what this government is doing is watering down the legislation because we have some sinister motive. Nothing could be further from the truth. Point to our record in the PNM since 2015. Point to our record and show us where we would have engaged in conduct that is inimical to the good order, peace, and stability of Trinidad and Tobago. We have always conducted ourselves with honor, with no allegation of serious corruption against this government. Certainly not under the honorable member for Diego Martin West. And we are proud to say, Madam Speaker, that in true PNM style, we will conduct ourselves with dignity, we will conduct ourselves with honor, and we are going to use our 22 seats in this parliament to do what we must to protect the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are faced with a situation where this public procurement law, if it continues in the way that it was passed, it can grind government to a halt. What do we do in the circumstances? What do we do? Should we allow public servants to continue to dip their hands in their pocket to buy tires for vehicles, Madam Speaker, or to buy oil, or to buy paper? Is that what the UNC is saying? I don't believe that. And as we talk about emergencies, Madam Speaker, the opposition leader and several members opposite quoted Regulation 14C. And Regulation 14C reads as follows, referring to sole source selection, where due to reasons of extreme urgency brought about by unforeseen events not attributable to the procuring entity, the subject matter of the procurement cannot be obtained in a timely manner if an open bidding method or limited bidding method is utilized. But members opposite apparently omitted, and perhaps deliberately, I don't know, the OPR guidelines on the glossary of terms, where the term emergency procurement was defined. And let me inform members opposite on what is the definition of emergency procurement under the glossary of terms established by the OPR. And it says as follows, and I quote, an exceptional, compelling, emergent need or situation of force majeure not resulting from poor planning or management or from concerns over the availability of funds that would lead to serious damage, that will lead, Madam Speaker, and I repeat, to serious damage, loss or injury to property or persons if not addressed immediately. Where an emergency exists, procuring entity may pursue procurement contracts without complying with formal competitive bidding requirements. So in emergency, in the glossary of terms, it describes emergency as a situation that leads to serious damage, loss or injury to property or persons. So therefore, Madam Speaker, as a country, the issue at the Caroni Water Treatment Plant under this legislative framework does not qualify for an emergency. A blackout does not qualify for an emergency in accordance with the glossary of terms as established by the Office of Procurement Legislation. And therefore, it is for that reason I am saying, I will not be surprised if we were to return to Parliament, if we have to come back to Parliament in the not too distant future to continue to pass laws, to continue to make amendments, to continue to develop regulations as we seek to advance the public procurement jurisprudence in Trinidad and Tobago. Most countries have done that. Most countries have done that. And we will continue to do so for years, Madam Speaker, because this is very new territory for all of us and for all our citizens and for all our practitioners in public procurement. Madam Speaker, in the utility sector, I'm advised that we have approximately 1,000 or 1,500 suppliers of goods and services, both to TNTech and WASA. TNTech and WASA both have a number of foreign suppliers of very important services for the running of the both utility companies. And I am advised, Madam Speaker, that a number of those foreign suppliers are refusing or finding it difficult to be pre-qualified under the OPR. What do we do in these circumstances? Because of the cumbersome nature and the rigid requirements to submit certain documentation and financial documents, audited financials, etc., they are finding it difficult to register. And in many instances, some of them have opted not to register because that is something that is unique to them because they are accustomed providing the very services all over the world. But in Trinidad and Tobago, it is very difficult for them to register and to be pre-qualified so that they can continue to provide the services to both TNTech and WASA. And if this continues, Madam Speaker, I dare to say that we can face a very, very difficult challenge in this country. And that is the reason why I'm saying that I will not be surprised if we have to convene this Parliament at some point in time as the year progresses to continue to make regulations and develop this piece of legislation. Because as this law takes effect, a number of issues are arising. Madam Speaker, we are told that over 900 suppliers have been pre-qualified in the OPR. Under the utility sector alone, as I've explained, 1,500 suppliers of goods and services. So therefore, there are a number of suppliers of goods and services in the utility sector cannot meet the requirements of registration in the depository, in the OPR, as well as to be pre-qualified. These are some of the challenges that we face, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the Ministry of Public Utilities, we have a number of social programs. And these social programs, Madam Speaker, geared towards assisting a number of our vulnerable citizens. Because the UNC have a habit of going all over the country and saying that we are heartless, we don't care about people, we don't provide for people. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a matter of fact, our social safety program under the Ministry of Social Development is $5 billion. And $5 billion spent in a social safety net to protect the most vulnerable citizens of this country. And we had that expenditure even the height of COVID. And this country, despite falling revenues, committed to spending $5 billion to protecting the most vulnerable citizens of this country. Under the Ministry of Public Utilities, Madam Speaker, we have a program that is called the Residential Electrification and Assistance Program, a program that is designed to assist a lot of our vulnerable citizens who cannot afford to wire or rewire their homes so that they can get access to electricity. A number of the contractors who participate in this program are small electricians in communities in Diego Martin, in East Trinidad, in Faizabad, in Tobago, in Arima, in Aruca, electrician. And one program would afford the citizen $20,000 in order to get this qualified electrician to go in and install, the electricity on their homes. We are now asking this electrician to be registered in the depository as well as to be pre-qualified. Since this law has passed, Madam Speaker, since this law has passed, it is very unfortunate that we cannot get one of the electricians to be registered and to be pre-qualified in order to continue with this very vital service to protect our vulnerable citizens. Those are the challenges that we face. We have another program, Madam Speaker, the Water Tank Assistance Program.
Honorable Member for Lupino, Bonnia West, you have 2 more minutes of your original speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes extended time.
Take the 15.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Water Tank Assistance Program, Madam Speaker, where we allow persons who do not have access to the water distribution grid and do not have access to sufficient storage. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, under this Water Tank Assistance Program, will purchase the water tank for the citizen and other supporting infrastructure where they can have access to storage of water to the tune of $5,000 or so, 1,000 gallon storage and supporting infrastructure, where we utilize the hardwares or some of the small trade business people in communities. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, since this law was passed, given the onerous requirements to be registered and to be pre-qualified, we are finding it difficult to continue to roll out some of these programs to assist the most vulnerable citizens in the country. Street lighting, Madam Speaker, 1 street light installation, because we are supported, the TNTEC is supported by some private contractors. 1 street light installation would cost over $2,000. Most of these contractors have not yet been pre-qualified or registered, finding it absolutely difficult because they cannot meet some of the statutory requirements. And our street lighting program in the circumstances is faced with challenges because many of these small contractors cannot meet the requirements because the OPR is inundated and somehow finding it difficult to register and pre-qualify a number of these contractors. So, Madam Speaker, the last program, not under the Ministry of Public Utilities, but I'm quite familiar with because a number of my constituents are beneficiaries, is the Housing and Village Improvement Program, where the government is committing to providing over $170,000 to assist many of our vulnerable citizens all over Trinidad and Tobago to improve their homes and their living conditions. And oftentimes, if not in most times, we utilize some of the small contractors, the carpenters, the mason in many of these communities to undertake this work, to improve the lives of many of our communities and citizens. This HVIP program has been a success story, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, since the coming into effect of this law, very important programs like the HVIP is also facing difficulties because of the challenges faced by the OPR to register some of our contractors. And in these circumstances, Madam Speaker, that's the reason why we are here. The government is saying that we cannot allow the services of the government to grind to an halt because of some of the things that we have not envisaged when the law came into being. And all we are saying then is that the Minister of Finance will now have the authority removing some of these contracts under the threshold of $1 million. The Minister of Finance will now pass regulations that will be subjected to the negative resolution of Parliament. Negative resolution of Parliament means that these regulations will be laid in Parliament and members opposite will have the opportunity to look at it, and if there is any reason to raise an objection, the parliamentary process allows for these objections to be raised, debated in the Parliament. Nothing is going to be done in the dead of night, as honourable members seem to be postulating. That is not true. It is not true. But it is just that we recognize that there is some absurdity, there is some anomalies in the law that we did not cater for, and as legislators, our responsibility is to come before the Parliament and make sensible amendments to the law so that we can continue with the governance of Trinidad and Tobago. Very simple. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Attorney General, and all other speakers on this House, on this side of the House, for their studied and well-prepared contribution. And before ending, Madam Speaker, I wish to point members to Section 5 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act 2015. Section 5 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act 2015, the act which we are amending now. And Section 5 spells out the objectives of the act. And it states as follows: to promote the principles of accountability, integrity, transparency, and value for money. 2, efficiency, fairness, equity, and public confidence. And 3, local industry development, sustainable procurement, and sustainable development in public procurement and disposal of public property. Madam Speaker, I would have just mentioned a number of challenges that are faced by a lot of our small contractors all over Trinidad and Tobago. The plumbers, the electricians, many of them providing services to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am saying that if we do not make the changes that we are making here today, it may well be an affront to Section 5 of the Act, which says that the very law is to promote the principles of accountability, integrity, transparency, and value for money. And if we do not create this level playing field for some of these small micro enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, we will be setting the stage for monopoly in Trinidad and Tobago, and that will not be value for money, and it is not protecting the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It is not protecting the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, this simple amendment that we are making here, it will cater for efficiency in government, as Section 5 is stipulating. It will cater for and facilitate fairness, Madam Speaker. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, it will facilitate equity in the distribution of resources in Trinidad and Tobago. Because if we don't do that, we will set the stage for monopoly and for big businesses who have all the resources at their disposal to be registered and to be pre-qualified, and then squeeze out the little doubles vendor or the pan player, the little caterer in the various communities. They simply do not have the resources to do it. And now that this amendment will give the Minister of Finance the power to make regulation, he will now take into consideration the interests of some of these small operators in businesses and in communities all over Trinidad and Tobago, thereby giving credence, thereby giving force to Section 5 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act to ensure that we promote local industry development, sustainable procurement, efficiency, fairness, equity, and public confidence. If we don't do that, and we set the stage to lock off some of these operators from public procurement and engaging in government services, Madam Speaker, that is not going to instill public confidence in our procurement process. It is not going to do that. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, this very amendment that we are making is going to instill public confidence. But they don't care about that. They don't care about that. So, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for San Fernando West, and all members on this side of the House who would have come here and conduct ourselves and discharge our duties as legislators to deal with an issue that confronted us, that could have grind government to a halt and undermine the peace, order, and the interests of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That is our responsibility, Madam Speaker. That is our responsibility. And if we have to come here during the parliamentary recess to do that, then our time is not wasted, Madam Speaker. Our time is not wasted. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I give full support to these amendments. And I wish to also serve notice that we will be coming to Parliament, I'm pretty certain, to continue to develop our jurisprudence on public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago, as other countries have done. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute briefly to this very critical piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, having listened to members on the opposite side speak, one would think that what is being proposed here in the current bill before the House is minor, it's mild. One minister referenced that it was only 3 pages long and 6 clauses long. But the devil is in the details, Madam Speaker. And the fact is that these 6 amendments are substantial to change the very purpose that the procurement legislation was first put in place to serve. It is ironic that the member before me who spoke referenced the principles of good governance, referenced the objectives of the 2015 legislation, which was brought before this House and passed, in 2014-2015. It's ironic that the member would have referenced good governance and principles, etc., and chose to ignore the reason we are here today, Madam Speaker. It's not all of that fluff. So I want to draw the member's reference to Clause 8, Section 8 of the Act 1 of 2015, which is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, Madam Speaker. And that act says, at Section 8, this act binds the state. Simply put, Madam Speaker, it means that this act, the Public Procurement Act, generally as it's referenced to, is binding on the state. That's the first issue. The other issue comes under Section 7.7, which current legislation, Section 7.7, says an order made under subsection 5 shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the Parliament. So on the one hand, the existing legislation says that any order made under subsection 5 shall be subjected to affirmative resolution, and the subsequent clause says that the act binds the state. And the reason we are here today is because the government has been caught in flagrante, in breach of this law. It is ironic that none of the members opposite were willing to explain why. None of the members opposite have indicated the rationale for this breach of the law. You see, they want to create the perception, Madam Speaker, that this was a mistake. It was an error in execution. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that the law was broken with the first legal notice referenced previously. That is Legal Notice 164 of 2023. The law was breached then, and they got away with it. So they came back again and breached the legislation again by Legal Notice 206 of 2023. And that, Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Finance breaching the law, and others have spoken to the fact that the minister already knew. He had announced previously, so he knew very well what the law was. He himself had repeated in this very house what the law was, and in so doing, effectively has admitted to breaking the law. But today, he has not come to explain why, what was the fault, why exactly did he choose to breach the existing legislation and not bring it to Parliament, Madam Speaker. To date, all we have to say with regards to that right now, Madam Speaker, enough has been said about it, is the minister has breached the law, he has violated the law, and to date, he has indicated that the entire cabinet, and especially the Attorney General, is liable. They have supported him, they have guided him, and up to now, nobody is being held accountable for millions of dollars spent illegally because it was in breach of the law. And what the minister, the Honourable Minister of Finance is trying to do is to come here to the Parliament and wash it over, as if it never happened. This is not the first time, Madam Speaker. It seems to have become a pattern by the government to break the law. The very laws that they are familiar with, the very laws that they themselves have implemented, to break the law and then come to Parliament afterwards to whitewash it, to make it legal. Madam Speaker, that cannot be acceptable, but it has become the pattern of those opposite, Madam Speaker. It is fact that you cannot then trust this government to do the right thing in even the easiest, the most minor of things. How difficult would it have been, Madam Speaker, to come to this very house? They had enough time, enough persons have mentioned that, but they choose not to do the right thing so that they could do the wrong thing. And the only reason we are here during this recess, Madam Speaker, two reasons. One reason is to correct the breach of the law made by the minister. But we are in an election season, Madam Speaker, and therefore the other amendments. So my colleague from Chaguanas has already indicated that that should have been the only matter before the House today, because that is the emergency. The other matters are not emergencies, at least not in terms of the law and not in terms of our side. Why then would a Minister of Finance use this opportunity to empower himself, to give himself authority to produce orders of all sorts and any sorts without having to come to Parliament, given that he's already been showing his willingness to breach the law? Why then, during an election season,
Madam
would the minister...
That is imputing improper motives. Standing order.
Which standing order?
My willingness to breach the law. Please.
Okay, so, member, I'll ask you to withdraw that. Find another way to say what you're saying. I also want to say that at this time, we sort of bordering on tedious repetition. A lot of these things have been ventilated before by the many speakers who've gone before you. So sort of watch at the points you're going to develop.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the allegation that the minister might be willing to. The fact is that the minister has broken the law. So just by that, we have now to question the sincerity of the minister and his intent, Madam Speaker, of coming to add to the legislation things which are not considered urgent. And one of those things, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, is the fact that we are in an election season. It is ironic but informative that at the very time when this breach was announced and highlighted, that in the very newspaper which reported it first, after it was raised by my colleague, the member for Sama Barataria. In that very newspaper, right next to the fact that procurement legislation was breached, was another report by a minister of energy, in which he was saying, by all means, we are now opening up the bids. We are now willing to accept bids for the Petrotrin refinery. So on the one hand, we have a minister who is now proposing to waive the requirement for procurement for the Office of the Procurement Regulator to monitor, evaluate procedures, etc., for specific purposes. The minister is now putting into his own hands the ability to do that. And on the other side, we see that another minister in the same government who presided over this breach, another minister is now saying, please bring forward proposals for the disposal of public property, which falls under the same legislation, Madam Speaker. 2 days before that, or 3 days before that, there was another reference to another expense. Now, these are multi-billion-dollar investments that are owned by taxpayers of this country. 2 or 3 days before that, Madam Speaker, there was another newspaper article that referenced the Caribbean Dry Dock Limited, CARIDOC, which is in a state of total disrepair, having gotten like that. And there were also conversations about acquiring that piece of property and putting that up for sale as well. We are also aware of some other issues relating to Trinity Mall. So, Madam Speaker, the entire issue
Madam
here
Speaker,
is...
Standing Order 48-1, please.
Oh, you don't understand where I'm going? Pay attention. Pay attention.
What are you saying?
So, Member for Oropouche West, I'll give you a very short leeway to tie that into the point the substance of this debate.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I myself am a bit confused, so please tie it in quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point I am making, it is ironic that at this debate, the minister is now putting in place the legislation so that he can issue orders. He can publish orders without having to come to Parliament seeking affirmative resolution. He can issue orders to facilitate the bypassing of the procurement regulations before the approval is secured here in the Parliament. And it is ironic then that at the same time that we are seeing an urgency of some sort to dispose of specific pieces of expensive state-owned, taxpayer-owned property, Madam Speaker. There is an obvious cause for concern, especially coming from on our side, given the minister's not willingness, but the minister's history in breaching the legislation.
55 and all of 48.
Minister, I can't rule on all of 48. But as I've said, while you've brought in a new enterprise, really and truly the point about affirmative resolution and negative resolution has been flogged in the number of hours we've been here. So remember, for Oropouche West, I'd ask you if you could develop another point. Remember, this is about 8 hours we've been here, so on 6 clauses. So lots of the ground has been covered. So be careful with tedious repetition, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will move on. Have already made the point that there's a different rationale for why the minister would have acted the way he has acted and why he would have switched from affirmative to negative resolution. Madam Speaker, I want to reference Clause 5 because I think that we have not yet touched that part of it. Again, it's intriguing because by Clause 5, this new amendment that the minister is proposing gives the minister, in his own discretion, the ability to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the Act. So it gives the minister the ability to make in his own discretion. A member before, the member for Lopino Bonnet West, actually said something totally different. What he said, Madam Speaker, is that the legislation will give the minister, under the guidance of the OPR, the ability, but that is what is in existence now. The guidance of the OPR would have guided the minister. Instead, now what we have, Madam, is the minister, in his own discretion, without necessarily having the guidance or the direction from the OPR, coming in to make regulations to govern the provisions of this Act. And one part of it is very intriguing to me, Madam Speaker, and that would be 631C. Sorry, 631B. The minister is now able, on his own discretion, on his own volition, on his own initiative, for his own purposes, to make regulations to treat with the implementation of the Act, B, the addition to or removal from an ineligibility list, Madam Speaker. Previous to that, Madam Speaker, the Act as it stands today, the OPR is the one responsible for that list. The OPR, not the minister. The minister will make the regulations based on the... With the greatest of respect. Moving on, Madam Speaker. You will have your chance, sir. You will have your chance. If only you would focus on telling the country why you broke the law. My apologies, Madam Speaker. I will focus on you and ignore the bleatings coming from the other side. Madam Speaker, I am referring to an ineligibility list. And for the benefit of the listening audience, for the benefit of those on the opposite side, the ineligibility list is actually a list which is created which prevents persons seeking to engage in procurement activities to use suppliers who are on that list. So now we have the opportunity for the minister to himself, without the direction or guidance of the OPR, the minister on his own discretion can now make those regulations. It is very curious as to why the minister will want to do that. Madam Speaker, and again, as I indicated before, the minister's history has not been in a willingness to abide by this legislation, as proven by the fact that he's breached it at least twice, as far as we know. Madam Speaker, the member before who spoke as well went back to the much traversed road about this burst pipeline, trying to create the impression that this amendment would have treated with that. I have not seen a legal notice, Madam Speaker, that would have been used to bypass the procurement regulations with regards to this particular burst water line. That's impractical. What has happened is, under the existing legislation, without the amendments being made by anybody, without all of these amendments here today, under the existing legislation, that pipeline was repaired. Unless the minister is saying that he breached the law, the current law is what was used to treat with that particular practice, that particular instance. So bringing it here to say that, breach pipeline and toilet paper and all, Madam Speaker, there are already line items in the annual budget which treats with a lot of those factors. The emergencies, the minister himself read out the requirements. The minister himself read out the requirements for what an emergency is supposed to be. And it's ironic that the existing law treated with exactly that issue that he raised before. So that too is a misdirection. Much headway was also made in terms of the other side speaking about the legislation not being gutted out, not being gutted by these amendments. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is this government was never in favor of procurement legislation at all. In fact, the evidence is that in 2014, when this legislation was brought, the government did not support it, which is why it's not surprising to anyone that in 2015 and thereafter, the government left the legislation fallow. And will come today, 8 years afterwards, to complain that, and it's ironic that the member for San Fernando West was talking about it. This is the first government I've ever heard in my life, Madam Speaker, and I've been down here for 57 years. This is the first government that I've ever heard boast about their failures as if it is something that they should be commended for. When the minister of local government, the member for San Fernando West, spoke, and he spoke about the small number of persons, the small number of entities which were registered with the OPR and the amount of applications pending. That is an indication of the failure of the government to properly enforce the legislation, to properly put the resources in place prior to the enforcement of the legislation, to properly put the infrastructure in place for 8 years, Madam Speaker. The reason why there are so few persons who have the relevant documentation, who have made the relevant submissions, etc., is the failure of the government to properly educate, inform, and equip the population, the relevant tenderers, etc., and the OPR to do their job. It is a failure of the government, but they come today to create the impression all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, that if these regulations are passed, somehow it will make it easier, Madam Speaker, for small businesses to be registered, for the carpenter and the pan man and the parang singer. Somehow this legislation would make it easier for those individuals to be registered. And the fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that that is not true. This legislation does not treat with that at all. It is a misnomer. It is an attempt to misguide and mislead the population. Madam Speaker, other speakers on this side have already indicated, and I don't want to retraverse that ground, that the members of the public, members of the media, business communities, business houses, chambers of commerce, a lot of other entities have already expressed tremendous concern about the direction that this government is going. I urge the government to listen to the population, listen to those entities, because I'm curious now. I am curious now that if all of these stakeholders are now cautioning the government about the direction that they are traversing with this legislation, with these amendments, who exactly then is this government representing? And Madam Speaker, I join with my colleagues to indicate that we will not support this legislation. We will not support this legislation, Madam Speaker. It is impractical. It is misdirected. It is inappropriate for the current circumstances. It does not engender any sort of confidence that the government has any respect for the population and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. It is ironic, Madam Speaker, that none of those on the other side have spent any kind of time explaining why these specific requirements, these specific amendments are critically needed, except for the amendments which would have covered the act of the minister. None of those, and even the minister did not defend that. Even the minister himself, the Minister of Finance, did not explain why this was required. He bypassed that completely, going all over the world to treat with all other kinds of matters rather than to treat with the matter, which is what we are here about to deal with today. Madam Speaker, and what we are here to deal with today is to treat with this amendment and validation bill 2023. What it does, what it does, what it can do, and what it causes. And one of the obvious results that this amendment and validation bill will have, Madam Speaker, is to so undermine and water down the existing 2015 Act. And so today, Madam Speaker, based on the predictable results of this proposed amendment act, which the Prime Minister and others have already indicated that they will use their simple majority to pass, I wish to hereby announce, Madam Speaker, with your permission, the death of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. This act, also known as the procurement legislation, has been put to death by the bill before the House today and several previous amendments. This act, being put to rest by the government's action today, has been ailing since 2015, starved of critically needed attention, resources, and nurturing, which would have facilitated accountability and transparency in the award and operation of state contracts. The procurement legislation was a child of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, delivered by the political leader of the UNC and then Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar in 2014. The procurement legislation leaves to mourn 1.4 million citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to publicly express our condolences, us on this side, we on this side, to express our public condolences to the Joint Consultative Council, the Chief Parliamentary Council, and the hundreds of persons and entities consulted, the thousands of persons who took their time to directly participate in the consultations that resulted in the original act as we knew it, and which is, with today's amendment, is being put to rest. Madam Speaker, I support all the colleagues on this side who have spoken before, and to say quite frankly that this act, this bill before the Parliament, is a desperate act by a desperate government to cover up their misconduct, and we will not tolerate it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Digo Martin West.
Madam Speaker, I have to join this debate not because I want to embellish or gild the lily of what was presented by my colleagues on this side, because that is not necessary. But I want to say that from the onset, that if the people of Trinidad and Tobago are not thoroughly confused by now, they have a resilience that is beyond comprehension. So let me make it very clear that as head of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, in this parliament, in this debate, I support everything that was said by every speaker on this side of the House. And that means, Madam Speaker, that the normal proceedings in this House, in terms of support or lack thereof, continues. Because the walls of this chamber would reverberate on a regular basis with our colleagues on the other side, regardless of what the issue is that detains us in this House. Sounds like Frederick Street move.
Continue, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the walls of this House would be familiar with the refrain from the other side on any and every issue that comes to the House, and that is, we don't support it. We don't support it. I cannot think of a single piece of legislation that came to this House where the position at initiation of my colleagues on the other side is that I don't support it. So I am not surprised, and I'm not worn down by the refrain from the other side that I don't support it. What is worrisome, though, is the reasons on this occasion, like many others, that they try to give for not supporting it. And they will invoke, Madam Speaker, a whole lot of accusations against those of us who support the measures that we are advocating. If I didn't speak in this debate, Madam Speaker, I am confident that that would have been raised by my colleagues on the other side and interpreted as some shying away on my part from the outcome of the debate and from the accusations they've made. And that is why I stand here to say, I want to identify with the positions put. But in the complications, Madam Speaker, let me simplify it for the public, because a lot has been said and a lot has been confusing. The requirement for procurement legislation is a given. The support to have procurement legislation is a given. Madam Speaker, before some of my colleagues here who were making noise here were on it, I was on the committee when this matter was before a committee of this House. My colleague from Digo Martin Northeast, we were on the committee at the onset. So those who claiming that they were midwife to it, and it is they who pass it, Madam Speaker, they're simply trying to take credit. Madam Speaker, I do not want to be disturbed by the member for Naparima. I wish to keep my thoughts clear and work under the standing orders of this House. I have not said a word to any of them while they were pontificating for the whole afternoon. So, Madam Speaker, I was on the committee when this matter was in committee. And, Madam Speaker, this has always been a complicated matter. In fact, there was a change of government. You hear this afternoon that it was passed by the UNC in 2014. I didn't know that we had objected to the passage of this law. The House was grappling with this law for a long time. And if it was so easy to proclaim it and bring it into being, why then wasn't it done on the initial passage? It was because members of this House had realized that there were serious complications which had to be worked out before you proclaim the law to make it workable. But today we're debating this amendment, and you heard the most ridiculous statement from a member of Parliament who obviously either is just thick in the head or he's just piling on the coals of misrepresentation. My colleague from Orapuch West just said that we don't need to interfere with procurement for small purchases because it is already passed, it's there in the budget. So a line item in the budget means the matter is dealt with. It doesn't have to be subjected to a procurement process. We are here responding to the difficulties of the procurement process, not what is in the budget of a line item, for heaven's sake. We're here all afternoon, and at 9:35 in the night, the shadow so-called Minister of Finance will make a statement like that to the public, that the matters are already passed in the budget, so the government has some ulterior motive, so the government shouldn't ask. Madam Speaker, that is precisely where the problem is. Persons in the House and outside of the House, when they go out there, are deliberately misrepresenting the situation and deliberately trying, Madam Speaker, to fool and incite the public. That was a classic statement. It is gone past foolish. It is wicked. Because they all know, Madam Speaker.
Standing order.
They all.
Standing order 48-6.
Overruled.
They all know, Madam Speaker, that the issue is that the law as it exists now does not differentiate between $1 billion bridge and a box of donuts. The law does not differentiate between the building of a road and buying a pack of toner for a photocopier. Madam Speaker, what we are seeking to do is to treat with those situations where in an unforeseen circumstance, you are required to not let the want of a nail cause a shoe to be lost, and the loss of a shoe cause a horse to be lost, and the loss of a horse cause the war to be lost. What they're asking us to do is to stand still while we go through a process which has as its very nature consuming time. Because, Madam Speaker, nobody has said in response to the Minister of Finance that in following the step-by-step of the law in its majority, in its totality, that it involves the fluxion of time. So as you are complying with the law, you have to do so with time as a factor. But there are certain circumstances which may or may not be emergencies, which require that you have the ability to do something in a short space of time, otherwise the consequences will be costly and avoidable. What is wrong with that, Madam Speaker? We have been doing that all along, but as we proclaim the law, we realize that there is this difficulty of the small purchase under $1 million, and it could even be $10. It could be 100, it could be 100,000. And we are saying, if you don't have the ability to be nimble in procuring at that level, you could end up with serious, costly inconveniences. I had to ask if my colleague from Orapuch West was here when the minister spoke. Because I could not believe he can get up here and say that the Minister of Finance has not explained why he did what he did. The Minister of Finance opened up with that, Madam Speaker. But you see, there's mention of elections. If there is anybody feeding into this for election, it's my colleagues on the other side, not us. When we first set about to try to proclaim this law many months ago, or years you could say, because every 12 months a year, the first thing we had to do, Madam Speaker, was to set about to amend the law to avoid this kind of difficulty being discovered, and after you discover it, you come and say there's the problem. We discovered the difficulty before. That was the first time it became a public issue in this country after the law was passed, that the law needed to be amended. It had to do with the government deciding that it was not in the country's best interest to have certain specialist kind of arrangements fixed in law that you can't do it. So you have to, it was asking us to give a legal brief to the first lawyer who ran to the door. Madam Speaker, people run behind ambulances to get the job to bury the dead. Lawyers running to the door, you don't take the first one that comes. There must be some other consideration when you hire a lawyer or a doctor or even a dentist. And we said that should not be in the law. And it's not special to Trinidad and Tobago and all politicians. All over the world, there are precedents for that because it's reasonable. If you don't feel well, you want to be comfortable, you're choosing the best doctor for the situation. If you have a legal case, you want to know that you choose the best, and you want that option to do that. Of course, they think everybody's a thief, and therefore, because we made that amendment, they created all kind of mayhem in the country. On further examination of the law as we proceeded towards proclamation, we received information pointed out to the Minister of Finance by the regulator himself, asking for an amendment, saying to us, this law has a problem here because it's asking us in the regulator's office to deal with disposal of property, and we can't be regulator and disposer at the same time, so we have to amend the law. Madam Speaker, it makes clear sense. It was discovered in the heap of things. We came back to the Parliament, oh man, we were beat up and down over that, accused the government of all manner of evil. My cabinet colleagues will tell you that there was a very long period of time when the regulations were being formulated by the regulator's office. It wasn't the government, you know. I was there asking the cabinet, when will this regulatory process come to an end so that we could proclaim it? Look, they're all here. I'm speaking in front of them, but out there in the country, my colleagues in the Parliament were telling people the Prime Minister and the government doesn't want the law because they want to do as they please. I am saying every so often to the cabinet, when will this process end? It's with the regulator. Eventually it came and it was settled. It's okay, we proceed. And then, of course, you see other difficulties. I could tell you, Madam Speaker, I could tell you directly. It could have been that we could have delayed that proclamation a little bit further and come back to the Parliament and say, there are a few points here which we need to smooth out. But I had given the assurance to this country a little earlier on that the law would be proclaimed by the first quarter of 2023, because I always was behind the cabinet to get it done. But they were still looking at it, and lawyers saying this and lawyers saying that. And Madam Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but sometimes it becomes tedious. I gave that assurance. When March came and they were still concerned, I insisted. There's a demand to proclaim this law. It is being said that we are hiding from this controls of this law. We are going to proclaim it. And if it has to come back to the Parliament, we will, but we'll proclaim it, as is being demanded. And that is what the Cabinet did, Madam Speaker. At the time when it was done, I said publicly, and the government said publicly, that there would be need to make some adjustments here. What's the first thing that happened, Madam Speaker? I hear people who don't know, or who even, the ones who know and talking and making those statements are the ones who I'm worried about, because they just decide to peddle on truths or just create mayhem. We had a situation where the law had just been proclaimed in April.
26th.
April.
26th.
3 weeks later, an election is called. I'm hearing in the debate here that we want to use XYZ for election. It is my colleagues who trying to create mayhem to make it look in the election season as though the government is doing something wrong. As a matter of fact, the proclamation that took place at the end of April, right, was a commitment given a long time ago. But the calling of the election was forced in a way by the Privy Council decision, not that they ordered an election, but when the judgment came, the government said, well, look, let's go with 90 days, and everybody knew election is due, and we're in the election season. They are not linked. They are not related. I don't know what is it we're going to do between now and August 14 with the procurement legislation that have members of parliament saying we want to abuse the legislation for election purposes. That is just so much hogwash. But, Madam Speaker, you see, the member for Orapuch also said that it is government's fault why in that said window there, as the new law is coming into effect, requiring pre-qualification for contracts, which eats up a lot of time, requiring registration in a repository. We are in the early stages with those requirements as a reason that you have to do that before you can be dealt with. Nobody could do business with the state unless you measure out there. Madam Speaker, I know for a fact how much effort the Ministry of Finance made in trying to get the public, especially those who do business with the state, to pay attention to this law and to be ready to use it. But, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of people who have reasons not to want to register, but they do business with the state. The Ministry of Finance put significant effort, but you can't force people to register, and you can't force them to want to do business with the state. It is the other way around. If they have services and goods that the state need, it is the state that has to literally coerce them to go and qualify to be able to do business because I need your service. But tonight, Orapuch West comes here and said it's the government's fault that people were not forced to register and forced to put themselves in the call. I mean, how could you? It's voluntary. It is voluntary. But of course, you want to blame the government for something, so you blame the government because only about 10% of the business houses of the country have less than 10% of the business houses. But you wouldn't believe the clamor to proclaim the law came largely from the business sector. They were demanding proclaim the law. In fact, there are certain voices. There are certain voices from the private sector, one of whom I saw this morning on television, saying that the government today is doing what happened with Section 34 and the Parliament is being abused today. Madam Speaker, I want to say I resent that comment. It is the purveyors of Section 34 who here claim that they are great guardians and custodians of the country's resources, when in fact, in the context of that comment, it is my colleagues on the other side, Madam Speaker, who carried out the greatest deception in this country with Section 34. Today, this is not deception. This is full parliamentary public view. Complete opposite. Complete opposite. Coming to the parliament to say to the parliament, we should not have inconveniences to spend $10 or $100 because we make the same arrangement as awarding a $1 billion contract. We are here saying that the same thing that existed before to deal with this issue of wanting to be able to spend small amounts as and when required in emergencies or in other exigencies, that you allow it to happen under the procurement legislation. Because before, a permanent secretary had up to $1 billion. Today we are asking for the same $1 million, but under the procurement legislation. What is so wrong with that? What is wrong with you all? And that is all we are doing. You twist it, you turn it upside down to confuse the public. We are saying that the procurement of a bridge or a road or an airport Yes, you can spend months doing that and preparing to do that. But if you want to buy a box of anything in a company or in a ministry, a toilet seat is broken, they tell you, no, take what is 2 months, find out who's supplying it, let them pre-qualify. Come on, man, that is not what we are about. But all this accusation coming from the wrong people. I could say, Madam Speaker, without fear of contradiction, it is the level of corruption that the UNC carried out in this country that has this country still fighting the corruption. One term between 2010 and 2015, the behavior of the UNC was so outrageous insofar as corruption was concerned that everybody now knows about corruption, everybody's afraid of it, and everybody thinks every office holder is a thief. That's what's happening in this country right now. And they're out there now carrying on, misleading, and then what is worse, Madam Speaker, they get some help from some elements in the media. The opposition leader came here today. A major part of her presentation was reading the editorial in The Guardian, one of the country's main newspaper. And you would think, Madam Speaker, that whoever is writing an editorial would know what they're talking about, because that's why it's called an editorial. Let me quote the end of the editorial, Madam Speaker, the summary of the editorial. I know it was quoted before, but I crave your indulgence to quote just the last 3 paragraphs. All feeding into the hysteria that the opposition has been stirring up. It is, I'm quoting here, it is sinister beyond belief that Cabinet should be seeking to remove from parliamentary scrutiny and debate the minister's ability to add or remove from the ineligibility list. Madam Speaker, I want you to hear me, so I want the silence of my colleagues, please. I want to quote it again, in silence. It is sinister beyond belief that Cabinet should be seeking to remove from parliamentary scrutiny and debate the minister's ability to add or to remove from the ineligibility list. Clause 5 of the July 2023 amendments also empowers the Minister of Finance to not only act on the advice of the Office of Procurement, but also on his own. That clause then would give a Minister of Finance the ability to use the ineligibility list to punish opponents of a ruling party and reward its friends and financiers, unquote. Madam Speaker, I hear from the other side, true, trying to pretend that they don't know the difference between truth and untruth. Madam Speaker, what aspect of the bill that is before us today, the amendments, has anything to do with the eligibility list? None. We are not touching that section of the law. Yet it is said in an editorial that what we're doing here today will allow the minister to do that. To say which contractor is on the list and to take off who is there for punishment and allow them to continue as no business. How could an editorial say that, Madam Speaker, when it is not even part of the proceedings of the House today? And you know something, Madam Speaker? Some of my colleagues are lawyers. The one from Siparia is a senior counsel, albeit self-appointed. Lawyer. Barata someone, lawyer. Chaguanas West, lawyer. And others. So you have in this house a senior counsel and a battery of other lawyers, officers of the court, who know that this is not true. What the editorial says here is not true. It is not. No part of the amendment is seeking to amend the eligibility of contractors on the list or off the list. But you know what they did? They come and quote the said editorial in support of the argument today. Dishonesty of the worst kind. Because one would think that if the non-lawyers in here made a mistake, There is no excuse for the lawyers in here to support what is in the editorial. They should be here to be able to say to the House that is not true or is a mistake. But instead, they quote it in support. Madam Speaker, that is the kind of dishonesty that is seasonal now. That is the kind of dishonesty that is now a tool. Misrepresent to the public, it doesn't matter how blatant it is, and cast aspersions on other people. That's what's going on. I think the lawyers in this House who did that today should be ashamed. Madam Speaker, a few months ago, and it's not only here, Madam Speaker, there's a tendency that's taking place now, and you hear it over and over. Only today, only a few minutes ago before I came back into the chamber, our colleague from Siparia was out there fuming at her mouth, jumping up and down, saying that the Prime Minister should not have any contact with the security services of the country. But yet, yeah, true, idiot that you are. Madam Speaker.
Please.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is supposed to chair the National Security Council. Yet, colleagues are saying he must have no contact with the security services, either singly or collectively. So on what basis would the Prime Minister carry out a chairmanship of a National Security Council? If you can't interact with them singly, it's conspiracy, or collectively as a group, right? And Madam Speaker, I could tell you the experience. I don't need any help from our Madam Speaker. I could tell you, Madam Speaker, in the context of procurement, in carrying out my duties as head of the National Security Council, in learning from what is happening in the Coast Guard, a few months ago, senior Coast Guard officials reported to the government that one of the problems they are facing with keeping vessels at sea is the fact that you require continuous maintenance sometimes of small items, small purchases, and sometimes out of a dedication to their duty, because there was no system and arrangement for them to spend on the spur of the moment on small items. Sometimes they pay for it out of their pocket. And when it was inquired as to whether they didn't have a float like a petty cash, right? So to allow that this situation can be handled so a vessel wouldn't be kept, small or medium-sized vessel wouldn't be kept to shore, whether it's a ring or a spring or a screw or a small item. It wasn't there. And Madam Speaker, you know what we did? In order to ensure that the officers have available the ability to spend small sums of money to keep vessels in the ocean, the Ministry of Finance was directed by the Cabinet to provide them with a credit card system up to a limit, right? Like a petty cash impress, that now the Coast Guard, for small purchases, can do it immediately up to $100,000. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I do not want to be provoked by Naprima.
So, Prime Minister, you have 1 minute left of ordinary speaking time. You have 15 more minutes after that. Extended time if you wish to avail yourself of it. Okay, again, I've asked all members to please comply with Standing Order 53. And for the rest of the sitting, if members will stop the crosstalk. Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. What I was saying is that here was a situation where a problem of small intervention, if not dealt with, could have serious, larger consequences. And therefore, to prevent that from happening, you do the common sense thing and put something in place. And on the national scale, I'm saying this is what this is about. And we have thoroughly confused the population by all these accusations and all this sanctimonious defense of the public good, when all we need to say, and whether you agree or don't agree, all we need to say to the public is that we are putting something in place. In the major law of procurement to allow quick action, facilitation of small purchases where the limit is put for those officers or departments who will do it, $1 million. So we now, having passed this as we would, is to take care of all those situations where small, frequent purchases, sometimes unannounced, would allow us to smoothly conduct public business without, in fact, endangering the loss of public procurement and its benefits. All this talk about cutting law and who doesn't want it and who wants to be dishonest, it's totally unnecessary and it's pure political theater. Pure political theater. And pretending that you're so concerned about public money, you who read the treasury the way you did. Madam Speaker, I fully support the amendment to the legislation, and I disagree that this is any disemboweling of the legislation. The power of the legislation will remain for the mass of our activities. We have already made some major exemptions, and we stand by those exemptions because they are common sense exemptions. And this is the other end of the scale where we say that departments will have flexibility to do it. Madam Speaker, let me just flag something else here. It wasn't part of the debate, but I want to flag it. Because of the behavior of people in the political arena and some in the media, many of whom I'm suspecting are not familiar with the legislation and just speaking out of emotion and causing disturbance. In this law, there are either implied or stated penalties for public servants who are involved in the management and operations of this law. The behavior around this law is having the effect of scaring public servants away from having anything to do with it. And what that means is that when you behave the way you're behaving here now, especially those who are threatening, public servants are already taking the position. One, they don't want to be procurement officers. The law calls for designation of a procurement officer in each department. That's what the law calls for, that you designate public officers, procurement officers. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are already experiencing an unwillingness by those designated officers to say, I do not want to be so designated. Then you go down to another level. In some departments, you're now down almost to the doorman. And nobody wants it because they do not wish to face the personal liabilities and the threats that are implied there. Last week, a month ago, I was talking to the Prime Minister of a Caribbean country that is well ahead of us. In fact, we used them when we were working on this law in committee. We had that country come to us with its expert. I was present when the expert actually came and gave us insights of what is happening in their country and gave us ideas as to what should go into the law and so on. I inquired about a month and a half ago from my colleague there, how is that situation working in Jamaica? And I was told that everybody wants the procurement legislation, as is here in Trinidad and Tobago. But what they have observed, Madam Speaker, because of what is happening with the public servants' unwillingness or lack of enthusiasm to associate with the procurement process, that it has resulted in about a 25 or 30% reduction in efficiency in the public sector program. Madam Speaker, we in Trinidad and Tobago are on that track. We are already on that track. And it is not helped by the misrepresentation, the outright untruths, the threats, and the emotional, uninformed interventions, largely led by politicians for their own individual benefit. There is also a view that the law is a panacea for corruption. Madam Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. The law is a tool. What is happening now, Madam Speaker, is that a whole fleet of new known and unknown people are now responsible for procurement in the state sector. That's what it is. And heaven alone knows what is going to happen in that situation. We are on a road with a leap in the cloud. We will discover, we will learn as we go along. But what is happening right now, we should stop pretending as though the perfection is being interfered with. It is not perfection, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. And that progress involves asking the Parliament today to make regulations, to allow departments to make necessary small purchases frequently and account for it. Account for it. It will end up in front of this Parliament. If you want to move the Parliament for a debate, to debate whether San Fernando Hospital should buy 10 bales of toilet paper, come and debate it. You'll be given a period of time to do that. But don't tell me that while you want to go to the bathroom where there's no toilet paper, you must wait for days for the process to kick in. It's all about time, Madam Speaker, and we are saying here, for those small instances where that time is going to cause serious inconvenience, that we have to trust somebody in this country. You have to trust somebody. I know some of them are not trustworthy at all, but Madam Speaker, you have to trust somebody. Madam Speaker, I am not going to belabor this anymore. I'm saying anybody who knows the operations of the state with the public sector in supplying goods and services, especially in a period of transition, would know that this is reasonable, it is not frightening, and it requires no doomsday emotion. Madam Speaker, I support everything that we put here today.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, listening to members opposite, the presentation of members opposite fall into two categories. One, blatant untruths, and two, shameful. Let me start with the contribution of the last opposition speaker, the member for Orpooch West, I believe he is. The member for Orpooch West made heavy weather of what he thought was a big point. The honorable member, that is. He wanted to know why I broke the law. Now, Madam Speaker, what this debate has illustrated to me, members opposite just do not read anything. They don't bother to read, they don't care to read. And even when they read, and they know it's wrong, they misrepresent. Because what is in the law? What is in the law? In Section 7 of the law, there's a reference to the making of orders under Section 7(5) by affirmative resolution. But there are no orders to be made under Section 7(5). So, Madam Speaker, I could not make them because of the error in the law. There cannot be an affirmative resolution of orders under 7(5) because 7(5) does not refer to exemptions. So what members opposite do not understand, or some of them perhaps they understand, Madam Speaker.
So again, it's late. Any member who cannot comply with the decorum, as I say, you're free to take a walk and come back when you feel you can. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I made the point at the beginning that as Minister of Finance, I received written advice from the legal advisor to the Cabinet, who advised me that under the law as it currently stands, affirmative resolution was not required. But I go further to say that affirmative resolution was not possible because the law as it currently stands refers to orders made under Section 7, subsection 5 with respect to exemption. Subsection 5 does not refer to exemption orders. And therefore, we could not, by affirmative resolution, make an order. What honorable members opposite don't understand, or they know and they wish to perpetuate untruths, is that the first thing we would have had to do in order to make an order under affirmative resolution was to come to the Parliament and amend the law to change 7.5 to 7.6. And that makes nonsense of the contribution from the member for Siparia. Because the member for Siparia said, oh, they had time, we had sittings. Madam Speaker, the first thing we would have to do is to convene the Parliament, to change the law, the Parent Act, and change 7.5 to 7.6. Have a whole debate to change a 5 to a 6. Both houses of Parliament. And having done that, then the law would be correct. And then we come back to Parliament and have another debate, both houses of Parliament, to make orders by affirmative resolution. That makes nonsense of the contribution of the member for Siparia, that we had lots of time, because we would have had to come here twice, to change a 5 to a 6 in the Parent Act, and then come back for the affirmative orders. But the member for Oropouche West stands out on his own. The honourable member stands in the category of shameful, because in attempting to make a relevant contribution, which was difficult for the honourable member, this is what he said. They want to waive the requirements of the Procurement Act. They are looking to divest the Petrotrin refinery, Trin City Mall, and Caridoc. Figments of his imagination. However, what the member for Oropouche West demonstrated was complete ignorance of the law. And that is why I say some of them don't read, some of them can't read, some of them read and then perpetuate untruths. Because, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member had bothered, or if he understood what is in the section of the law that refers to the divestment of property, which is section 57A, the very section that the Honourable Prime Minister spoke about, that the regulator came to us as government and said, amend the law, I recommend you amend the law, because I cannot be the disposer of property and also the regulator of the disposal of property. So we came to this Parliament, and honourable members on the opposite side voted with their eyes wide open to amend the law. They voted, they didn't object. And this is what the law currently says with respect to the disposal of property. It says, notwithstanding the State Lands Act and any other written law, to the contrary, the minister may make regulations in respect of state lands, real property owned by the government, and real property owned by state-controlled enterprises. And it goes on to say this, surprise, surprise, regulations made under this section shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. So the law already says that if we want to dispose of the Petrotrin refinery, the minister can make regulations for that, subject to negative resolution of Parliament. That's already in the law. So the entire contribution on Oropouche West was nonsense. Just like the premise from the member for Siparia that we could easily have come here and done the affirmative orders. We couldn't. We had to correct the error in the law first. Exactly. So, Madam Speaker, that is why I say the contributions opposite fitted into two categories: blatant untruth or just shameful ignorance. And it's just like this inheritance tax thing, if I digress, as an example of blatant untruth. There's a culture of untruths in this country. The member for Siparia is all over the country talking about a fictional inheritance tax in the same way that the member for Siparia came in this parliament and read out that foolish editorial from The Guardian. The member for Siparia is a purported senior counsel, but made sure, as the honourable member completed her presentation, Madam Speaker.
I think it's happening on your side too. So, members, please.
Truants in here. Member for Barataria, member for Naparima, member for Kuva South. You can't talk without them grumbling and mumbling. Classic.
Please. All right, you've just joined us here. Maybe you've missed the ground rules. All right? Maybe you've missed the ground rules. And if you're saying you're here and you didn't miss the ground rules, it means that you are deliberately disobeying them. Continue, Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, what is in that editorial that the member for Siparia found so attractive? It was these words. The honourable member for Siparia made sure before she took her seat to utter these words, to repeat these words from the editorial. It is sinister beyond belief that Cabinet should be seeking to remove from parliamentary scrutiny and debate the minister's ability to add or remove from the ineligibility list. Clause 5 of the July 2023 amendments also empowers the Minister of Finance to not only act on the advice of the Office of Procurement Regulation, but at his own discretion. That clause then, and the member for Siparia made sure to repeat this verbatim, that clause then would give a Minister of Finance the ability to use the ineligibility list to punish opponents of a ruling party and reward its friends and financiers. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I can understand an editorial writer, for whatever reason, out of ignorance, somebody told them and they didn't pay attention, mischief, who knows what motivates an editorial writer to write that level of nonsense. But this is what is in the law, Madam Speaker. In the law, it states, the office shall be responsible for preparing and maintaining an ineligibility list. The office, not the minister, in accordance with this section. The office, not the minister, may add a supplier or contractor to the ineligibility list where the supplier or contractor, A, consistently fails to provide satisfactory performance, B, is found to be indulging in corrupt or fraudulent practices, or C, is convicted of an offense under this act. There are no minister in that section. Minister not mentioned at all. At all. And worse, Madam Speaker, with the question of regulations to govern what the office will do, the law says that these regulations shall be made on the advice of the office. So not only can the minister not add or remove suppliers and contractors from the ineligibility list, minister can't do that because it's not in the law, but in terms of regulations to say how the office will do this, the minister has no say in the matter. The minister has to act on the advice of the office. In fact, the minister is just a rubber stamp in this process of making regulations, but the power to add or remove rests with the office and the office alone. It is not being touched. So this bill does not give any minister any power to add or remove anybody from any list, to punish anybody, to reward anybody, and not friends and finances. It is rubbish. And now it's all very well for an editorial writer to write this rubbish. because they don't know what they're doing or somebody prompted them to write this rubbish. But for a senior counsel, aided and abetted by junior counsel, they have 3 of them in here, 3 junior counsel, 1 senior counsel, knowing that this is not true, knowing that the act says it is the office that adds or removes, not the minister, knowing that the bill does not give the minister power to interfere with the list. For to repeat that as a big point in the crescendo to her presentation is just a culture of untruths. You repeat untruths long enough, that is the classic Goebbels Hitlerian tactic, the big lie. You say the untruth, so that is just a definition of that technique, Madam Speaker.
You know, we have certain rules here. All right, so withdraw that. Yes, please.
I'm afraid I will have to amend what is in the books and call it the big untruth, although that's not what it is. But in Nazi Germany, they had this theory. If you repeat an untruth often enough, however preposterous it is, by sheer repetition, it will sink in and people will believe it. That is this foolishness about inheritance tax. Foolishness. Foolishness. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, a newspaper could write what they want, but for a senior counsel to repeat something that is patently wrong is just perpetuating untruths. Now, the other thing that I think is very, very important here, because I noticed senior and junior counsel on the opposition benches made this mistake as well. Whether it was deliberate or whether it was unintentional, I don't know. But it's a shameful mistake. It is trite law that a subsidiary legislation cannot override the provisions of a parent act. That is trite law. Trite. Regulations, etc., cannot change the meaning, effect, import of a parent act. Cannot. The member for Separia, in attempting to justify the opposition's, Madam Speaker, look, you may think, Madam Speaker, this is ridiculous. Okay.
All right, so, you know, for the entire day, we've been doing this over and over. All right? So, again, I appeal to you all. We don't have much longer here. All right? So, let's try it in silence, low tones, to allow the minister to finish his contribution. Minister, I know the words are very sensitive today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Separia attempted to justify their unjustifiable opposition to this bill by reading out various parts of regulations and saying, oh, you could establish thresholds and use this part of the regulations and do that part of the regulations. But the senior counsel, who is a member for Separia, must know that regulations cannot supersede the Parent Act. My colleague...
Now, member for Laventille West, even you will be disturbing the Minister of Finance. Okay? Minister of Finance.
My colleague for Lupino Bonner made the point that even if you have an emergency, and it's very difficult under this legislation to define what an emergency is. In fact, the first emergency that would be used, they will run to the court, as my colleague from Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West said, with Mr. Balgobin, and ask for judicial interpretation as to what is an emergency. You could bet your bottom dollar, Madam Speaker, that that problem that we had with the island-wide outage of electricity, when that tree fell down in Gandhi village and disrupted electricity in the whole country for a day, they would find a way to make an argument to the court. I'm not saying the court would accept it. They just waste people's time. But they would find a way to make an argument that that was not an emergency. They would find a way to make an argument that that pipeline that burst up by the treatment plant and disrupted water in Port of Spain for 3-4 days was not an emergency. They will find a way. They will want to go to the court and argue that. But even if one were to have even if one were to have consensus on what is an emergency, what the member for Siparia omitted to tell us, or maybe doesn't know, I don't know. What is the problem? I don't know if it is just a culture of untruths or it's just ignorance. I don't know. But even if something is defined as an emergency, so you don't have to go through the process of competitive tendering, you still have the requirement to register. You still have the requirement to pre-qualify. You still have the introduction of the Procurement and Disposal Advisory Committee. You still have the standstill period and so on. All of that you still have inside of there. So even if you remove the requirement for competitive tendering, it's still taking you a month to 6 weeks using the current law as it now stands. So you see, I heard this in another place, I had a discussion with some other people about the legislation, and they say, well, why don't you use this Regulation 4 and Regulation 10? And I had to explain to them very patiently, the regulations do not supersede the parent law. The parent law requires registration and pre-qualification. And the member for Lupino Bonner made a point. They don't have that in Jamaica, In Jamaica, all you require is registration, not pre-qualification, because they understand that once you introduce layers and layers of bureaucracy within your procurement system, all you're going to do is grind everything to a halt, Madam Speaker. And I want to make a signal. I've already had discussions with the office about this, and that is something that we will have to look at as a parliament. Whether you whether you have to combine registration and pre-qualification within the depository before somebody can be invited to tender. Because if you go to, it's not done in Jamaica. In Jamaica, they waive the requirement for pre-qualification. That is the public body to do that. And then a complaint can be made, an inquiry can be held, an award can be nullified, reversed, etc. But they don't bring that all together because it just doesn't work. But, Madam Speaker, what I find interesting in all of this, the member Siparia made a point. The honorable member was reading a prepared speech. The member has a habit of doing that. Somebody prepares a speech for the honorable member. The speech makes no sense. It is illogical, it is invalid, it is null and void. But the honorable member reads the speech. So I made a point today. I read from a letter in the newspapers that said that this contention that we had 50 years to plan the 50th anniversary was laughable because adjustments were made in the heads of government meeting in Bahamas to have the event in Trinidad. I subsequently have learned that what really happened is that the incoming chairman of CARICOM made a request of Trinidad and Tobago to make all the events one event, the heads of government meeting, the 50th anniversary, have all of them held in Trinidad. That required the approval of the outgoing head of CARICOM, and all of that did not occur until May of 2023. So it was only in May of 2023 it was determined that the CARICOM heads of government meeting and the 50th anniversary of CARICOM would be held in Trinidad and Tobago. That decision was made in May, not 50 years ago. So I made this point. And the letter writer made the point it's laughable because when you move from Dominica to Trinidad just a couple months ago, yeah. And therefore, it's absurd to say they had 50 years. The honorable member of Siparia had a statement in her speech that, the member for Degamata Northeast is not speaking the truth because they had endless time to prepare. That was in the speech after I made the point that we only had a couple months, a couple weeks actually to deal with this thing. The honorable member still read the same speech.
Well, she's incapable.
So that is a culture inside of here. It's just perpetuate untruths, send it out into the public domain, keep repeating it, untruth on top of untruth on top of untruth, a whole barrage of untruths, hoping that people will listen and believe. But let me come back to this thing. When the CARICOM heads of government meeting was combined with the 50th anniversary celebration, and since the Summit of Americas in Los Angeles, CARICOM has begun to move as a united body, contrary to the allegations of the member for Separia. CARICOM is now moving together as one in many things. In that Summit of Americas, the world began to recognize that CARICOM is now moving as a united body in terms of the way it deals with many things. So that the combination of the CARICOM heads of government meeting and the 50th anniversary in Trinidad then created an event that had much more stature than either one of them on their own. And this is why you had the introduction of the congressional delegation, the US Secretary of State, the UN Secretary General, the President of Rwanda, the Prime Minister of South Korea, and so on, because they began to look at CARICOM in a different way. So in Trinidad, you're having heads of government meeting, 50th anniversary of CARICOM, and all of these foreign officials began to confirm their attendance. Some of the attendance was only confirmed mere days before the event, mere days. And it would have been highly irresponsible of this administration not to accept the offers of attendance and confirmations of attendance by all of these distinguished personalities, making this a very high-profile diplomatic event, event of high stature for enhancing the image of diplomacy in Trinidad and Tobago. But yet, you hear the men on the other side, the honorable men and women on the other side, honorable gentlemen and ladies, saying they had 50 years to plan for this thing. So, Madam Speaker, now let me come to some of the commentary made by the speakers on the other side. Let me deal with them one by one. Let me start with the other points made by the member of Separia. The member of Separia poo-pooed the concept of Caribbean states agreeing to the...
If I think I heard the word right, I think that word is unparliamentary. So I think, all right? So if you could withdraw that word, I'm sure you could find another word.
That is a perfectly acceptable English word, but it's okay. The member for Separia ridiculed the idea of CARICOM countries agreeing with the protocol on procurement. But for the information of honorable members and the general public, so far, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, and Belize have signed on to the protocol of procurement, the CARICOM model, so far. So that is an answer to that. The member of Separia also complained about the bill because it refers to all statutory instruments that were purported to have been made with respect to Section 7 of the Act. But, Madam Speaker, a statutory instrument does not have legal effect unless it is published in the Gazette. And a senior counsel must know that.
Not that one, for what purpose?
A senior counsel must know that a legal notice does not have effect unless it's published in the Gazette. And why is it published in the Gazette? So the public will know that a legal notice has been published, Madam Speaker. And therefore, there can't be any secret or hidden legal notices. It could only be those notices that have been published in the Gazette that we are seeking to validate, which is 206 and the other one of 2023. So that too was a non-point coming from the member for Separia. The other untruth was that after an order is published in the Gazette, the opposition has to wait 40 days before they could move a motion to nullify it. That is a blatant untruth. That's not what the law says, Madam Speaker. The law says that a motion to negative a statutory instrument must be made within the prescribed period. It is a maximum of 40 days they have. Correct. But the member for Superior could come the next day and file a motion in the Parliament to nullify an order made by negative resolution by the Minister of Finance. The next day. That's what the Interpretation Act says. It doesn't say you have to wait for 40 days. So this mythology that you have to wait 40 days, and during that 40 days, all kind of mischief going on, and it's only after that you could, that is simply untrue.
So, Minister of Finance, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time. You have 15 more minutes available to you to wind up your presentation if you wish. So you
take all 17, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
All 17. So, Madam Speaker, it is just patently untrue for the member for Superior to try and pretend that with this instrument, with this mechanism of negative resolution, the government can hide and do all kind of wickedness in a 40-day period, and it's only after that 40-day period is over that the opposition can move a motion or lay a motion to nullify it. Nonsense. You could do it the next day. You have 40 days within which to bring a motion to nullify. With respect to the regulations I spoke about as well, the Honourable Member of Superior tried to tell us that single source procurement could be used, and that would solve the problem. Not true. All single source procurement does is that it removes the competitive bidding process. It means you can go to one supplier. But hear this. The member of Superior didn't read out the other parts of the regulation that deal with single source. You know what qualifies single source procurement? The person must have supplied goods to you within the last 12 months. They must have performed satisfactorily. No benefit would be obtained by going out into the public for competitive tendering. So that, Madam Speaker, if you have a problem and there is no contractor that you have contracted with within the last 12 months to do a particular thing, and a matter arises, you can't use single source procurement. It applies only to somebody who you already had a contract with. It is, in its essence, a continuation of an existing contract with an existing supplier for a particular thing within 12 months of the period. It completely confines you to existing suppliers. You can't go into the market and find somebody to deal with an emergency or a problem. A complete misunderstanding of the law, Madam Speaker. And the last point that I need to debunk with respect to the member for Superior is this concept that subsidiary legislation could trump or override the Parent Act. Cannot. So even if regulation mentions thresholds, those thresholds do not remove the requirement for pre-qualification, registration, standby period, PDAC, etc., etc. So that is the member for Superior. There wasn't a single point the member for Superior said that was valid or made sense. Let me go now. Let me go now to the junior counsel from Baratari, the honourable member for Baratari. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The member for Barataria repeated the egregious untruth about negative resolution, that you have to wait 40 days before you could file a motion to annul the order. Same thing. repeated what his leader said, Madam Speaker. The member for Barataria also repeated the nonsense about single source for emergencies. Repeated it. I have my notes. I would say that was tedious repetition of the member for Siparia and tedious repetition of nonsense. And that's all the member for Barataria did, is simply regurgitate the nonsense uttered by the member for Siparia.
Like you wrote Siparia's speech.
That's probably why. Let us go now to the member for Pointe-à-Pierre. The member for Pointe-à-Pierre wanted to know, why are we changing this thing from affirmative to negative? That was made very clear in my presentation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, come on. Talk to Naparima for me, please.
Naparima has recognized, and he will comply from his young.
Very generous and hopeful. 1 second later, he will be grumbling and mumbling. But let's move on. The member for Pointe-à-Pierre wanted to know why we are changing it to negative resolution, as if I didn't spend about half an hour talking about that. I made it crystal clear that all the other countries in the world, with a few exceptions, use negative resolution. In Australia, the Minister of Finance can make amendments to the procurement regulations by statutory instrument, and then the Australian Parliament can move a motion to annul the statutory instrument. Just identical to what we are trying to do here. That's Australia, an advanced economy. What else did the member for Pointe-à-Pierre have to say? That you don't need to use negative resolution. Madam Speaker, the reason why other countries do it, the reason why Australia does it, the reason why New Zealand does it, is because these things are time sensitive. You can't come to the Parliament every day because you want to amend the regulations to deal with a simple problem that can have far-reaching implications. The other countries have recognized they don't waste parliamentary time with that. That is why you go through the process of the minister publishing an order and then giving the Parliament an opportunity, if they think the order is a bad order, to file a motion to annul it, and then you have a full parliamentary debate, which is what our system is. That's why those other countries do it. There wasn't really much else that the Honourable Member for Pointe-à-Pierre said, except to repeat the nonsense that Clause 4 of the bill guts the whole act. So let's see what Clause 4 says. Clause 4 says that subject to regulations made under Section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under this act. That guts the whole act. So we are reintroducing a system that has been enforced in Trinidad and Tobago for 60 years. Thresholds under which simplified procurement rules will apply. Because we're not saying it is not subject to regulation. We're saying it is. So the Minister of Finance will have to come to the Parliament and deal with regulations that would govern procurement under $1 million. How could that gut the act, Madam Speaker? How does that gut the procurement depository for items above $1 million? How does it gut the requirement for pre-qualification? How does it gut the powers of the regulator to vary, amend, overturn, investigate contract awards? It is just hyperbole in the extreme. Let me move on, because the member for Pointe-à-Pierre made no other point. The member for Cuba South. The bill does not meet the objectives of the act. The objectives of the act are value for money, transparency in procurement. Those are the objectives of the act. If something is subject to negative resolution, if it must be published in the Gazette, if a member of the opposition can move a motion to annul it. How is that not transparency? What is that? And I've made the point that the opposition can come the next day after it's published in the Gazette and move a motion to annul the order. So this was just a more hyperbole again. More hyperbole. And what else did the member for Couva South say? That foreign dignitaries would not have attended if they knew the law was broken. I've made the point. The law did not allow for an order by affirmative resolution. The law did not allow it. We'd have had to change the law to have affirmative resolution. You really think that the Secretary of State, United States, the UN Secretary General, had to worry with that level of foolishness, Madam Speaker? They wouldn't come because the member for Cove South say that the Minister of Finance break the law. The Secretary of State will cancel the trip. That's what you could do and tell President Biden, I ain't going again because the Minister of Finance break the law. Cuba, because the member for Cove South say so, that the President of Rwanda will turn around in his jet because he find out, or the member for Cove South say the Minister of Finance break the law. Preposterous! This is what I have to listen to in this parliament. Ridiculous. 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 And then the member for Couva South repeats the nonsense uttered by the member for Separia and the junior counsel from Barataria that we could use the regulations to lower the threshold and reduce the limits and waive all the requirements of the Act. Utter rubbish. And the lawyers, you know, they say they're lawyers. Let's go to the next one. Another lawyer. I don't even know what constituency this is. I think it should go on as West. Lawyer again. This particular lawyer says it's a good thing. This is a good thing that a procuring entity must ensure that suppliers and contractors have the legal capacity to enter into procurement, are not insolvent, have not been convicted, have fulfilled their obligations to pay all required taxes, have the necessary professional and technical qualification. The member for Port of Spain North made the point that permanent secretaries are now confused. You want to buy a box of juice from Massey. You want to buy meals from town restaurant. You have to go and check and see whether they have the legal, technical capacity and the human resources capable to make that food, to supply it to the parliament. In fact, I understand we're not getting dinner tonight because of the procurement regulations. I was told that. I think you better file a motion in the court. The point is, Madam Speaker, what is this cacophony all about?
You realize that you're creating it. You realize that you're creating it. Okay, so maybe you can control it.
In law, there's something called strict liability. It is strict liability of members opposite to keep silent when another member is talking, no matter what. So anyway, let us move on. What else did the lawyer from Chaguanas West have to say? The lawyer from Chaguanas West also repeated the falsehood that Regulation 14 can be used to do the procurement. It's a falsehood. Regulation 14 does not supersede the requirements in the parent law for registration, pre-qualification, PDAC, etc., etc., etc. I don't know who they think they're trying to fool, Madam Speaker. I really don't. And these are lawyers, you know. There's nothing else I could say about the contribution from the member for Chaguanas West, except that it was just a continuation of that strategy of telling untruths, often enough in the hope that they will sink in misrepresentation, a culture of untruths, like this foolishness about inheritance tax. That's a blatant untruth, but they're repeating it over and over and over and putting out newspaper ads. There's no discussion. There's no document. There's nothing.
Madam Speaker, I think I have to rise on Standing Order 48.1 relevance. Inheritance tax has nothing to do with this bill.
Minister of Finance, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if there's a standing order to rule irrelevant standing order objections. So, Madam Speaker, the whole point is, amendments have been circulated. We have been having meetings with the persons who are going to be most profoundly affected by this legislation. These are the small and medium business enterprises, the thousands of suppliers to the government. I would say, based on our records, there must be at least 30 to 40,000 traditional suppliers to the government and to statutory authorities and state enterprises, at least 30 to 40,000, it could be more. And right now, only 860 have been registered and pre-qualified, Madam Speaker. So that when the Honorable Prime Minister said that maybe only 10% of eligible traditional business, it's not that. It could be 3 or 4%. If you have 30,000 suppliers and less than 1,000 have been able to pre-qualify, that means there's only 3% of traditional suppliers of the government who have been able to go through the required regulations and the strictures, leaving out a whole army of small and medium businesses. And it doesn't just affect small and medium, it affects everyone. Massey is not a small or medium enterprise, but they were not registered or pre-qualified when this act, after this act was proclaimed, Madam Speaker. It would be foolish in the extreme of the government to listen to the barrage of untruths and propaganda coming from the opposition. It would be foolish in the extreme for the government to allow the noise coming from the opposition, the falsehoods, the untruths, the obstructionism to grind this country to a halt and to disadvantage thousands and thousands of little businessmen and small people in this country who, for one reason or another, cannot qualify under this law to provide goods and services. And that's why we want this threshold. There's a threshold all over the world, and that's why we want it, to help the little people, to help the small businesses. And with that, I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of the statutory instruments as required under Section 7, subsection 7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7(7) of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As provided by Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 be committed to the Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 6 clauses and a preamble. So can we agree to take 1 and 2 together?
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as circulated. And what we are doing here is that we as a government are understanding the issues, the concerns that have been ventilated in the society by reasonable people, and we feel that we can amend this particular clause so that the minister would not have absolute discretion to amend the regulations, but would do so on the recommendation of the Office of Procurement Regulation or on his own initiative after consultation with the office. We feel that is an appropriate balance, bearing in mind the fact that this is brand new legislation. And this is the purpose of this amendment, but this would also convert affirmative to negative with these circumstances. So the minister would be not acting unilaterally.
Okay, so I take member for Naparima and then member for Samuel Barchari.
Yes.
Member for Naparima.
Yes. Given that the minister, in his infinite wisdom, after listening to the opposition, has decided that it is necessary to circumscribe the discretion of the minister, may I suggest an amendment to section 7E, such other services as the minister shall instead of may, on the recommendation of the office or upon the initiative of the minister in consultation with the office by order determined. So I'm suggesting you change may to shall to give it that level of definitiveness in terms of the consultative process.
Minister of Finance.
You see, Madam Speaker, it is really something that is being initiated by two entities, the Office of Procurement Regulation and the Minister in consultation with the office. There's no need to say shall. May is softer than shall. Why would you want to put a hard word like shall in there?
I'd like to make it that he must, in a sense, consult.
No.
On the recommendation.
I think that's a misunderstanding of the language. The may refers to the minister getting involved in the process.
And shall puts a certain onus on him so to do.
It doesn't deal with what's in the order. It deals with the actions of the minister to get involved in the process. Doesn't mean, no, well, I'm listening to senior counsel at my left, and I accept the advice from senior counsel at my left. Okay? So I would like to leave it as may. It is softer than shall.
Member for Barchari, Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, at the clause that amends E7E of the Act, and there are two triggers now for the minister to make an order to exempt services. The first we're seeing is on the recommendation of the Office of Procurement Regulator, or upon the initiative of the minister in consultation with the office. I'm focusing on the latter one, Minister. If the minister writes to the Office of Procurement Regulator consulting to exempt a particular service, and the OPR says they are not in agreement with the minister, what is the position then with respect to the promulgation of that order to exempt a particular service?
Be as it is written, that after the consultation, if the minister is of the view that the order should proceed, it will proceed by way of negative resolution and be dealt with in accordance with the rules dealing with negative resolution. I wish to make the point, I don't want to leave this hanging, that in all other countries where you have negative resolution for the making of regulations, there's no requirement for consultation with the procurement office or for recommendation from the office. I read out the Australian statute where the finance minister in Australia can simply make an order and then it goes through the process of annulment if somebody manages to file a motion and get the necessary majority to annul it. So in other countries, it is far more extreme than this. This now brings in the procurement office into the process, which does not occur in other countries. So it is our intention to seek approval of these words in consultation with respect to that second part.
So basically, even if the Office of Procurement Regulator does not agree with the minister's recommendation, or he has any changes and the minister doesn't agree, the minister can still act on his own initiative to exempt the services.
Then go ahead and publish the order, which will be subject to negative resolution. I may point out that these words appear in numerous pieces of legislation. Yes. For example, where the president is required to consult with the prime minister and the leader of the opposition.
And in those circumstances, the president can ignore either the prime minister and the leader of the opposition and act on their own initiative.
I think the meaning of these words is clear.
Honourable Minister, Madam Speaker, if I may, the example given by Barataria Sanwan just now has constitutional grounding under Section 80. But what Minister Imbert, Minister of Finance, is pointing out, the consultative route, remember that the OPR is an independent entity. So after consultation, there's upfront knowledge. The OPR is aware there are conditions precedent and reports that have to happen. There is nothing on the record per se that would stop an OPR who disagrees with the minister from taking another step. It may be unprecedented, but the law specifically says it binds the state and the OPR is independent and free. So this is the approach for consultation is a hugely important one because the minister is putting whatever it is the minister may, in his discretion, consider before the OPR for the consultative process, before coming to Parliament.
Okay. So the question is that clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we have sought to, I don't want to use the word soften, we have sought to adjust the original wording of clause 5 to allow it to be done on the recommendation of the office or in consultation with the office. And this is simply to make regulations, such as making that change from 20 working days to 10 days for selective tendering and so on.
Yep. Right. Member for Naparima.
I still have the concern. Enlighten me. Given the interpretation of this is that the minister is not required to consult before taking action.
It refers to the making of the order, but the minister must do the things that are here in red. They must either act on the recommendation or consult. That's the legal interpretation of this form of words. Okay. It's not that the minister can choose not to do this. Okay. That's not what that means. Okay?
The question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. Minister of Finance.
One amendment here is just to change a typographical error in the bill. It is 7(6) of the Act that allows the minister to make an order to exempt services, not 7(7), so that the making of the orders is governed by 7(6), and therefore the validation has to be that these were purported to be made under 7.6, because 7.7 does not deal with the making of an order. Okay? It's just a type.
Member for Barrett Harrison 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Minister spent about 5 minutes in his wind-up telling us that he did not break the law and that what he done was legal. Then why are we including a clause to validate 2 illegal orders?
I did not clear in my presentation at the beginning. That was one of the first things I dealt with for the avoidance of doubt and out of caution.
So the government still maintains that it acted lawfully?
I think I have said that repeated.
It's not only that. At this stage, we don't really look at the policy. Okay, we just really look at the drafting. Okay, so we got a little blind there. Question asked and answered. Okay, so the question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 6 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
The preamble.
The question is that the preamble to the bill be approved. The question is that the preamble to the bill be approved. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The preamble to the bill is approved. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is adjourned. The House will resume. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to report that the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7.7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of the statutory instruments as required under Section 7, subsection 7 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No.
Dr. Rowley.
Yes.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Mr. Imbit.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Dial Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Alwari.
Aye.
Mrs. Beckles.
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Cujo.
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Aye.
Mr. Dinobriga,
Aye.
Mr. Leons,
Yes.
Mr. Manning,
Aye.
Mrs. Morris Julian,
Aye.
Mrs. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Ms. Amin,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Mr. Padara,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Ms. Benjamin,
No.
Mr. Rambali,
No.
Dr. Bodo,
No.
Mr. Ram,
No.
Ms. Mohit,
No.
Mr. Tanku,
No.
Ms. Haynes,
No.
Mr. Ratiram,
No.
Dr. Sicharan,
No.
Madam Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 22 members voted for, 16 members voted against, and there was no abstention.
Honorable members, on a division with 22 members voting for, 16 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion for the third reading of the bill is carried.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 and to validate the non-laying of statutory instruments as required under Section 7(7) of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 13-4, I seek your leave to convey condolences to the family of Professor Brinsley Samaru, who served as an opposition senator during the second Republican Parliament and a minister of the government in the third Republican Parliament. Is this the wish of the House? Yes? Okay. So, that being the case, Professor Samaru was a former member of Parliament who passed away on Sunday, July 9th, 2023. Professor Samaru served as an opposition senator during the second Republican Parliament and subsequently served as a member of Parliament for Na River and a government minister during the third Republican Parliament. I now invite honorable members to pay their respective tributes to Professor Samaru. Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish to offer sincerest condolences to the family and relatives of the late Professor Brinsley Samaru, an academic of no mean stature and one of the few politicians to enjoy the privilege of serving in both houses of Parliament. Professor Samaru first came to national prominence when he served as an opposition senator in the United Labour Front, for the United Labour Front, in the Second Republican Parliament of 1981 to 1986. He was subsequently elected to the House of Representatives in 1986 as a member for Na River under the National Alliance for Reconstruction. During that third Republican Parliament of 1987 to 1991, he served as Minister of Food Production and Marine Exploitation and as Minister of Decentralization, interestingly enough, the forerunner to the local government reform currently underway. Madam Speaker, in their purest academic form, historians are under no obligation to address questions of contemporary relevance in their research. There are many who would argue that history has an intrinsic value, irrespective of any implication for the present, and their work is to seek historical knowledge for its own sake, out of pure intellectual curiosity. There are, however, historians like Professor Samaru, who have maintained that their scholarship should be of current relevance, and in fact, that history derived its legitimacy as a discipline from offering explanations and even guidance on matters of contemporary concern. This was why he devoted himself to curating as far as was possible the multitude of documents that survived the closure of Carney 1975 Limited and the sugar industry, until, as one of his fellow academics recently lamented, he was unceremoniously removed as the chairman of the Sugar Museum by the previous administration. Professor Brinsley Samaru was above all else an academic and historian. His reputation as a meticulous researcher who unearthed historical treasures in libraries and archives around the world was well deserved. His ability to condense his knowledge into stimulating content with his lively presentations demonstrated his ability to turn a topic that was regularly seen as uninteresting into a paper or discourse that was captivating and entertaining for audiences. It was that, along with his depth of understanding and professionalism, that was at the core of his widespread respect and admiration. Throughout his career, Professor Samaru made significant contributions to academia, and those who had the privilege of learning from him would never forget his passion for learning and teaching about Trinidad and Tobago's history. Alongside his colleagues, he spearheaded the planning of significant diasporic conferences, which gave intellectual impetus and respectability to the debates surrounding East Indian diasporic concerns at the University of the West Indies. His subsequent publications in this field only served to further elevate his intellectual standing in the academic community. Professor Samaru's work in dissecting Trinidad and Tobago's history, combined with his passion for social justice, logically pivoted him into the daring world of politics, where, not unlike his work in academia, he never stopped appealing for equality, justice, and the defense of the working class rights at the grassroots level. Madam Speaker, Professor Brinsley Samaru will forever be remembered for his contributions to the history and political development of Trinidad and Tobago. We pray that his memory will live on through his achievements and the many persons whose lives he touched with his teachings and humble personality. Thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I rise on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition and all members of the United National Congress in bringing condolences on the passing of Professor Brinsley Samaru. Madam Speaker, we both attended the esteemed Naparima College, arguably the best in the planet, but that arguably. And as a student of Naparima College, he would have sung the anthem every day for 7 years. Our alma mater dear, the school we all revere, make us worthy, may help us ever to be all that we ought to be, and always proud of thee, Naparima. And that is, end of quote, and that is what made him and sustained him throughout his life. He subsequently obtained his Bachelor of Arts and Masters of Arts in History from Delhi University in India, and then his PhD from the University of London. As a professor of the University of the West Indies, he taught New World and South Asian history, and was also appointed as a senior research fellow at the University of the West Indies. Throughout his political career, he served with diligence as an opposition senator during the Second Republican Parliament from 1981 to 86, and then as MP for Nariva under the NAR administration from 1987 to 1991. He served successively as Minister of Food Production and Marine Exploitation, and also as Minister of Decentralization. But most notably, Professor Samaru had a passion for history. He was the former head of the history department at UWI and held a wealth of knowledge on the Americans, of which I'm a descendant, African Muslim history, African Caribbean history, the First Peoples, Indo-Caribbean history, the 1930s labor uprisings, the Black Power movement, race relations, and the origins of the oil and gas sector in Trinidad and Tobago. During the 1990 coup, He was one of the ministers outside of Parliament who masterminded the state's response to the insurrectionists, which led to their surrender. He published many books and scholarly articles on Indo-Caribbean history, as well as the history of Trinidad and Tobago working class movement and the political and institutional development of our country. He had a deep interest in these topics and wrote extensively on the Black Power movement and the 1930s labor uprising. Indeed, he's a person of which all of us can be proud. He is a true patriot. He strived throughout his life to educate as many individuals as he could about Trinidad and Tobago's diverse history, and he served with dignity, with honor, and integrity. Professor Samaru was a true pioneer. He had no problem speaking truth to power. He provided decades of mentorship and guidance for a generation of students. He will be deeply missed, but his memory and legacy will live on through his years of contribution. Professor Samaru left an invaluable mark on Trinidad and Tobago's history, and we express condolences to his family and hope that his legacy will live on in Trinidad and Tobago.
Honorable members, I too would like to pay tribute to Professor Samaru. Professor Samaru first served as an opposition member under the United Labour Front from November 1981 to October 1986 in the Senate of the Second Republican Parliament. During the Third Republican Parliament, Professor Samaru was elected as the member for Nariva and served as a minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, as the Minister of Decentralization, and as the Minister of Food Production and Marine Exploitation from January 1987 to November 1991. The late Professor Samaru contributed to numerous bills and motions during his tenure at Parliament. Some of those included the Constitution Amendment Bill, the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill, and the Income Tax Amendment Bill. Professor Samaru not only served earnestly at Parliament for a decade, but also dedicated his life to contributing to the preservation of the history of Trinidad and Tobago. He was described by his colleagues as, and I quote, an academic legend and a master of his craft, end quote. Professor Samaru was a professor and former head of the Department of History at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. He was also a lecturer at Naparima College. Professor Samaru was also an author. Some of his publications included India in the Caribbean, Glimpses of the Sugar Industry, Adrian Cola Rienzi, The Life and Times of an Indo-Caribbean Progressive, and The Price of Conscience, Howard Nankerville, and the Labor Unrest in the Caribbean. Professor Samaru has undoubtedly left his mark on our country's history through his extensive literature and research. His commitment to sharing his knowledge, whether it be through his research, writings, or teachings, has inspired all whom have had the privilege of learning from him. His research and work will continue to inform future generations. I take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to the Samaru family during this time of mourning, and I pray that Almighty grants them peace and consolation during their bereavement. I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable members, an appropriate letter will be sent to convey our condolences to the family of the late Professor Brinsley Samaru. Honorable members, you are reminded that this House stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.